A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we are getting ready for day 2 of this very important centenary test, the 100th meeting between the West Indies, and India in Test cricket. And of course, the Indians having had the better of the exchanges in recent years. In fact, for almost 2 decades now, the West Indies have not been able to pull one over on their visitors, and they're trailing in this series by a 1-0 margin after a heavy innings defeat in the opening test. But as we stand today, as the players get ready to make their way out into the middle, the situation is that the Indians, who put into bat yesterday, will resume this morning on 288 for 4. And I suppose the first order of business and the main area of concern or focus would be the batting of Virat Kohli. He is 87 not out. The question is, can he get to a century? And I suppose that is what is going to be uppermost in people's minds at the moment, and whether or not the great man can get to triple figures. He's just 13 away, and given what we saw from him yesterday, he took his time to get started. And even while he was in full cry, he never really tried to do too much. A wicket apiece for the West Indian bowlers, Kemar Roach, Gabriel Warrican, and Holder, Alzari Joseph, yet to get one. And we see the umpires coming out, and just look at the determination that you're seeing on the part of the batsmen. You could see them coming out and coming quickly as they really look determined. Virat Kohli, all eyes on him. Just 8 fours from 161 balls for his 87. And like I said, he didn't really try to do too much. He just basically took his time and got himself going, which is a very good sign for someone who, as we all know, is quite capable of getting the job done and changing gears whenever he wants to. So that is, I suppose, the first order of business this morning, is to see how well he can do with the bat. And of course, it's going to be Shannon Gabriel who will pick up the attack. And first up for the West Indies, Shannon Gabriel has 12 overs, costed him 50 runs, and just the 1 wicket to his name already. And that was a peach of a delivery just on the stroke of tea yesterday that he was able to get that wicket. So the West Indies need him to keep firing here this morning. A lot was said about whether he should have used the new ball or not, but he has a new one in his arms this morning, and that is going to be crucial for the West Indies. As I say good morning to Dr. Mehta, hoping that you had a good evening's rest, a peaceful night, no music in your head, nobody knocking on your door 2, 3 in the morning, and you're all refreshed and ready to go, just like these 2 batsmen out here.
Yeah, good morning to you, good morning to everyone, as we see Shannon Gabriel delivering the first ball on the second day here.
Gabriel bowls outside the off stump, and good pace, good carry, and a big, strong, wide shoulders from Shannon Gabriel. And no doubt Virat Kohli on 87, and I think that has to be the main focus here, is can he get to triple figures. Yeah, so it's really a question of him getting himself going here, but I think a lot of interest in this particular innings here with Virat Kohli. 2 slips on a gully, they go down. Gabriel is with him now, a short ball. He's on top of it, and he's going to get a quick single. And this is good cricket. Immediately getting off strike and just adding one more. So he's 12 away now as we sort of count down his approach to his 100. What an amazing career he's had already. And but yet still, we are eager to see if he could get to triple figures.
Yeah, Virat Kohli is one of those iconic batsmen that India has produced. Go down in the cricket books as one of the greatest India has ever produced. And of course, playing his 500th international match in the 100th test match between India and the West Indies here at the Queen's Park Oval. And what a venue and what an occasion to get his 100th in this 100th test match.
So they've now added 107 together. Here's Jadeja, who is on 36 and correct as ever, coming really in the approved fashion, coming onto that front foot and playing the ball with the full face of the bat. And I suppose that is to be expected. This morning, you're starting your innings almost, you're starting over, literally, although you've had 106 together overnight.
Yes, indeed. And of course, Jadeja and Rohit stitched a nice 100-run partnership yesterday, did not lose a wicket towards the end of the first day's play. And these two will need some time to make sure they don't lose a wicket.
The West Indies, though, will want the very opposite. Shannon Gabriel is pitching up. He's going to go for a quick swing. He's up to hurry. Just misses there. That would have been very close indeed, because Craig Buffett picked it up, had a sort of an underarm throw at the stumps, but he just missed. It would have been interesting had he hit. He would have been tight.
Yeah, I think he might just have made it from the looks of it. Yes, he would have made it looking at this television replay here. But that was a cheeky single, if there was one, because early on in the day, they are just trying to get themselves warmed up for the second day of the test match. But no harm done as India moves on to 290 for 4. Jadeja on 37 and Virat Kohli batting on 88, looking for his 76th century in international cricket. And
Gabriel, though, will try to deny him. Let's see what he does. He pushed the man out at the backward square leg, but he doesn't go for the short ball. In fact, he was hustling him a little bit there. But again, Virat Kohli looking very ominous as he tries to play himself in all over again this morning, as is, I suppose, the custom when you're a batsman overnight. You're advised to start over. Don't take anything for granted.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the Indian cricket journalists last night, and we were discussing how he has constructed this innings very methodically without taking any significant risks in this particular innings, because he knows that his name has been under question. How come he hasn't scored too many hundreds of late?
Well, I think we spoiled because of his own greatness. And there's another good delivery, bang on target from Shannon Gabriel to end the first over of the morning. Just the 2 runs coming off it, 2 singles, each batsman adding to their overnight scores. It's 290 for 4 now.
Yes, I think a sedate start between Ravindra Jadeja and Virat Kohli, as they're having a mid-pitch small talk at the moment, perhaps talking about that single that they took, which was a bit risky, but nevertheless made it safely. But Virat Kohli, of course, he took 20 balls to open his account in this particular innings, batting on 88. Jadeja giving him excellent support, batting on 37. Of course, Ravindra Jadeja's heroics are all will be part of the cricketing folklore during that IPL finals of the last 2 balls, as he led the Chennai Super Kings onto their IPL victory.
So here is Kema Roach again from around the wicket to Jadeja, and he's just standing up and pushing it out into the offside. Can't get it through there. I was looking over some of the results because since we're celebrating the 100th test match between these two great cricketing nations, and it made for some interesting reading. Of course, I think many would recognize the West Indies has sort of had the upper hand in the earlies, and then, well, for the last 20 years or so, the West Indies have not been able to hit. This one is short, punched away brilliantly, squared the wicket on the offside. That's 4 runs. Well, it doesn't get there. Actually, it dies. For a moment there, it looks as if he just worked and had given up, because he sensed that should have been 4, and then for some reason, almost as if the ball hit the wall and it just stopped. It just died. And he just ambled and picked it up.
Yeah, I think Ravindra Jadeja thought it was a foregone conclusion. The ball is running away to the fence, but as you said very correctly, it just died, as if somebody put the brakes on the ball, almost like a pitching iron shot, and it just stopped and didn't get the boundary. But they come across for two. They could have had a third run, but no, it was 2 runs.
Let's see what Roach has to offer. And that's a good delivery again. And that is one of those deliveries that is so difficult to bowl, because he's bowling from around the wicket. And he's almost like he has to contort his body in order to angle the ball away from the left-hander from around the wicket. So he's actually putting a lot more strain on his body just to achieve that. And he's sticking around the wicket. It's not like he's bowling one ball from there. He's consistently bowling from that angle. Here he goes again, turned away nicely through square leg. And should get another couple here. Shannon Gabriel is out there to do the fielding, and they're gonna get 2 comfortably once more.
He's playing nice strokes on both sides of the wicket. Played a nice square cut on the previous delivery, and this one he just tucked it along towards square leg. As Jadeja now moves on to 41, Virat Kohli on 88, 294 for 4 is the score.
Roach on his way once more. This time again, he's punched square the wicket on the offside. This one will go. This one will not get to the boundary, and they're going to be able to haul it in. The batsmen are going to be content with another couple. So 2 by 2 they're going now in this over.
Jadeja picking the gaps nicely, isn't he? He's placing it on the offside. There's the 2 slips and a gully and a point, a cover point and a mid-off, and he was able to bisect those fielders on the offside and get 2 runs. As Roach comes in on the last ball of this over.
He's on his way again from around the wicket. He bowls and beating him outside the off stump. There's a appeal for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire, as the over comes to an end. Ended with a beauty from Kemar Roach. But at the end of it, Jadeja is 43.88 to Kohli. It's 296 now for 4.
Yes, we were talking about the history of cricket between these 2 great cricketing nations, India and the West Indies. Of course, this is the 100th Test match between these 2 nations. Historically, India has won 23. The West Indies have won 30 with 46 draws. West Indies clearly has a much better overall record. But the turning point in West Indies cricket was 2002, because post 2002, the West Indies team against India is 0-15. They have been winless in Test cricket against India since 2002, and of course they will want to change that. If that happens or not, we will find out over the next few days.
Gabriel to do his part as he's on his way once more, brilliantly driven straight back past the bowler, so straight it knocked the middle stump clean out of the ground at the non-striker's end.
That's a straight drive.
Yep. 2 straight. He would say he hit that 2 straight. If he just hit it a little, maybe 2 inches left or right, he probably got 4. He would have gotten 4 runs, because I don't think either of the fielder at mid-off or mid-on would have had a chance to come across to cut that off.
And luckily for Jadeja, Shannon did not get his fingertips on the ball. Otherwise, Jadeja would have been run out
of his creases. That must be one of the most cruel dismissals in cricket, to be run out, especially if you haven't faced a ball and you're backing up and you get run out at the bowler's end. That's another good delivery. A little bit of 2 songs there, almost as if the bat got stuck in the pad, but he still got the inside edge and played it down to deep square leg for a single. But Gabriel threatening the stumps and the pads there, and just got a little inside edge there was Virat Kohli.
Yeah, that was he tucked it away towards the square leg and ambled across for a easy single, as Virat Kohli now moves on to 89, 11 away from his 100. And so far, other than that one delivery where Jadeja was beaten all ends up not much of trouble for the Indian batters.
Here is Gabriel once more, and wide outside the off stump. No interest at all there from Jadeja. And when I was looking at the previous results, Doc, consider the widest margin of victory. Only one time, I think the West Indies achieved a 5-0 whitewash of India. Other than that, 3-0, 3-2, 3-1 have been the scores. And of course, as of late, maybe because they're only playing 2 tests, and this is one of the, how should I say, one of the realities that we're now living with, is that guys are leaving India to come to the West Indies to play 2 test matches.
True.
You know?
And test matches are a rare thing nowadays.
It is unusual. Here is Gabriel, and again he's going to run quick. He's going to have to hurry here, and again Bradford cannot hit it. Really, he probably should have at least hit the stumps from that distance. Unfortunately for the Windies captain, he failed to hit the target again. Whether he would have been home or not is left to be seen, but really his life was in his hand there for a moment, Jadeja. And look at how quickly Bradford got to the board, picked it up, and really that one, he might have been out had he struck it, but he probably missed by more and from closer this time around.
I mean, if there were any 2 Indian batters who would be taking this kinds of risks of taking cheeky singles, it would be Virat Kohli and Jadeja. By far, 2 of the best in as far as running in between the wickets is concerned.
Mm-hmm. But even that sometimes could get you into trouble, as we saw there. They almost got it. Here's another good delivery from Shannon Gabriel, really just angling it in at the Virat Kohli, and Kohli, cool as ever, just standing up and allowing it to come on to him and playing it a little bit hurriedly, but keeping it out all the same. Yesterday we had a decent crowd. There was good crowd build-up throughout the day. We anticipate more of the same today, and I'm sure Trinidadian cricket fans would love to see Virat Kohli produce a big score here. I don't think West Indian fans would be too thrilled about that.
Yeah, I see some school children to our right in the stands coming in to watch the match.
Gabriel from over the wicket, outside his legs this time, and came too far across, missed out on that chance. It's the end of the over, the second from Gabriel this morning, and at the end of it, it remains 298 for 4.
Yes, both Ravindra Jadeja and Virat Kohli not taking any unusual chances except for those cheeky singles, which almost got them into some trouble because Brathwaite on both occasions failed to hit the stumps, as you mentioned. One of them was particularly a close call, I thought. And
the second one was probably closer than the first.
And the question comes up is, are those cheeky singles necessary at this stage of the game when it is in the first hour of play, you're just getting your rhythm going, and why take those chances? You have the gaps, push it in the gaps, take 1s and 2s, and continue to build your innings.
Especially when you saw in Roach's first over, I think he got 3 doubles off of his bowling without taking any risk at all. 2 on the offside, 1 on the onside, and that's 6 comfortable runs. Here is Roach again. Can he change that? Again, he's pushing him square the wicket. This time there's a man platooning out there, and they're limited to just the 1 run on this occasion. But that's again the general area where Jadeja has been particularly strong, and he's been picking off Roach with a couple almost every time he played the ball through there until now. They've plugged that gap.
Virat Kohli taking a fresh guard as he gets ready to face Roach, and Virat, of course, looking for his 29th Test 100.
Roach is with him once more. 2 slips on a gully. They go down, but they're not going to come into play there. This one is played down. All of a sudden, it just seems as if he was going the wrong way. I'm not quite sure where Warrican was going. He seemed to be going to his right. The ball was going to the left. Now everybody's in stitches because they can't figure out why he was going in that direction. And then he had to almost dive back to receive a ball that he should easily have just waited for it to come directly to him. But strange things happen on the cricket field.
Kohli now moves on to 90. Jadeja on 45. India
300
have
on the
reached
board.
300 for 4.
It's just the nervous 90s. We wait to see. Yeah, he is nibbling at one, giving the benefit of the doubt, pulling the bat inside of it at the last moment. But Roach again, just getting that little away movement, just little curl away from the outside edge for the left-hander. Well, there's the situation. Now, where was he going? I'm not quite sure. But he was all smiles as the ball was played straight to him actually, and he was going to his left. Roach turns and is on his way. And another good delivery outside the off stump, bowling that 5th and 6th stump line, asking Jadeja to come out there and try and get Toomey out there. Remember the West Indies delayed taking the new ball last night, and they persisted with the spinners. And in the end, I think we got, 86 overs in? Or was it 84 overs at the end of it all? So we were short of 6 overs. I went at the cutoff at 5:30. Roach once more. And again, just touching down again after Howie once more. Another shot at the stumps. They might get a second as there is an overthrow and some confusion there as to why it is they didn't take it, because first up it seems as if Kohli wanted it. Jadeja had gone past the wicket some distance and the ball still wasn't picked up by Shannon Gabriel. They had more than enough time to come back for the second run, and then for some strange reason they just decided against it. I'm not sure if it touched the bat on the way through when Kohli was running through, but certainly it looked like a second run was on.
Yeah, Jadeja was halfway down the wicket, and Virat did not seem interested at all in that second run of the overthrow.
Well, he is on 90. And Roach is with him now, and again he's turning this one through square leg. This time it goes for 4. Well, he just got inside the line of it and just helped it through forward square leg, just slightly backward in the end, and he was able to pick up a wonderful boundary. So he doesn't seem too nervous in these 90s as he looks to be racing through it. He's 94 now as it's 305 for 4.
There was a terrific shot, just a flick of and the ball ran away this time to the deep square leg boundary. There was no stopping this time, and of course Warrican was way he had to cover a lot of ground, which was not possible for him, and there's 4 more to Virat Kohli. He moves on to 94, Jadeja on 46, and India 305 for 4. Current run rate is 3.47.
And which is pretty good. Now, do you want to hear something? You were just talking about the kind of vice grip that India has on the West Indies in terms of Test cricket. I was just reading this article here, and it says that Jasprit Bumrah's return to action seems imminent. And with the fast bowler now bowling with full intensity in the nets. Here is Gabriel, and that's a good delivery, coming back in a little bit at Jadeja, and he just plays it onto his pads. Didn't go very far from him, but that must be I think batsmen probably didn't want to hear that kind of news this early in the morning.
Yeah, the BCCI and Jay Shah released a press statement that pertaining to all the medical news, not only on Jasprit Bumrah but also on KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer, Prasidh Krishna, and even Rishabh Pant, who was involved in a horrible accident last year, and he's making significant progress in his rehabilitation, has commenced batting as well, Rishabh Pant.
Well, here is Gabriel, too far outside the off stump, in fact, giving wicketkeeper De Silva a little bit of a workout there, low down to his left, but he took it clean enough, but way too wide there on the part of Shannon Gabriel. No interest at all from Jadeja. And that is the challenge bowling to a left-hander, right-hander, left-hand, right-hand combination. You have to be so concentrated as a bowler.
And I think this combination is the one that has troubled the West Indies. Looking at the opening pair of Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal, they put on a 100-plus partnership, and now this pair also has put on a 100-run partnership. So you're absolutely right. This right-hand, left-hand combination does throw things off, and I'm sure you, in your time as a bowler, must have experienced that as well.
It happens all the time. Here is Gabriel from around the wicket. Now again playing, really just asking the batsman to come onto the front foot. Jadeja looking so comfortable at times, just obliged him, came onto that front foot, and with the full face of the bat, just squeezed it out into the offside, but he can't get a run. The sun is back with us here. We did have a little cloud cover a short while ago, but it's brilliant sunshine again. The oval looks a picture. And I'm wondering if Relator is here at the oval. I know his good pal Gavaska is here, so he would be anxious to maybe catch up with old times.
Yes, I met him in the box yesterday.
Gabriel from around the wicket once more, and this is a good delivery, but it's played well. They're going to get another single in the end, and good fielding again by Mackenzie, but he can't prevent the run. And actually, it's Jason. It is Joseph, Alzari Joseph, who was sprinting across to his left. He looked very sprightly there, but he couldn't prevent the single.
I mean, if you think about it, Jadeja and Kohli, 34, 35 years of age, and the running in between the wickets that they are displaying it tells you how supremely fit these two cricketers are. Kohli, of course,
to it. Yep.
And
Kohli,
Kohli is putting so much emphasis on his fitness, and Ravindra Jadeja is a spark.
Certainly it is. Here's Gabriel now looking fit as well. Pitches up, and this one is driven nicely. It's an on drive. They thought for a moment about a single, but Kemar Roach is quickly across to his right and denies them that opportunity. I thought that Kohli sensed the danger because he would have been coming to the danger end and decided against it. It turned out to be a good decision. India and Kemar Roach did well in the field. So a lot of interest here, a lot of interest in England as well, as the English went past 500 and were piling on the runs, trying to bat Australia out of that fourth test, looking to tie up that series and set up a grandstand finish in the fifth and final test. But here, we're in the second test, second day. Gabriel looking for a wicket, doesn't get it there, and Kohli tacks on one more. He inches on to 95 now, so he's 5 away. 307 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yes, Kohli in his nervous 90s, moving on to 95, has really batted very well, has not shown any, he's not been troubled whatsoever so far in the morning's play, and has played some good on drives. One particular flick down towards the square leg boundary was quite a delight to watch, and he is just 5 away from what would be his 29th Test 100 and actually 76th International 100. So what a momentous occasion it would be to bring up 100 here.
But he has 28 Test centuries, but he also has, what is it, 26 half centuries to go along with that as well. So he's done a fairly good rate of transferring those half centuries into centuries.
Yes, his conversion rate is quite good. Yes, you're absolutely right. As we now see a bowling change as Warrican comes from the opposite end, and are you a bit surprised?
Yep, I am surprised that we're not seeing maybe Alzari Joseph or even Jason Holder get an opportunity early this morning. But Warrican did bowl well yesterday, and so they'll be hoping that he continues. He has 1 for 55 now.
Not going to talk to me until he gets it.
But really, this is a bit of a surprise. However, he does have a slip on a forward short leg, a short square leg just to the right of the umpire, a mid-wicket, a mid-on. As Kohli is right in behind it, stands up and pushes it back to the bowler to complete the field on the offside. There's just that slip, there's backward point, a cover, extra cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off. From around the wicket he goes, and this one is pushed into the offside, square of the wicket for a comfortable single. So Kohli inches on to 96 now, and just 4 away now from century number 29. 308 for 4.
Vinod and I, when we were driving over from the hotel to the stadium, we were talking that one of the strategies would be to use bouncers more liberally today and make the batsmen give them something to worry about. But we haven't seen a single bouncer today. In fact, yesterday, in the first day's play, it was not until the 10th over that we actually saw the first bouncer bowled.
Which is surprising, especially when you put the opponents into bat. Here he is now from over the wicket. That one is driven nicely down to long on, and they're going to get another easy single. So Jadeja inches on now to what would be another half century for him. He's on 48. 96 to Virat Kohli, who comes on strike. 309 for 4. All the while, India building here. Warwick now goes back around the wicket as he bowls to the right-handed Virat Kohli. The man at backward point was sleeping there a little bit, Shannon Gabriel, and he now has to come back into a more attacking position, trying to prevent that single. And this time, a little bit hurriedly, you can see Virat Kohli coming onto that front foot and pushing it out there.
There has been a lot of talk about Kohli not getting 100, so getting one here will temporarily silence those critics.
Certainly, it's been a good 100 too. Again, coming forward, Warwick is pitching up to him, and you could just hear the compliments coming from wicketkeeper De Silva. Telling him, well bowled, Jamal. Again, they're going to go for a quick single, and nothing the fielders can do about it. Atanaz is deep, and so too is Shannon Gabriel. So one more to Virat Kohli. He goes to 97 as the over comes to an end. It's 310 now for 4.
Yes, Kohli three away from a magnificent 100 when he gets to one.
But before you finish up here, your good friend Vinod Mamchan is going to come and chat with you, so maybe you could carry on your conversation from last night about, well, I don't want to say what it is you all drank or what you ate, or whatever it is. He could explain to you what it is he gave you to eat.
Yes, after 90 overs, India 310 for 4. This is the first session of the second day here at the 100th Test match between India and the West Indies, the Queen's Park Oval. Shannon Gabriel gets ready to bowl his 16th over of the innings, and Virat Kohli is just 3 away from his 29th Test 100. Shannon comes and bowls, and Virat Kohli just defends, and the ball just goes over to short extra cover, and no run results. As I say good morning to Professor Vinod Mamchan. Good morning, Vinod.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
All good, all good. India is doing well. I'm doing good.
How was your night?
Night was very peaceful, rested very well, and ready to go.
Excellent.
How was yours?
It was very, very good indeed. I had dinner with a dear friend, and then went home, and I'm here this morning very early. 310 for 4. That's the score at the moment. Gabriel was bowled well. His figures of 1 for 55 really doesn't tell the story. Here he is. He runs away from us, goes past the umpire about now, and pulls out. So a little birdie decided to get a piece of the action, a closer view. Gabriel would not be happy with that birdie. Takes a lot to stop a big unit when you're full throttle.
And the amount of energy that Shannon Gabriel uses, and then somebody just passes by the side screen, completely disturbing the rhythm of Shannon Gabriel. And now he has to reload, and Virat Kohli is getting ready. 3 runs away from what would be his 29th Test century.
Here is Gabriel running away from us, up to the wicket now, bowls, and he's driving square of the wicket, and that's the century that Virat Kohli has been looking for. A full delivery, just pushing out, driving it down to the point boundary. The Indian fans are on their feet, and the Virat Kohli shares a rare smile.
Yes, he's waving to the crowd, waving to the dressing room, and what a wonderful occasion to bring up his 29th 100. This is his 76th international 100, and what an occasion on the 100th Test match between India and the West Indies here at the lovely Queen's Park Oval. And what a shot to bring up his century as well, Vinod.
It's a lovely shot indeed. He was just pushing out, but at the end of the day, I thought Gabriel made it easy for him. When a guy is just 3 runs short of a century that has been eluding him, you don't offer up half volleys to him, and that is what Gabriel did on that occasion. 314 for 4. And Cody celebrating the 100th test match between these two great nations with a century. Here is Gabriel. He's in again up to the wicket now, bowls, and he clips this away through mid-wicket. They take one, that's all they're going to get. The score goes on out to 315 for 4. Jadeja, who has batted well, the rock star, is on 48. He is now into strike.
Yeah, these two batsmen, other than a couple of deliveries that we have seen, particularly to Jadeja, where he was beaten outside the off stump, have really not been troubled at all. And Kohli has looked supremely confident. We spoke about his innings yesterday. It was a very well calculated, constructed innings, methodically. As he came into bat today, he was 87 not out, and he has added the necessary 13 plus runs to get to his 29th test century. So congratulations to Virat Kohli.
And as Gabriel always do to left-handers, he goes around the wicket. Here he is now, around the wicket, up to the wicket now, bowls, and this one comes in with the angle, and they can't get a single. A short mid-wicket there, at the delivery fielded by Warkan. And the score remains 315 for 4. So I was going about my night in a very peaceful manner. I was happy. We had a good day's play yesterday, had a good dinner. And all of a sudden, I read somewhere that some guy by the name of Akash Chopra has called for the West Indies to be stripped of their status. I'll get back to that. Here is Gabriel. Running away from us now, a big man. Up to the wicket, bowls. Driving is Jadeja, that's 4. I don't think skipper Bradford will be able to, he pulls it up now, in fact, and they're able to come back for 2. So good speed there by Craig Brathwaite. That had 4 written all over it. So that's 2 more, 317 for 4. So I read about some guy named Akash Chopra who's asking for the West Indies to be stripped of their status. Now, first to begin with, Nilesh, I thought he was an Indian film star. I never knew he was a cricketer, which means he never did anything for I to really notice him. So I checked his test average. It was a very good bowling average. His batting average, I think he was an opener, they say. He had a very good bowling average. And he, who averages 23, is calling for the West Indies to be stripped of test status. Gabriel is in, and this is a play the way down to mid-on. There is no run. Roach is in the way. The score remains 317 for 4. And after looking at that, at his average, and realizing he was a cricketer, I wondered, this guy, does he know the history of cricket to be asking for the West Indies to be stripped of test status? What about the Indian team that literally ran out of the stadium at Sabina Park back in the day, fearing the West Indian fast bowlers? No one talked about stripping the Indians of the test status.
No, I think that's. I would completely disagree with Akash's comments about that. I have not read that myself, but certainly uncalled for. And there's such rich history between India and the West Indies, and nobody would ever think about stripping West Indies of any kind of status. This is a team that will have a rebuilding process in place. You got young cricketers. You got Mackenzie, who is doing his debut. You have Athanes, and build on the youth with the expertise of some of the seniors who is here, who are playing in this match.
The difference now and way back then was that now everyone has a voice on social media, and that's the danger. It makes people announce themselves as idiots to the world.
Have you heard of the term fake news, popularized by President Trump?
When I saw Akash Chopra's test record, I thought that was fake news. You can't be averaging 23 and asking for the West Indies to be stripped of their status. As a matter of fact, I had to look up to see if he was a cricketer. This is Holder and pushed away on the offside. There is no run. The score remains 317 for 4. Well, I'm hearing the guys in the back of the com box asking, who is he? So that should tell you. At the moment, the score is 370. My very good friend Sunil Ramdeen was researching this guy last night. I think Sunil started researching which movie he acted in.
Yeah, Sunil doesn't mince any words.
He's coming up next with
when I find him. But sometimes he's in hibernation.
Yeah, is Holder. He's up to the wicket now. Bowls clipped away. Full toss. Down to deep mid wicket. Chandapal is there. And they come back for two. Good bit of work there by Chandapal. Well, he's coming in next with another guy who doesn't mince his words, and that's Colin Murray. And I would like to get their opinion when they come on about that statement. All of a sudden, everyone is an expert on West Indies cricket.
Well, I think when Colin and Sunil come on, I think one of the common topics might be somebody sitting to the right of me, Vinod Mamchan.
When they finish with me, I think they will deal with Chopra.
Because I think that comparison of Vinod Mamchan with Rohit Sharma went on for a long time yesterday.
They know
Colin was on fire.
They know classy people. Here is Holder up to the wicket now. He bowls just outside the off stump, coming in with the angle taken by De Silva. Speaking about classy people, that is one classy young man, De Silva. You had a conversation with him.
Yes, we talked about the audio that was coming out of from the stumps, and we met the parents of De Silva, and the mother's affection and love for Virat Kohli far outweighing his love for her own child. What happened there?
Yeah, is Holder. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls and driving straight back down the ground. That's four. Holder just getting his ankle out of the line of that shot. Very good shot there by Virat Kohli. What a classy player he is. 323 for 4. He is going on to 108. Let's take... Our producer Jason has just sent me a note. He wants us to go back to when he was 2 years old in 1948.
You just gave away his age.
That was the first test match ever played between these two great nations. The West Indies batted first at the Firozshah Kotla in Delhi. As here is Holder. Big frame. Comes in now on bowls. Clipped away. Again, runs here to the right of Roach at mid-on. They get one. And that takes the score to 324 for 4. The West Indies batting first in that match made a small matter, and I repeat, Nilesh, a small matter of 631 against the Indians. 152 by Sir Clyde Walcott, 128 from Sir Everton Weeks. There was a guy called Commander Ranachari, 5 for 107, and Vinu Mankad at 2 for 176. India were bowled out for 454. Adkari 114 not out, and Ibrahim 85. Prior Jones had 3 for 90. And Jerry Gomez, we were in the Jerry Gomez Media Center. Jerry Gomez had 2 for 76. India was sent to follow on. And they followed on. The match ended in a draw with India 220 for 6 with Abraham on 44 and Modi, no relation to Narendra Modi, the 36. This is a play that way just where forward short leg should be, and there is no run. It brings the over to an end. Latest score here 324 for 4. Robert Christiani had 3 for 52, and John Goddard 1 for 18. So that's a history that you spoke about.
You know, the thing is, you mentioned the scorecard in great detail, but back then, a match ending in a draw for India was almost like a victory. The focus and the goal was, let's not lose to good oppositions.
Well, I think
that was the mindset. Now the mindset has changed.
Well, that should be the mindset of the West Indies. I always say you just can't show up one day and beat people. You have to compete first. Yeah. And I thought that session after lunch yesterday was a very good session for the West Indies. They competed well. They had a period there where 4 wickets fell for around 70 runs, and that was very good. We're going to see Alzari Joseph for the first time this morning. He's going to take up the attack just under us here at the Jerry Gomez Media Center.
Yeah, I think since 2002, as we mentioned before, West Indies have been winless. They are 0-15. So, and India is not going to play another test match for another 4 or 5 months with the World Cup coming up, and then so test matches are not being played as frequently as they used to be. And you know, this record of 0-15 is something West Indies is worried about, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a delivery on the 2 straight, worked away down behind square for 1 by Kohli. And Joseph just bowling a loosener there, 325 for 4. I think what people need to understand, Nilesh, the West Indies, they're coming up against a team that was in the World Test Championship final.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the focus that the players should have. And you may be playing a test match with any nation, but the goal should always be to win and be aggressive. And winning the toss here and fielding first did surprise me. I know Colin thought that that was probably the right move, but I think if we ask him that use your retrospectoscope, there is no scope like that, by the way, but if he were to use that, he may be willing to change his mind perhaps, but I think I think fielding here first, that really baffled me.
I think Colin's angle and Colin's idea about it was that you look at the pitch, and with the West Indies fast bowlers, the best chance they would have had is in that first session. But then you looked at Roach, and even Roach was bowling very short, very wide, down the leg side. They just did not use the conditions properly. This is pushed away down to mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket. They get 1, so that's 1 more. And the Jadeja is on the 51, Kohli 110.
Yeah, that decision about fielding first, putting the onus and the focus of your strength, which is the West Indies fast bowling, has unfortunately backfired for the West Indies, and both Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma had a 100-run partnership and did not even lose a wicket in the first session, which is when you are supposed to be taking most number of wickets.
Okay, so think about this. 139 was the opening stand. Had the West Indies fast bowlers in that initial 45 minutes or so in the morning used the conditions properly and had broken that partnership, what would have happened? The Indians ended up losing 4 wickets just after lunch. Had they gotten an early breakthrough, it could have been a different kettle of fish. So let's look at the field. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, long leg, and a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary for the short ball. This is pushed away down to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So I understand Colin Murray's thinking at the point in time.
You know, we did not see a bouncer bowl until the 10th over in this particular innings, and like you mentioned, that the aggression, the body language became more apparent in the second session on the first day last night. But as Joseph gets ready to bowl the next one, right arm over.
There he is. That's a good delivery. But Kohli just taking the piece off, pushing it short of Chanderpaul at short cover, and they run a single. These two are excellent runners between the sticks. It's 327 for 4.
Virat Kohli on 111 and Ravindra Jadeja on 51. They are building this partnership, which looks to me a very ominous thing for the West Indies at the present time, because if these two continue, I think a score over 450 would be very much on the cards. And if India puts on 450, 500, then the West Indies will be in a defensive mode, trying to save the test match from that point onwards.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just to bring you up to date, in England, I think the English made 592. That's against Australia.
And I think we know that any time in a test match, if you score more than 400, 450 in the first innings, you are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's your match to win. It's the other team's situation. All they'll have to do is defense. So you're quite right. It'll be on the defensive. I think from this position, the West Indies can hold India to a draw. It'll be very good. It'll be a great effort from this position. 327 for 4. It's the end of the over. 111 to Kohli and 51 to Jadeja.
We have not seen a single bouncer bowled, today. And we keep harping on that subject. Yesterday it was Alzari Joseph from the players' end, from the other side of the commentary box, and he was showing some fire, and we saw that. Shannon Gabriel saw that, but I think that fire that we saw yesterday afternoon, I'm not seeing it this morning so far. Even the body language, it's almost it's lacking. I'm not saying that's a sign of resignation of any sort, but I think the captain and the vice captain need to do something. Bowl, get the batsman outside that comfort zone. As Jason Holder comes in from right arm over the wicket.
Yes, Holder, that's a short delivery, just riding it. Kohli plays it down just forward of square, and there is no run. So the West Indies, they'll be looking to get that breakthrough.
There is a slip, a point, a cover point, a mid-off, a mid-on, very short mid-wicket, and a man fielding at a very short mid-on position, and a man on the fine leg boundary.
Yes, Holder, and again short, and the Kohli just getting, paddling it around the corner really, just getting inside the line, tapping it more than anything else, guiding it. That's just one, not wanting to play the full-blooded hook shot, which Gabriel posted back on the long leg boundary, and Jamel work on the deep backward square boundary as well.
You know, I would like to see that fielder at the short mid-on position to be in like somewhere between a forward and a backward shot, like somewhere in between that area. If Jason Holder is going to try and bounce and make them play on the chest, perhaps you get a bat pad and the ball could fly in that zone, but that is not the case. Now we have a slip, a gully and a point, and there's a man on the boundary on the point region. There's a short mid-off, a mid-off, mid-on and a mid-wicket.
Outside the off stump, shaping away, but too wide to interest Jadeja. Score remains 328 for 4.
India moving along rather comfortably at the moment. Really no troubles for either Virat Kohli or Ravindra Jadeja. 328 for 4. Jadeja batting on 51. Virat Kohli on 112. The current run rate in this test match is at 3.5. As Ravindra Jadeja gets ready to face Jason Holder, who is coming around this time right arm over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yes, Holder is in now on bowls and pushed away just a forward of point. He wants a single. Jadeja is not there. Chandapal pouncing on that. 328. And just to take you back to 1976, where we were speaking about India versus West Indies at Sabina Park, when no West Indian called for India to be stripped of their status. The Indians declared their innings with 5 wickets down. They lost the test match, and they had an overall lead of 12 runs, the Indians. Derek Murray in Fire of Babylon said that the Indians had declared saying that the West Indies were using too many fast bowlers against them. No, if you're using too many fast bowlers and my fast bowlers are too fast, then you're not supposed to be playing test cricket.
Yeah, well, you know, fast bowlers and Indian test cricket has never been the strength. India is known to produce world-class spinners, going back to the days of Bishan Singh Bedi, Bhagwat Chandrasekhar, Srinivas Venkataraghavan, the famed trio.
Yes, all around the wicket comes in again, too wide.
And it was not until Kapil Dev, and then came Javagal Srinath and other fast bowlers who came in. Zahir Khan, and of course the lot of Ashish Nehra, Zahir Khan, that brought pace into the equation. Otherwise, India was so heavily dependent when Sunil Gavaskar used to play. Talking about Sunil Gavaskar, he is of course here at the Queen's Park Oval. And if just to bring our listeners up to speed, Sunil Gavaskar has played 5 test matches here at the Queen's.
Yes, Sunil Gavaskar has played 5 test matches. Doc, I think he has a very poor average of 99.
Yes, my apologies. So he played 5 test matches. Sunil Manohar Gavaskar, 9 innings at the Queen's Park Oval, scored 793 runs at this venue at an average of 99.12. Just a shade under what Don Bradman had in his life, 99.94.
Yeah, that's disappointing by Gavaskar. He should have averaged 100.
And he's got 4 test hundreds at the Queen's Park Oval. And of course he was there in the box, and everybody wanted a piece of Mr. Gavaskar while he was having his lunch, and I was sitting next to him, and I felt very privileged. I thought they were coming to see me.
I'm sure they were also coming to see you. This is Joseph now, comes in and bowls, good delivery, just a back of a length, but Cody just opens the face, guides it down past Gully for 2. The runs coming easily here for the Indians. 330 for 4. So Trinidad and Tobago's ambassador to Jamaica, Derek Murray, who I see Queen's Park has named their players gallery after him. He actually played in a 1976 match, and he's quoted as saying in Babylon movie that, or documentary if you may want to say, the Indians thought the West Indies were using too many fast bowlers, and they ran away. I think if you ran away from fast bowlers, you should not be playing Test cricket.
Well,
I want to say good night to Mr. Chopra. I want to know which movie he's acting in these days.
Well, talking about fast bowlers, I've heard stories from Anshuman Gaikwad and Sunil Gavaskar back in the day when Andy Roberts, Michael Holding, Malcolm Marshall were at their helm.
This is played away, and there is no run. Goes down to mid-on, and the score remains 330 for 4.
Virat Kohli, prior to this test match, had 8,555 runs. Of course, Virat's highest score is 254 in test cricket. Virat's journey actually began as a very young boy, 9-year-old, as he gets ready to face Jason Holder, batting on 114.
There he is now. That's a good delivery. It was quick as well. Kohli equal to the task, pushing it away to Chandapol. There is no run. 330, the score remains 51 to Jadeja, who is a top all-rounder.
So what more can the West Indies bowlers do, we know, at this juncture with the match 330 for 4? I mean, clearly India in the driver's seat. They need to break this partnership.
I think that's the first thing. That's the first thing. They just need to deal with what is before them, which is these two. Cody pushing firmly straight to Chandapol at cover, and there is no run. I think they just need to get a breakthrough and keep on working. That's all they can really do.
And Alzari Joseph was the one who was firing those bouncers yesterday. Today, I don't see the same degree of aggression that he displayed yesterday as he now gets ready. India 330 for 4, Jadeja 51, Kohli 114.
This time he pushes it away through the gap. Lovely shot for 4, and that is class. Well, it's holding up, but yes, Raffit will just pull it in. They come back for 3, and that's the class of the man. You find players of his caliber that don't hit the ball in this, to the same fielder twice.
Those cover drives from Virat Kohli are the price of admission to a test match, to a one-day international or a T20. I mean, he has that cover drive that Virat Kohli plays is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Kohli has shown his class here for all to see at the Queen's Park Oval. A number of people, to be honest, they've come to see him as well. The man is legendary, and he has delivered here at the Queen's Park Oval. I'm sure this is going to be very special because Kohli, as a young boy growing up, would have heard wonderful stories about the Queen's Park Oval and Sunil Gavaskar scoring so many runs here. Here he is now up to the wicket and bowls, and this is squeezed away down behind square. They take just one. Jadeja goes on to 52. Kohli's 117.
Yeah, talking about Virat Kohli's cricketing journey, it actually began in 1998, we know. There's a 9-year-old young boy. He joined the West Delhi Cricket Academy under his coach Rajkumar Sharma, no relation to your friend Rohit Sharma. And Virat used to be accompanied by his father Prem. His father was a lawyer in Delhi, and he was picked for the Delhi under under 14 side and didn't perform as well at that time, but then gradually gained his momentum. He scored his first century in a BCCI conducted tournament against Jammu and Kashmir at the Jamia Millia ground in New Delhi. As we'll continue that story as Jason Holder.
Yeah, Holder's going to continue from the southern end. He's going to come around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Jadeja. And again, lovely day for cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. I want to say a very good morning to all our listeners out there, all around the world, taking in this test match at the beautiful Queen's Park Cricket Club here in Trinidad and Tobago. It has been an absolute beauty of a setting, so to speak. The setting has been absolutely beautiful here for this 100 test. The good Lord has also blessed us with wonderful weather, and the Indians are large and in charge here at the moment. The fans starting to come in. I was very surprised that so many people came on day one. This time it's short, pulled away, short hand jab down to deep mid wicket. Athanaze is there, and that is a single. In fact, it's a direct hit by Athanaze.
This broadcast is brought to you by Cricket 360 Production, and I would have a question for all our Cricket 360 fans all over the world. A quick trivia question to you, Vinod, and our friends. Who's the only player who has played for one IPL team since the inception of the Indian Premier League in 2008? All seasons he has played for only one team. Who is that man?
I'm thinking Bravo, Dwayne Bravo. I know when Chennai was suspended, I think MS Dhoni had left, flicked away. Could be Pollard as well with the Mumbai Indians.
Virat Kohli moves on to 117 and
could be Virat Kohli with RCB.
Ravindra Jadeja 53, and the answer is Virat Kohli. He has played for the same team all these years for the RCB. The Royal Challengers of Bangalore is the team that he has played for. Do you know what is Virat's nickname, by the way?
No.
We'll talk about it after this particular delivery from Jason Holder as he comes into the left-handed Jadeja.
It's hold up to the wicket now, bowls, and that's way outside the off stump. Jadeja would not be tempted. Going full and wide there, Jason Holder, as if he's bowling to at the back end of a limited overs game or T20 match.
The current score 336 for 4. Jadeja batting on 53, Virat Kohli on 118. A brilliant knock, very well constructed by Virat Kohli. 118, and he's on his way. He's on his way to a beautiful knock. Continues to play well. Let's see how far he goes.
Here is Holder. Round the wicket again, bowls. Too wide to interest Jadeja as an obvious ploy to get him to play loosely outside the off stump. He's very strong with deliveries that are straight on his body. So Holder just looking to tempt him a bit.
Holder has been, I thought he was bowling a lot better yesterday. And what a pleasant guy. You and I met him at the team hotel yesterday and had a nice, pleasant conversation with the young man.
He's a gentleman. The Holder comes from Barbados, where there are a number of gentlemen. On that note, I want to say good morning to one of my dear friends there. Here's Holder, and going for the bumper, just swing out of the way into the gloves of the silver. It remains 336 for 4. Yeah, I'd like to say good morning to David, De Kersey, Fitzgerald, Patrick, Harris, across there in the Bridgetown. Good guy. The Barbadians are very cultured people, and you can see that in Holder. You know, a couple of months ago I was walking down Broad Street, their main street in Bridgetown, and a young man just walked up to say good evening. You don't see that much again. That's not a bumper there from Holder, but harmless. So it was over the head of Jadeja. First hour's play has ended. The latest score at the Queen's Park Oval, 336 for 4. After more thoughts from Dr. Nilesh Mehta, we'll be joined by Colin Murray and Sunil Ramdi.
Yes, so far so good for Team India. They have been moving along at a very comfortable pace. 336 for 4 with Jadeja batting on 53. Virat Kohli completely undisturbed on 118. A magnificent innings that he has put together so far. The players are having a drinks break, and at the present time things look quite ominous. If I was a West Indian fan with no hopes of any wicket so far, except the last over, we saw 2 bouncers bowled challenging the batters here. As I have the distinct pleasure in welcoming a dear friend, Sunil Ramdin, as he comes in. And Sunil, good to see you. I was looking for you yesterday afternoon.
Good morning, Dr. Mehta. I was most present. I was enjoying the cricket in the Cyril Dupree stands with some of my friends. But I was also following all your information on your Cricket Doctor page. And if you don't know, you can follow Dr. Mehta on Cricket Doctor, where you can find some exciting and outstanding information. And another doctor is joining me now, a doctor of a different type. I'll allow him to tell you. And let me say very good morning to Mr. Colin Murray.
Good morning to you, Mr. Ramdin. I didn't realize, I know Dr. Mehta is, I know he's a doctor, but I didn't realize he has a cricket information site.
Absolutely.
Well, what is it? You must send it for me.
I will do that.
Because every time I disagree with him, I will send him a note. Like how I am disagreeing with him about West Indies not batting first. I still maintain that the best opportunity for the fast bowlers was in that first morning session. And it just showed, to me, they just didn't get it right. You look at they didn't get it right in terms of who they gave to open the bowling as well. When you have a new ball on the first morning of a test match, if there's a little bit of preparation moisture, we talked about no grass, the grass was rolled in, but still, you would have thought there would have been some preparation moisture, and the best opportunity for your 4 fast bowlers would be in the morning session. You give the new ball, not to Shannon Gabriel, who is your fastest bowler, together with Alzari Joseph. You give it to Kemar Roach. Now, I'm not saying Kemar Roach is not... This man has, 261, or I can't remember the amount of test wickets he's had, but I know it's over 260. So there's no doubt he's a quality bowler. However, I would have wanted my 2 fastest bowlers to get that new cherry and bowl as fast as they could. So you then take off Kemar Roach, you bring on Shannon Gabriel after 8 overs or so, and then the 9th over you give it to Warrican. You've won the toss, you've got 4 fast bowlers, and you bring on a spinner after 9 overs. Somewhere along the line, I am not understanding that. Then, I think you mentioned to me that you saw 1 bouncer yesterday. I mean, come on. You're bowling with a deep backward square. You're bowling with a man at fine leg. That tells me that you're going to try and set up the batsman for him to go for the hook. So you're going to either bowl short enough, and when I say short, I mean head high. Let him reach for that hook shot if he wants to play it. No, I am not talking where I saw Sharma was hooking deliveries just about chest high, just rocking back and hitting it high over deep mid wicket. So to me, the entire morning session was a waste of time. 121 runs scored, and you send an opposition in. And then you come in the second session, you concede 64 runs, I believe, in that session, or 62 runs, or how many ever it was, and you pick up 4 wickets. So what did you do differently in the second session that you did from the first session? It's crazy, and it built up the hopes here of the patrons who would come. All of a sudden, it was 189 for 4. Let me just check my record. 182 for 4. So you figure, well, they're in with a chance. Yes, I know Kohli and Jadeja, there's no doubt about the quality, but everything is so flat. And I just don't understand the body language of the West Indian team, it's I don't want to blame anybody. but as a captain, you've got to motivate your players. A captaincy is not just about tactics and changing bowlers. When do I bowl a spinner? When do I bowl a fast bowler? When do I bowl a medium pacer? And how do I set the field? Do I more attack this batsman on the onside? It's much more than that. It's a matter of motivating your players, getting them wanting to play. You look at some of the body line, and since these guys have come out to bat, even this morning, it looks like a practice match, and it's sad to say. And everybody's going to say, I think it's Mr. Chopra, I don't know him, but he's talking about the pitch or something like that, about West Indies cricket. And I mean, it's madness. And they only have themselves to blame. The players themselves. If you're going to tell me that these guys want to play international cricket, they've got to show it. And I'm not talking ability-wise. I'm talking here of mentally, and their body language. But Warrican, as the refreshment cart has gone off, and Warrican is going to come in from the Jerry Gomez Media Center, or Willie Rodriguez end, and the first delivery, Kohli is forward. But, I just went, sorry about that, Sunil, but I just had to, it was really an answer to Dr. Mitra, because here is Warrican in, and I'm not going to change my mind. Whatever happens, I still maintain that the West Indies, the best chance the bowlers had. And I tell you what, today, tomorrow, and the fourth day, this pitch, there's not going to be much change. It's going to be a batting paradise. Now, we'll just see how good the West Indies batsmen are, or just how good the Indian bowlers are.
I'll tell you what, we certainly know how good the Indian batsmen are, because, in spite of what we thought the West Indies should have done, take nothing away from the class of the Indian batsmen. I think the timing, the feel, just pacing the field, they were top class.
Here is Warrican to Jadeja. He's playing this one out to mid-wicket. There is no run. So 337 for 4. Kohli is on 119. Jadeja is on 53. There's one slip for Warrican, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, and he's pushing it out to that short mid-on. Brathwaite is the man doing the fielding. Give Jadeja a lot of credit, because I tell you, I think he's played a really disciplined knock. He tends to be a guy who goes after the bowling, but to me, it's been very well calculated. As this one, he plays out to mid-wicket. Again, there is no run.
Keep going, Joey.
He hasn't taken any undue risk, so to speak. And I think it's what you call a real good test innings. Here he's on the front foot. He's pushing it out on the onside. He was thinking of the single as it was going just to the left of, is that Mackenzie there? Yes, it is, at that mid-wicket. And Kohli sent him back. The end of the over from Warrican. And at the end of it, the Indian team, they are 339 for 4, and this partnership continues. When you think about it, they came together at 182.
Yeah, and just to go back to what you said, Colin, I think that has been India's, aside from Jadeja, I think Jadeja has just been a manifestation of India's approach to this game. I think they've come out, they've been very watchful, all of the batsmen. They clearly have come together, they come out to take their time and put together a significant test innings, and their approach has been very circumspect, as you said. Proper test cricket, and I think they're looking to build a really big innings. You'd think at this point the Indian strategy would be to bat once.
Yeah, that's right. I would think they would try to get as close as to 600 as they can, and then put the West Indies. I would think maybe if they bat until tea time, just after tea, and give the West Indies an hour and a half or thereabouts today. That should be the type of plan they have. But again, you look at the Indians and their approach to batting. It's something that the West Indians can look at, the young West Indian players, and look at the approach. Look at no risk, so to speak. Yes, I know Kohli is a class act, but you looked at him from the time he came out yesterday. You knew his sights were set on a big one. He was looking to get 100, and he batted that way. Here he's facing Joseph outside the line of the off stump, and he's allowing it to go through to be taken by Da Silva. Yeah, and I think he took 20 balls to get off the mark.
Yes,
and,
he did.
And that just shows you the mental approach from Kohli.
Absolutely. And in fact, Kohli had come under some criticism for not taking his time in terms of his approach to his test innings. But I'll tell you what, It is ominous. You mentioned earlier off air, Kohli may be looking at a double century. He's done it 7 times already. So it is looking a bit ominous for the West Indies.
Yeah, because you look at him as he faces up to Joseph, and that's too wide of the off stump, and signal a wide by the umpire. It was Joseph stands there and looks at umpire Rasmus as if to say, but this is Test cricket. I'm allowed to bowl that wide. But it was a little too wide, I thought, and I think the umpire, he's having a quick word with him now, Joseph, as he's walking back, and I thought it was just, it was outside of that popping crease there, and you look at it and you may say, well, another umpire and another day might have allowed it.
Yeah,
but
it was flirting with the line.
Yeah.
Certainly.
And but he's at the top of his mark, and I was going to make a point about Kohli, and I'll do it after this delivery, as Joseph is into him again, and this is outside the line of the off stump, and Kohli is just pushing it more than anything else out to the deep point position, and they pick up an easy single. So he goes to 120, the total on to 339 for 4. Even when he got to his 100, he's just been playing good cricket in shots. He's not try to go over the top or taking a slog sweeps, or you would have thought, well, after you got your 100, you're going to up the tempo a little bit. He hasn't really upped the tempo in terms of risky shots. He is still playing good cricket in shots, good Test cricket in shots, and that's what I'm saying. That's why he's eyeing a big score. Well, it's the left-handed Jadeja taking strike from Alzari Joseph as he's on his way, bowls to him, and Jadeja opens the face of the bat, guides it down to Holder, who is at that deep point position right out on the boundary, and they ambush through for another single. So Jadeja on to 54, total on to 340 now for 4.
I was just curious, Colin, 97 overs, was the new ball taken?
Yeah.
It was taken.
Yeah. It was taken first thing this morning, but again, Sunil, I'm sorry, I would really like to see the quicker bowlers bowling some deliveries that short, bounce, and get them ducking. I don't care, if they duck and they leave it alone. I have no problem with that. But you're bowling just short of a length, or you're bowling half volleys, or you're bowling short deliveries, and these guys are not perturbed at all.
Yeah, I think it comes down to two key things you mentioned, Colin: effort and strategy.
Yeah.
I certainly think the effort needs to be put in a bit more. But very important is strategy. And one of the things we've always talked about is cricketers being students of the game, understanding the conditions, understanding the batsmen, understanding how to respond or plan ahead.
Well, here is Joseph from that Barnlara Pavilion end, bowls to Kohli outside the line of the off stump, and Kohli picking up the line early, decided not to play at it, and it goes through to be taken by the keeper. So just a slip, there's a third man, very defensive field now, as one would expect. There's a slip, there's a third man, point, cover, mid-off, then there's a square cover right out at the boundary, saving that ball if it's going between cover and point. Then there's a mid-on, there was a mid-wicket, he's gone back to a backward square leg, and then there is a fine leg. Now why is that backward square leg gone there? To me, it's for a short ball, not a short ball, but a delivery, a real delivery that's coming head high. And this is short, but outside the line of the off stump, and Kohli just stands up to it nicely and just punches it out onto the deep point position, and they pick up an easy single. The end of the over from Joseph. At the end of it, it's 341 for Kohli, goes to 121. Jadeja is on 54, but Kohli will have the strike as it's that end of Joseph's over, and it's going to be Warwick, and no doubt will continue. The left arm spinner who picked up the wicket of Rohit Sharma when he bowled him for 80, and how he would love to pick up another one.
Yeah, and I think Kohli, the strategy obviously from Joseph last over was to try to keep the ball outside the off stump, but Kohli has reached a couple deliveries, but he seems to be in such good form that it was comfortable. He was very comfortable getting them away.
Well, he faces up to the bowling of Warwick, and he's in defence, and he's not taking any chances as a delivery from Warwick. Just good line, good length, not much, no turn really. And Kohli was right over it on top of that ball. There's a man at that silly, not silly, but a short mid-on. They go through for a single. They'll have to hurry, and hits the stumps, and appeal goes up. Loud appeal. Let's see what the umpire is going to do. Kohli seemed to be in. He's gone upstairs, and you have to think that was one of the ways. There was some hesitation when Kohli played the ball. Jadeja called. Kohli started, and he stopped. And maybe, just maybe, him just standing there, it could serve very well. But he is in, or no, he's gone. Is it? The bail seems to be off. Kohli is short of his ground. And, well, he goes. Virat Kohli is run out. And you had to say, Sunil, that was about the only way they seemed to be able to get this man out. He was just short of his ground. Brilliant bit of fielding. I think it was Alzari Joseph.
Yeah.
At that, there was some hesitation. Kohli started, and then he stuttered, but Jadeja came through for the run, and it was just that little stop from Kohli, the little bit of hesitation that sent him back on his way, and Virat Kohli finally goes run out here at the Queen's Park Oval, and he goes for 121 off of 206 balls.
And all credit to Alzari Joseph. If you look at that replay, he did not just toss the ball in. He settled himself first. He took aim at the wicket, and it was really a smart bit of fielding, catching Virat a good 6 inches short.
Yeah. But you know, the thing is, he played the ball, and he sort of started to go for the run. Jadeja, now I'm not sure if there was a call or there wasn't, but Jadeja, when he probably saw him starting to move, Jadeja then took off. And Kohli decided, well, he may as well try to get the run. But smart fielding from Alzari Joseph. He ran in quickly, had a shy at that, the non-striker's end, and Kohli was short. So he goes 121. It's now 341 for 5.
And it brings wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan in. And it's just a bit of luck that the West Indies needed, I believe, Colin. I was just about to say that India's approach to this innings, it was going to be very challenging for the West Indies, because India, the Indian batsmen, they weren't going to give you any chances. They weren't hitting the ball in the air. And it just seemed that the West Indies were just going through the routine. So it's that bit of luck that they needed. They got the Centurion, they got Virat Kohli, but he'll be happy. He celebrated his 500th first-class match and this 100th game between India and the West Indies with 100.
Now, the question is, Sunil, where do they go from here? Where does the West Indies go from here? Because you've got one man in Jadeja settled. You've got a new batsman coming in, playing in his second test match. You've got to put him under pressure. Here is Warrican to Jadeja. Turns this delivery out towards mid-wicket. Mackenzie is there. And there's no run. You've got to put him under pressure, no doubt. You know, even if you give away a few runs, you know, let him see guys round the bat. Let him field some short deliveries. You've got that opportunity now against not only a new batsman, but a new batsman to Test cricket. And there is Jadeja coming down the track, and just find that he wasn't to the pitch to play a drive or anything like that. So he was just in defence and pushed it out on the onside. There's no run.
We know Jadeja, I don't think he's going to change his approach. He will continue batting in this very focused fashion.
Well, he faces up to Warrican, who's over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's pushing this one out on the onside towards that backward square leg. And there's no run. Score remains on 341 for 5.
And I asked you earlier, we have a ball that's 8 overs old, just over 8 overs old.
Here is Warrican into Jadeja. He flicks this one just to the left of the man at that backward square leg position, and they go through for a comfortable single. So one more to the total. That goes up to 342 for 5, but more importantly for the Indian team, it means Jadeja is going to be back on strike. So it's always good when you're a new batsman and you're coming in. It's good to stay at the non-strikers end for a little while. You can see the bonks, and you get to look at some of the bowlers, what they're doing, rather than facing for a couple of deliveries. So he would be happy to just be at the non-strikers end and look on at the very experienced Jadeja.
It would. And the wicket take, it wouldn't be attributed to him because it was a run-out, but the wicket take, Alzari Joseph, is continuing from the pavilion end. And you hope that that bit of feeling psychs him up a bit. Joseph is a sort of emotive player, when he is in the mood and when he's psyched up, he seems to bowl much, much better. And you hope that that burst of inspiration, that running out Virat Kohli, actually pumps him up a bit, and we'll see if that manifests in this over.
Well, as I say, they've got a new batsman at the non-strikers end. They would want to get him on strike, and they would want to put him under some pressure. Let's hope they do, because at this point in time, Sunil, you can't look at the scoreboard and say, well, it's 342, let's defend. No, you got to get some wickets. And those new players that are coming in, those are the ones you need to target. But there's Joseph from the Brian Lara Pavilion and bowls to the left-handed Jadeja, who is on that front foot. Everything looks so comfortable for Jadeja. And Kohli, of course, before that, they never looked in trouble whatsoever. From the time Jadeja came out to join Kohli, I don't think neither batsman put a foot wrong until that run out.
Well, what a special player. You never quite know what Jadeja turns up. Jadeja the batsman, then you have Jadeja the bowler, Jadeja the fielder.
He's a brilliant fieldsman as well, isn't he? He's
incredible.
He is a true what you call a true all-round cricketer. He faces up to Joseph, and this delivery he's on the front foot. Ball may have just come back at him slightly, and it came off the inner part of the bat and goes back up along the track to Joseph. No run score, remains on 342 for 5.
Yeah, but again, it as you said, you need to try something different. I'd like to see some short deliveries at Jadeja, because you get the impression he would be thinking the same way you would. See this over out, maybe take a single in the 5th or 6th ball to allow his non-striking part.
The thing with Jadeja as well, if you get him pumped up, here is a delivery that he's just on the back foot and pushing it back up along the track. If you get him pumped up, he's going to take you on. He's not the kind of player that is going to back down. And with Kohli gone, he realizes he's got to take the initiative. And you throw a couple short balls, I don't think Kohli will resist and not going for the hook.
And you want cricket to be engaging. You want to hear the fielders around. You want to hear them pumped up. You want to hear them encouraging the bowler to go after Jadeja. Get this wicket next. Kohli's gone already.
We haven't heard that, though, have we?
No.
There's nobody on that field going, come on, clapping their hands and
come on, Kohli's gone. Let's send Jadeja back.
Yeah, nothing like that. But who knows? We're quite up here, and maybe we're just not in tune. There he's hitting this one outside the line of the off stump. He went for this, the cut shot. It peeled off the edge. Now, they had just moved. Blackwood was in a first slip position. They moved him to almost like a third slip. And the edge was taken. It would have been just head high or so if the man was at first slip. So, again, I'm not...
I'd like to see the replay. It semed a bit high, and Blackwood isn't the tallest player in the field.
Agreed,
so.
But he would have had a chance if he was at first slip. It's a little dark in the replay here. I can't pick it up. Let's see if we can pick it up. Well, yeah, it might have been too high even if he was at first slip. But
even if it
Holder is going towards the slip region. Well, the horse has already left the barn, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, they're putting who, and now he's asking, where do you want him? Do you want him maybe somewhere as a third slip, which he's picked up that position? So they've put the tall figure now of Holder there as Joseph is into Jadeja, and he tucks this one off the pads. They're just going to get a single as it goes down towards the deep backward square, and Athanase is the man doing the fielding. So one more to the total. Jadeja is on to 60. It's 347 for 5. So, and you see, and that's the thing with Jadeja. I think now Kohli has left. He's going to play shots like that. It was short. It was outside the off stump. He went for the cut and just got that edge. Now, let's see.
New batsman in.
New batsman in. So there's Blackwood is coming. There are 2 slips now and a gully. Yes, Blackwood is coming into the slips. Of course, no forward short leg or anybody close in front of the bat. But they're putting 2 slips and a gully. So at least they're looking for the edge. And let's see Joseph if he's going to pump it up here to Kishan. as he's there. So 2 slips at gully, point, cover, mid-off. A mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg. Here's Joseph to Kishan, and this delivery outside the line of the off-stump, and he's pushing it out towards the point position. Chandapal was sliding to his left, couldn't stop it, and it went just beyond him, so they're able to come back for a second run. So Kishan is off the mark. It's now 3:49 for 5 at the end of that over from Alzari Joseph. He's got none for 92 now, yet to pick up a wicket.
Chanapal, you would have wanted him to get to that delivery. Just avoid them getting 2 runs and try to ensure that Kishan remained on strike for this over. Warrican is going to continue, Colin. But obviously India don't intend to change their strategy. I don't think so. I think they'll continue to bat sensibly, certainly bat through until lunch. The West Indies, they'll want to pick up at least 1 more wicket before the lunch interval. Maybe they can say after lunch is our best period. It certainly was yesterday. But I think they certainly need to pick up at least 1 more wicket. If they can get Jadeja, then that's going to be really significant.
So we see Jadeja is... No, yes, it is Jadeja. Sorry, he's 2 left-handers now at the crease in Jadeja and Kishan. As it's going to be Warrican. From this, the Willie Rodriguez end, the Jerry Gomez Media Center. And the first delivery is flicked away by Jadeja, just trying to get it past Brathwaite, who is at very short mid-on. There's a forward short leg, so they're trying to put Jadeja under some pressure here with the 2 close-in fieldsmen, as this one is right forward on it, allowing that ball just to run off the face of the bat and go out in front of him towards that forward short leg, and there's no run. So 3 men in the offside. There's a slip-up cover and a mid-off. Then 6 on the onside as Warrican over the wicket. Jadeja uses his feet, comes down the pitch, isn't to the pitch of it as he's coming down to realizing he wasn't to the pitch, and then just pushes it out very gently towards Brathwaite, who's at that short mid-on. No run. Score remains on 3:49 for 5 as Warrican into Jadeja. This is a good delivery, and Jadeja forward. He hasn't bowled badly, Warrican.
He hasn't bowled bad. You know what I'd like to see him do, though? Try to use those scuff marks a bit more. Get some more protection on the offside. He really is just bowling straight to Jadeja, trying to get him to play onto the leg side. But then that takes out, and there are a few scuff marks from the bowlers. Try to bowl maybe just a little bit wider.
Well, here is given some air, and Jadeja is on driving down to long on, and they're going to pick up an easy single. So 1 more to the total. He goes to 61 now, and the total on to 350. So the 350 is now up, 350 for 5, and it brings the new batsman Kishan into strike. He's on 2. It's 350 for 5. And the big man is hovering. Sunil got to make room for him. Yeah,
we've got to do some expansion to that part of the room.
I think so. Maybe we'll take down the wall, this thing here, and allow him to pass freely. But Warrican over the wicket to the left-hander. Give him some air, and he's hitting it straight back past Warrican. It was in the air, but it would have been a super catch. He couldn't hold on to it because it went straight past him. It was hard. Kishan coming down the track and deciding he probably wanted more elevation with the shot to hit it straight back and high over the head of Warrican, but it went fast, it went hard to him, couldn't hold on to it. It went down to the boundary for 4. It's now 354 for 5 at the end of the over. Jadeja is on 61. Kishan is on 6. And after some more comments from you, Sunil, it will be Vinud Mamchan.
Thank you, Colin. And it would have been a really special catch. And I think that's what you need at this moment. You really need something special. But we have Vinud Mamchan, and Vinud Mamchan is coming in. He has a very special guest with him. And I allow to introduce none other than President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, is going to be chatting with my great friend Vinud Mamchan.
Thanks a lot, Sunil. And of course, Colin Murray, the Mayor of West Moorings. So the West Indies getting that breakthrough finally. I was told that breakthrough was timed with the arrival of the President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow. Let me say a very good morning to you, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Vinod. Good morning to listeners.
So it's going to be Kimar Roach. He's bowling round the wicket to Jadeja. Here he is, up to the wicket now in bowls, and this is Jadeja just pushing out the cover, and there is no run. How's been your stay so far in the country, Doc?
Home away from home. Always great being here in Trinidad and Tobago. Obviously here for cricket. I'm happy to see the sunshine out. You know, I was warned when I came in on Wednesday that the last few days had a few rainy days. So it's quite pleasing to see that the sun is out.
Outside the off stump and allowed to go by. This match, the 100th Test match between the West Indies and India, blessed with wonderful weather, and the Indians are making hay while the sun is shining, and it's something that may be a bit worrying for the West Indies at this point in time. 354 for the loss of 5. Jadeja 61, but a good breakthrough to get. Kohli run out this morning. Here is Roach round the wicket again. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and this one comes back in with the angle, pushing it away to mid-on. There is Jadeja. He remains on 61. Early days in office, how has it been?
It doesn't feel like early days at all. I think 4 months going, 5 months probably since March. I've been going good, positive. Some good discussions been taking place over the last few months. At this stage, is obviously about getting those plans established before we start actual execution.
It's a lot of work moving forward. Punching this down to point there is Jadeja. So a lot of work moving forward. You're in a position where West Indies cricket, a number of people are speaking all sorts of things about West Indies cricket. It can't be an easy time to be at the helm.
It's not, but it's welcome challenge. Some hurdles are there, but I relish the opportunity to sort of make a difference in West Indies cricket. So far, we have made some critical changes, bringing in new head coaches, 3 new head coaches actually, and of course we just appointed a new director of cricket. So some very important changes on the cricket front. There's obviously other matters taking place off the field, commercial and financial management that we need to address very quickly, and these things are going to impact Cricket West Indies going forward. A lot of these decisions have to be made within the next few weeks as well. We have the World Cup around the corner next year, so a lot taking place in West Indies cricket off the field.
Here's Roach up to the wicket now. He bowls, and Jadeja allows that one to go by, coming in with the angle again, but it was outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. The latest score 354 for 5. We have with us here the president of CWI, Dr. Kishore Shallow, giving us his thoughts on how things are going at the moment. West Indies not making the World Cup, a hard blow.
Difficult to accept, heart-wrenching. I've heard from stakeholders, governments across the region, fans, administrators, players, management. I mean, everyone is truly hurt by missing out on this World Cup. However, I see this as an opportunity for us to really, pause and do some introspection, accepting where we are in world cricket, and realizing that we have to improve on all fronts if we are going to get better performances, more consistent performances. Just the fact that we had to play the qualifier, that is not where we are to be. And so we have to fix that going forward. And I think I see the commitment now from stakeholders to ensure that that doesn't happen again.
So it's going to be Warrican to continue. He bowls to Kishan, plays it away back on the onside. The score remains 354 for 5. Yes, it's difficult times, but as the saying goes, in adversity, there's opportunity. Short is back and pulling this away for 4. Not a man move, only the nuts man. And that goes to 358. The score now for 5. A bad delivery there by Warrican. Too short, pulling it down. And Kishan, who has shown that he is an aggressive player, back and across. And he pulled that away for 4. A lot of talk about, West Indies missing out on that World Cup. But as you say, and rightfully so, it presents an opportunity to just step back. Sometimes, you need to step back. You need to analyze. You need to accept certain things before you can move forward. Work your way down behind square. That is one more. Any chance of an academy coming back, like the High Performance Academy, or is finance such an issue?
Well, we do have the Emerging Players program, which we have two. One going to be starting soon with the females. And those, I think, going to address the gap, the under 23 gap. But in addition to those, we also have to find a better way to manage our players, our partner players, meaning under 19 to 23 thereabout. And one of the fundamental errors I think we have made is not really identifying players early enough and putting them in a system that they could, by the time they reach the stage of Shubman Gill and those guys that we have seen playing great cricket for India and other countries, Cameron Green and these guys from Australia and others from England and so on, we have to ensure that our players are well prepared by the time they get to an adult stage. And so it's about starting the process earlier, and this could be done by identifying talent maybe from under 15 and then creating that pathway management for our players. So a lot of work to be done there, and I think what happened is, again, because of the state of where we are now, people are realizing that these are delayed implementations, meaning that they should have been done a long time ago. But it's not too late, I believe. I think that with the right, and you mentioned it earlier, that finance is definitely a problem and probably the main reason why these programs haven't been implemented over the years. So we can't divorce that cricket component from the commercial activities that need to take place, because we have to generate more revenue as an organization.
Yeah, definitely. That'll be high on the agenda. I see you have some very impressive guys in your commercial committee. One of this delivery comes back in, and that could have crept through. Every time Kishan is on strike, you feel something is going to happen. That's one more. 360 for 5. And Jadeja 61. Kishan is on 12. And I see Sunil Ramdeen, one of the guys on your commercial committee. You have to put him to work, Doc. Have him work.
Some really capable guys, they're very experienced, knowledgeable. Sunil and all these fellas, right? I'm quite impressed with the feedback so far. They have had, I think, one meeting at committee, and so far you know that they have some great ideas, and that's what we want, And I've said to my colleagues on the board that this is not about a couple of individuals making decisions for West Indies. This is us pooling the resources, and we're talking about different personnel, even if it's ideas, bringing them together for us to understand how best we could actually optimize our resources and generate more revenue, get the cricket ideas flowing as well. And so far, in addition to that commercial committee, we have 2 cricket committees set up, one for male, one for female, and a stakeholders relations committee, which I think is absolutely important, because we need people to understand their roles, right? So every stakeholder in the region, well, not only in the region, but every stakeholder who appreciates West Indies cricket, have a part to play. All of them have a part to play. So heads of governments, they understand that. I had that engagement with them a couple of weeks ago. I have a follow-up meeting with them. That's the CARICOM's cricket subcommittee.
Is that led by the Honourable Dr. Keith Rowley?
Absolutely correct. And our intention is to have a follow-up meeting with them next week, where we could discuss how we could collaborate on initiatives to improve West Indies cricket.
Yeah, I think they have a role to play, and whereas they come down with comments like they have a big stick. I think it's not about that. It's about being part of the process, understanding that there are major stakeholders to help this product to grow.
Absolutely, and just to touch on that quickly, Vinod, and we have heard persons, saying that politicians should not interfere with cricket, and I don't consider interference. I consider it involvement, and we want.
Outside the off stump, there's a loud appeal. Roach is celebrating. Not out, says the umpire. Well, the West Indies, they've reviewed this, so let's see. Beating the timer by just 3 seconds. Ruskin Mark in the back of the box is saying that the umpire was probably waiting for Jadeja to walk. Well, he didn't. So let's see this. Delivery outside the off stump, just shaping away slightly. And there was Jadeja pushing at it. Let's have a look. It's difficult for us to see from this angle. So we wait on Snicko, Ultra Edge. And everyone is awaiting that here at the Oval. 360 for 5. Could 360 be a lucky number for the West Indies? Let's see. Delivery. Yes, I think he's out. So, Kemar Roach strikes for the West Indies, and Jadeja, who's been a mainstay, he had a wonderful partnership there with Kohli. He has to go the faintest of edge. I think he's going to go back in the dressing room and probably use some sandpaper on that bat, probably take off a little bit. Goes for 61, 360 for 6. And the West Indies, they've gotten their second wicket this morning. We have with us the president of CWI, Dr. Kishore Shallow, and he's spending some time with us. Doc, I always say one of the major problems in West Indies cricket is the fact that our cricketers are not getting the opportunity to play in England. Back in the day, everyone, when we beat everyone in the world and a couple people on the moon, every West Indian was playing in England. The talent was there, but the refining capabilities came from England. Now we are forced in the Caribbean, and when the English realized this, they started to take less and less of our players. Now we are in a situation where CWI has to provide that. I know a couple of years ago you guys tried by having an extended first class season, and I know finances would have limited that. So you're back to a one wrong. I see you trying this year by bringing back the Headley Week series, just to extend it a bit. How are we going to make up for that loss? We've seen Alzari Joseph return a different bowler after one season in England. How could we in the Caribbean beef up our players, refine our players to that standard?
Well, financial resources is definitely a problem, a challenge. And it's the only reason why our first class season is not longer. And obviously we are faced with some unique challenges in the region as well, where we obviously have to fly teams, 6 or so teams across the region, at least 5, to host these tournaments, regional tournaments. And this is at every age level. So you're talking about senior men, women, and then you have the youth tournament for both female and males again. So it's expensive. You're talking about traveling, accommodation, catering, and all these other expenses that we have to incur. But it's necessary, and this is why I keep saying that we need to generate more revenue so that we could afford these. It was only a matter of time before we reach this stage where other countries are not willing to develop our players, and that is only fair. And I think once the England system, apart from us being able to create that intense competition for their players, once they were at a point where they realized they do not need our West Indian players anymore, then they were going to ensure that they put restrictions in place so that we can participate as much as before. And you have seen that not only at the county level but right down to the leagues. It is much more difficult for our players to participate in leagues in England. And it's unfortunate that we have taken so long, wait until we have no choice more than to develop our own competitions. I've seen this for every format, not only first class cricket but limited overs cricket as well. Fortunately, I'm seeing a few T10 tournaments pop up, and those tournaments are helping to develop players' white ball skills, right? But to go to the first class season, what we need is to ensure that we have more cricket being played, and we have to be creative. We have to find ways of reducing the cost while we still play sufficient cricket.
I take your point. So with this over so far, Workan has kept Kishan quiet. This time he is advancing down the track. Clips it away to a mid-on. There is no run. The score remains 360 for 6. Workan bowled a beautiful delivery yesterday to get rid of Rohit Sharma. Here he is again. He's into Kishan, and Kishan pushes this just on the offside. It's the end of the over. The latest score in there, 360 for the loss of 6. Yes, you're making the point, and I think that it's very expensive to fly within the Caribbean. Sometimes it's cheaper to take a flight from here to the United States than just to probably go across to St. Vincent or go to Grenada. In England, and I know the system, having spoken to former West Indies players who played in English county cricket, they had to drive themselves from one county to the next. So that in itself makes it easier for the ECB.
Yeah. It's good exposure as well, playing in these different countries, and maybe what our players and the agent can do, and even CWI could probably facilitate some bilateral agreements where we could, because places like South Africa remain a very good option too.
Yes.
And see how our players could just go to get those additional experience playing in different conditions. So by the time they get to international cricket, the gap is smaller. The learning curve is not as steep as it is currently. But again, we have to take matters into our own hand right in the Caribbean, and it's about ensuring that whatever number of matches we play, that they're extremely valuable. So the intensity must be there, and that is why we need to adjust the franchise system, right? Because playing 8, 10 first-class matches, there's still a lot of value in that.
Yes.
And what we have to do.
Whipped away down behind square. They take 1. They're going to come back for 2. And Ravichandran Ashwin is off and running. 362 for 4. Esther.
So which is why having 90 players contracted at the franchise level is critical. But we have to get more out of that system.
And that's an important point. And I always make that point on commentary and in writing in the media that, yes, we are contracting these players. But I think a major flaw in that, Dr. Shallow, is there seems to be no one to be there to do the checks and balances, to ensure if these players are collecting a salary at the end of the month, they should be given certain tasks that they have to perform, but then someone has to be there to see that it is done. So it just doesn't become a situation where you're just giving players money.
There was a review that took place earlier this year, late last year, early this year, which I chaired, and we produced a report with several recommendations, and we are in the process now of implementing those recommendations, so that by October 1st,
pushing upishly down the ground, and Joseph stops it there at mid-off. The score remains 362 for 6.
Yes, so there's a realignment of the franchise system with our financial year. So the recommencement is going to start October 1st, right? And once that has been reached, we expect that these new systems, some of these recommendations, majority of them, that they should be implemented by then. And we'll have a system, I believe, that is more conducive to, developing our professional cricketers.
Yeah, I would like to see players who are contracted by CWI. This is pushed away down to point when there is no cricket. You can have them, at times pay visits to schools, and do something, spend a certain number of hours in the nets. But then there has to be someone to ensure that this continues. And I don't know if there's a review period, let's say after you're contracted for a year, but let's review, your work for 3 months, for 6 months, so you can continue.
Well, top of the agenda for the new director of cricket coming in, Miles Bascom, would be obviously addressing that. And fortunately, he comes in with the experience of being the technical director for Windward's cricket, where he has done just that. And Vinod, I've heard you on several platforms, stating the improvement of Windward's cricket.
Yeah,
right?
The point I made was that if you take a player at the end of the over, let's score 362 for 6. If you take a player and put him to play for Trinidad and Tobago, and he scores a century, followed by another, and he's successful, you want to take him to the next level, which is the West Indies team. Why not an administrator? Let's be fair. Let's look around the Caribbean. When I was a young boy, which by the way is just the other day,
What I was going to say.
Windward Islands, they were the whipping boys of Caribbean cricket. That's no longer the case. Miles Bascom, and I said it before, we tend to look at people and think they can only perform had they played for the West Indies and had they excelled for the West Indies. Sometimes you need people who can actually do the job. It's Holder breaking into his run from the north and then up to the wicket now. Played away down to point, there is no run. I have seen what has happened to Windward Islands cricket. That franchise, I think, out of all, you would have seen great upward movement. I was having a discussion with Dwayne Gill, who is now the president of the Windward Islands Cricket Board. And, we were speaking, and Dwayne at this point is not happy. He says that, yes, we have gotten to this point, but we want more. Miles has done a great job in taking Windward Islands cricket forward. Now in regional cricket, they're always in the finals or winning a title. They were the whipping boys.
Yeah, I mean, Miles' record speaks for itself, so we don't need to, ventilate and go on too much on that, because so what we expect is that, similar to how we mentioned earlier about the learning curve for a player, right, being so steep because of the gap, we expect that someone like Miles would bring that experience, and then the learning curve or the time to absorb and understand the condition would not be as long. So he is going to hit the ground running, and so right away he's going to address the franchise system, which is so critical. I mean, we spend millions of dollars on that program, and what we want as well is that there must be standards across, and like you mentioned correctly, there must be management and monitoring of that system, right? And so it's one thing to say, well, okay, implement this, implement that, but if you have no one managing it or monitoring it, then there's no guarantee that these sort of implementations are taking place.
Well, I'm getting the impression, not that you would micromanage, but I've heard it from many quarters that if someone sends you a letter, you will pick up where a comma is missing. The edged down to third man, just away from the second slip and into the boundary for 4. So Holder's bad luck continues. He has been luckless in the spell of 1 for 44 in 17 overs. And just having a look at the delivery again, and you can see just pushing, squaring him up, and Kishan didn't know too much about that. It went into the boundary for 4. Yes, and so I know that you will be throwing an eye, and you will be looking out to see from whether or not, as small as if the players are not wearing proper clothing. I know once you are wrong, you have paid attention to details. I've heard that, I've seen that. So I'm hoping that that continues so that people understand that they will be held accountable.
The standards, the standards, and I mean, I challenge myself all the time to, be excellent at whatever I do. And, as a leader, it's something that you have to realize that the pace that you set, the standards that you set, what your other employees or your colleagues are going to follow. And so if I'm demanding excellence from others, then it must be shown by myself. And I think with that approach generally, and I've done it at St. Vincent, the Grenadines cricket level, and at Windward 11, the rewards have been there to show that it's a good approach. And it's quite similar at Cricket West Indies, for, just to get people to appreciate how my sort of philosophy with leadership and the kind of environment, and we could certainly do with that at Cricket West Indies, ensuring that excellence is one of the core values.
Well, coming from the head, it should trickle down. It's the end of the over, 367 for 6, and the West Indies have taken 2 wickets this morning. Cody, he was run out after scoring his century, and just moments ago we saw the demise of Jadeja for 61. He was out caught of the bowling of Kiwan Roach, who continues to operate. Ashwin is in there on 2, and Kishan, who has lived a charmed life. He's on strike now. He's on 17. We have with us the president of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, sharing a few thoughts with us. Pushing out this time is Kishan, down to point, and there is no run. You recently returned from South Africa, where I think there was an ICC meeting across there. How did that go?
Very interesting conference, ICC conference. One of the key takeaways from that, and I think the announcement has been made with parity, for equality for payment at the ICC events for both male and female. I think that's an amazing step in the right direction to incentivize women getting into the game. The women's game, I mean, is growing rapidly. We have made a couple new implementations of policies here in the region as well since March 2023. And just coming out of the meeting, the sentiments expressed there too in support of West Indies cricket. I mean, that was great to see as well. Our colleagues are hurting just as much as us because they realize the value in having a West Indies performing consistently well.
It's everyone's second team in the world.
Correct. I one of it was obviously, like you mentioned, in South Africa.
There's Roach. This is pushed away past point. Call of 2 there from Kishan, but all he'll get is 1. 368 for 6.
Yeah, and I met some brothers and sisters from Zimbabwe, from Uganda, and a few of the other African nations. And when they said to me how much they were hurting that West Indies didn't qualify for the World Cup, and further elaborated on the fact that West Indies has inspired them so much, to not only play cricket but just to exist. I mean, it was some touching stories we know. I would like our players to hear a few of these stories.
Yeah, I think that is one thing that the players need to understand. They need to understand the history. They need to understand what they represent.
Yes. But the ICC meeting was quite fruitful. We will see some increase in distributions as well for members. And I look forward to more participation like that and contributing, representing, not only West Indies but representing cricket, because that is what really my membership at the ICC is, representing cricket and ensure that cricket is in, capable hands and advancing.
Yeah, that's lovely to hear indeed. Of course, the West Indies will be, as I said before, everyone's second team in the world. Worked away this time by Ashwin Dong, just out of square. Well, I know you don't like to get yourself involved in tiny matters, but there's a matter at hand that the commentators this morning has been livid about, and they have been roasting a certain player who has called for the West Indies to be stripped of Test status. That's a guy by the name of Akash Chopra, former India player. First, when I read the story, I had to Google him to see if he's an Indian film star or cricketer, which means he never impressed me in his day of playing. And when I did Google him, I saw his average was 23. This has worked away down to third man, vacant position. A good shot there by Ashwin, and that goes for 373 for 6. He has called for the West Indies to be stripped of Test status. My retort to that this morning on commentary was the fact that many years ago, in 1976, when the West Indies played India at Sabina Park, they called the game off because they didn't want to face all fast bowlers. And I thought that no one then called for India to be stripped of their status.
Well, I mean, it's unfortunate to hear comments like that. The facts are there to show that, West Indies' contribution to global cricket, Tests, ODI, T20, I mean, is there to show. And in fact, the history over the 99 tests that we have played so far with India, this being obviously the 100 test match, West Indies still ahead in terms of win. Yeah. West Indies has won 30 of those. Yeah. India has only won, I think, about 23 with 46 drawn matches. So, I mean, this probably after they reach 31, he can talk. but by and large, I'm sure that is not the sentiments of most Indians. And, Cricket West Indies and BCCI still enjoy a very good relationship, and they want to see us improve, and they continue to support us just like we have, supported them in the past.
Yeah, I think West Indies, the world is poorer for an underperforming West Indies team. So that's the lunch break. Scored 376 for 3. A session where the West Indies gave up 85 runs, and they were able to get rid of the overnight pair of Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja. So that's the situation. I want to thank the president of Cricket West Indies for being with us, Dr. Kishore Salo. Your parting comments, sir.
Keep up the great job, 360. It's fantastic being all over the globe and being able to listen to this kind of commentary. I mean, just like all the other stakeholders, you have a critical role to play as well. And I think together, once we stay committed, you're definitely going to see an improved West Indies cricket going forward.
Lovely indeed. So a man who has a big mission, but he has great backings, comes in with a tremendous reputation, and I think the Caribbean and the world of cricket they're depending on him, Dr. Kishore Shallow. So that's the situation. We take you back to all stations. We'll be back with you in about 35 minutes or so. The latest score at the Queen's Park Oval, India sent into bat 373 for 6.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. We are getting set for play after the luncheon interval. And India, at the moment, they're 6 wickets down. But the more important stat for them is that they're 373 for 6. Am I right, Anil?
Yes, you are, Colin.
Good, thank you very much. So at 373 for 6, Chanel Gabriel seems that he's going to take up the bowling from the Willie Rodriguez or Jerry Gomez media center end. And the 2 overnight batsmen have already been back in the pavilion. The more important one is Virat Kohli. He went for 121 but was unfortunately run out. A little bit of a mix-up, a stop-start sort of a situation with Jadeja. And he was run out, a direct hit from Alzari Joseph, and Kohli we saw the back of Kohli run out for 121. Jadeja, he went caught the silver off the bowling of Roach for 61. As we're looking at the first delivery from Shannon Gabriel after the luncheon interval, and he's bowling to Ishan Kishan, and Kishan is on the front foot pushing this one back up on the offside. Goes out to Brathwaite at mid-off. There is no run. Kishan is on 18, not out at the moment. Ashwin is at the non-strikers end. He's on 6, and 373 for 6. At one stage when Jadeja and Kohli were going along nicely, there was talk about maybe 600 or thereabouts, or a big 550. Now that looks a little bit tough to get, but India at this point would be happy if they can get maybe somewhere in the vicinity of 430, 440, as this ball is short and he's pulling it. Didn't get it all that well. It seemed to have come off the bottom part of the bat. Goes out towards where a backward square leg would have been. Chanderpaul, who's at forward square leg, has to run to his left to do the fielding, not before Kishan helps himself to another single. So he goes to 19, and the total now up to 374 for 6, and it brings Ashwin into strike. He is on 6, and he will be facing up to the bowling of Shannon Gabriel. A good morning session, Anil, for the Indians.
Yeah, the morning session definitely belonged to the Indians, totally dominating the first session of the second day's play here at the Queen's Park Oval.
And I suppose West Indies coming back into it slightly with the dismissal of Kohli and Jadeja, but we're looking at Gabriel running away from us here, bowling to the right-handed Ashwin, and Ashwin is just opening the face of the bat, trying to guide it between point and gully, but could only get it towards, looks like Mackenzie, who is at that point position, and there is no run. Yeah, coming back, I mean, unfortunate, a little bit of a mix-up between Jadeja and Kohli. When Kohli played the ball, he started to come down the track, and Jadeja may have thought he was going for the run, called him, and that little hesitation from Kohli found him short of his ground, and once it was a direct hit, it was a problem.
Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding. Direct hit most often, Colin, does result in a dismissal.
Yeah, well, here's Gabriel to the right-handed Ashwin, and Ashwin is getting right behind that delivery and pushing it up towards mid-off. There is no run. Warrican is doing the fielding. There's just slip a third man, a gully, point cover mid-off, a mid-on, a deep square leg, and a man at fine leg.
But we're seeing those 2 deep fielders on the leg side, Colin, but yet still we haven't seen a barrage of short pitch deliveries.
No, we haven't. And that to me is the most disheartening thing, Anil, because I thought that, we would have, especially yesterday, and I'm going to make the comment, and I will make it until this test match is over. If you win a toss and you have the opposition in, you've got to try and utilize whatever conditions there is. This is short, lifted, but outside the line of the off stump and taken by De Silva. But we saw none of that. They opened the bowling with Roach, and don't misunderstand me. Roach is an excellent bowler. Anybody with over 200 test wickets or over 250 test wickets is an excellent bowler. But I thought, you take the new ball, moisture in the pitch, you just got to get your two fastest bowlers in Gabriel and Joseph into the attack and give the opposition some music. Put it close to their chin, close to their nose. Let them hook from there. But, it was just good length delivery, back of a length, and nothing really, in my mind, that one would have expected to see some hostility from the opening bowlers. Here's Gabriel into Ashwin, and this is, again, a delivery just angled into him, back of a length, and he's getting in line and just pushing it out on the onside. So the end of the first over after lunch, just the one run coming from it. It's 374 now for 6. Ashwin is on 6. Kishan is going to take strike. He is on 19.
But is it a case, Colin Murray, where the West Indies possibly misread the surface and decided to insert the Indians into bat?
Listen, I honestly don't think it's a case of misreading the surface. There was no grass on the pitch. All the grass is rolled in. So if you were looking at a grassy type of pitch, you were not going to get that. So what you had then, your next best assessment was, look, it's the first morning of a test match. They should have some early preparation. They should have some early preparation moisture. It's a fresh test match. You would think your bowlers would be rearing to go. It is obvious to me, second, third, and fourth day on this pitch would be the best days for batting. So if you had to get your bowlers the best of the pitch in terms of them bowling would be on that first morning. But we're looking at Holder, who is starting his over from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and it's short. Holder in his 18th over, 1 for 45. So that, to me, you have to assess, look, is this pitch going to spin even if we bat last? Is it going? I don't think it will. I don't think it's going to deteriorate that badly on the 5th day. So batting second should not be a problem because it's not going to turn into a turner. Okay? So you have to then assess, well, is it a situation when is the best opportunity for my bowlers to bowl on this pitch? Here is Holder into Kishan, and he turns this one off the hip towards a forward square leg position. And it's one run in it as Mackenzie has to go from a mid-wicket towards that forward square leg to do the fielding, and they pick up a single. He goes to 20. Kishan brings Ashwin, who's on 6, back into strike. It's 376 for 6. And that's how I assessed it. I didn't assess it in a situation to say, well, look, this pitch is going to be ideal for the fast bowlers. They're going to get a lot of movement. They're going to get a lot of bounce. They're going to get a lot of, movement off the pitch and that type of thing. I assessed it as when is the best time for my bowlers to bowl on this pitch, and I thought it would have been the first day. Here is Holder over the wicket to the right-handed Ashwin, and Ashwin seemed to be a slower delivery, seemed to be coming into his shot before the ball came, and then at the last minute just waited in it and opened the face, guided it out towards Warrican at gully, and there's no run. And that's my only assessment. I am not saying at any point in time that winning the toss, the pitch would have been grassy and things like that, because it was not.
But it begs to ask the question, Colin. The composition of the team is four fast bowlers, right? And you come to the Queen's Park Oval, there's the grass that's rolling. There's absolutely not a blade of grass on the pitch. And to me, you're coming after being humiliated in the first test. One would have thought with the composition of 4 fast bowlers, you would have had that tendency maybe just to have a tinge of green to give some encouragement to your seamers.
Yeah, I suppose so. And I don't have an argument with that. I thought, yes, they could have had more grass, live grass on the pitch. But it is what it is. I think there's no doubt it's a batting pitch. Here's Holder into Ashwin. He's playing this one down to mid-on. Gabriel moves around to his right to do the fielding, but not before the batsman can cross for a single. So one more to the total. That goes to 7. It's 377 for 6. And I agree with that. I thought they could have had a little bit more grass on that pitch. But the feeling was that, look, it's a balanced pitch. I don't think it's a balanced pitch. I think it's more in favor of the batsmen. when I inquired, they said to me it's a balanced pitch. If whatever you put into it, you will get out of it. But to me, it's too much of a batting pitch at the moment. But yet again, I still maintain here is Holder. Into Kishan, beats him outside the line of the off stump, stifled appeal from wicketkeeper and slip. And Da Silva seems to be saying that he feels he got an edge. And so is Blackwood at slip, but they're looking at skipper Brathwaite, who is unmoved. I don't think he's going to go for a review. No, he's not. And very interesting because he played at it, and there was a noise, but it seemed to pass. There was a little diversion, but it seemed to pass long after. Let's see if there's anything from Snicko on the replay. I don't think there was. Here is a delivery that's short, lifting to Kishan. He's on top of it, pushes it out towards the cover region. Mackenzie is doing the fielding, and there is no run. The end of the over from Holder. He's had 1 for 48 from 18. Ashwin is 7. Kishan is on 20. And the Indians are moving along nicely at the moment. They are, 376 now. 377, sorry, 4-6. Ashwin is on 7. Yeah, and, listen, it is what it is. And yes, they could have had a little bit more grass on the surface. They did not. So you now have to assess what is there. There was grass rolled in. It looked a flat pitch. Then you have to then decide when, in my view, is the best time for my bowlers to bowl. And I still think, Anil, the best time was on that first morning. We bowled badly. And here is Gabriel starting a new over. Short, that's what you have to do. Lift in, let Ashwin get out of the way, or let him hook. And that's what I mean. And we didn't see enough of that on the first morning. There was one bouncer. Not only that, Warrican, you win the toss, you send the opposition in, and Warrican comes on to bowl in the 9th over, and you've got Holder, you've got Gabriel didn't bowl as yet.
Well, it begs to ask the question, Colin. After 9 overs, possibly the thinking of the skipper, Craig Brathwaite, was the fact that maybe, as you had indicated earlier, that there is some preparation moisture, and if anything, right, possibly just experimenting at that stage after less than an hour into the test match, trying to see whatever spin there may be an offer in regards to the preparation moisture. That's the only logical thinking for me, that skipper Brathwaite would have taken that opportunity to bring on Jomel Warrican at that stage. You have someone who has proven at this stage in the former skipper, Jason Holder, and he was never given the ball.
Given the ball after 18 overs, and you win the toss, you're up to field first morning of a match, and Warrican comes on to bowl before Holder. It just didn't make sense. No wonder they scored 121 between the start of play and lunch. Here is Gabriel into Ashwin. He drives pleasantly. That's 4 runs. That's poor from Warrican. It's not going to go to the boundary board. Let's see. It just about gets there. But a firm drive from Ashwin. I thought Warrican was late in moving across. And by the time he got going, he put in the dive and the ball had already passed him. So 4 runs to Ashwin. He goes into double figures now. He is on to 11, and the total on to 381.
So Shannon Gabriel pitching up there. Ashwin just lent on that delivery there, and it goes past Warrican at mid-off. But it really required a more aggressive approach to holding that ball. Unfortunately for Warrican, it goes into the mid-off boundary. And the India total goes up by 4. It's now 381 for 6. Ishan Kishan, he's on 20. Ravichandran Ashwin, he's on 11. So Gabriel into his 18th over now, and it's really refreshing, I must say, Colin Murray, to see Shannon Gabriel really out there doing the business, and he really looks supremely fit.
Yeah, he is. He's worked hard at his fitness, and one has to say, well, he's really looking fit, and which is good. Here is Ashwin playing this one off the back foot. It's a good shot. It was short. It was lifting. He just got up onto his toes, got back, and used the pace of the delivery opened the face of the bat. He beat Mackenzie there at that point position, and there is a man at third man. He couldn't get around in time. 4 more runs for Ashwin.
And it just shows us, Colin, how good a deck this pitch is at this stage here. Ashwin had all the time in the world to rock onto the back foot and caress that ball through a backward point, and away she goes.
385 for 6. Ashwin is on to 15. How will Gabriel respond? Let's see if he responds in true fast bowling fashion with, as they call it, some chin music for Ashwin. Here he is. And this one, he pitches it up, and Ashwin flicks it down to the deep backward square position. They've gone for 1, and they're going to come back for an easy 2. And Ashwin goes to 17 now, and the total on to 387 for 6. It's looking pretty easy again.
Yeah, Gabriel just missing and just trying to overcompensate there, going short and wide the previous delivery, going straight at the stumps there, but Ashwin just waited on it, used his wrist delicately there, and that ball went down to that deep backward square position. So Ashwin helped himself to 2. That takes the score to 387 for 6. And at this stage, this total is becoming very imposing indeed, Colin.
Well, here is Ashwin facing up again to Gabriel, and gets right behind this one, pushes it out towards mid-on. Brathwaite is there, and there is no run. The end of the over from Gabriel. He's completed his 18 overs now, 1 for 74, and it brings, well, Ashwin has got the strike, and or is it no? Kishan is now on strike because the final delivery of that over, Ashwin was just playing it out towards mid-on. So Kishan is going to take a strike, and let's see, is it going to be Holder? I would think Holder is going to continue from that. The Brian Lara Pavilion end is having a word with Blackwood. I wonder if Brathwaite is on the field. I think he is. Yes, he is. But I think Blackwood just had a word with Holder. As Kishan, the left-hander, had his second test match, and played in the first test, had just 1 not out. And India declared, I think they just wanted him to have a test innings. And he got to 1 before they declared. And we all know what happened in West Indies' second innings. They collapsed, as they say. They collapsed. And they made 130 after getting 150 in the first innings. Somebody said to me if they batted a third time, they would probably just about reach India's first innings score. Here is Holder. And Kishan drives outside the off stump. That's a nice shot. Goes on to the man at that's Kemar Roach, who's at the deep point position, and they pick up an easy single.
But it seems
388 for 6. Kishan goes to 21.
But it seems to me, Jason Holder, the plan is simple in that just to get that ball on around that off-stump line, try and get it to seam away from the left-handers, and he had done that brilliantly yesterday against Jaiswal.
That's right.
And today, again, he's just trying to use that same method to try and get that mode of dismissal, getting caught either at slip or at that backward point position.
Yeah, if he's if he can just get that ball to hit and leave Kishan outside the off stump. And this one, Ashwin is cut in just in front of Warrican at gully. He got on top of a delivery, had a little bit more bounce than I think he anticipated. And he got on top of it and played it down towards gully, luckily for him. It dropped in front of Warrican. No real chance or anything like that because he was right on top of the delivery.
So Ashwin there just getting on top of that delivery there and staying it out to the gully position. So Jason Holder, a slip, a gully, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a man at deep backward square.
See, we're having a problem with the ball, Anil. We saw this yesterday where they changed the ball after 55 overs. And they brought the fourth umpire as per usual, came out with a box of balls.
But is it the case, Colin, where the surface is playing its part
Possibly.
in terms of the destruction of the ball?
Yeah, possibly. Because when they came out yesterday with that ball, I think they bowled one delivery with it, and they had to change that one as well. So I'm not sure if it's the surface or the quality of the balls they're using. I would expect that all of that was done before the series started, the type of ball to be used, etc., etc. So I'm a little, I'm a little bit disturbing to see that, and it's It's going to be interesting what, but they've got to find a ball similar in nature, of course, to the amount of overs bowled. And don't forget they took the new ball, so this is a relatively
this
new
ball,
ball, is it?
This ball is just about 29 overs old.
Right, so they've
So
got
pretty new ball
yeah,
in the
it's in
context.
good shape.
Of,
It should
yeah.
be in good shape. I'm surprised.
But the surface, Colin, also seems to be very abrasive as well.
Yeah.
With the sun beating down on this pitch now, it's becoming a lot more abrasive. So it doesn't surprise me one bit that the sheen of the ball will go a lot quicker. The outfield is in immaculate condition. Had there been some live grass on that pitch, I'm sure we would have seen, some lateral movement. The ball possibly would have stayed in shape for a much longer time. And you never know, West Indies may just have had the opportunity to keep challenging the Indian batters for a longer period of time, Colin.
So let me understand. You the way it's panned out, you would not have fielded first. You would have batted.
I would have batted.
You would have, yeah, and that's fine. That's fair enough.
Because when you go onto the square, Colin, and there's absolutely not a blade of grass on it,
Yeah.
it immediately tells you that this pitch is going to flatten out very, very quick indeed. That's just my assessment.
No, and I am not against that. I've said it before. I thought I've said second, third, and fourth days on this pitch is going to be the best for batting. There's no doubt in my mind. And I go back to the first day. If I just honestly,
But
I just thought we didn't bowl well.
Well, I thought having batted poorly in the first test, Colin, that might have been one of the discussions, the think tank of the West Indies
So
team.
not to go and bat.
Not to go and bat.
Yeah, maybe it could have been. It could have been. Yes,
back yourself to dismiss the Indians for a reasonable total. And when batting becomes the best on day 2 and 3, you're going to try and execute and, build a total that you'll be able to be competitive.
Yeah, I hear you. And maybe, I just still will maintain, and nobody really can change my mind. I just think we bowled poorly in that first session. Here's Holder, start of a new over to Ashwin. He tries to flick a delivery, pitch outside the line of the leg stump, doesn't make contact, goes through to De Silva, but badly lined from Holder.
But coming back to the discussion, Colin Murray, in regards to starting up with your 2 most aggressive bowlers, you would have thrown the ball to Shannon Gabriel first up and say, listen, I'm going to give you 4 or 5, really let it go, and then we take it from there.
The thing about it,
Shannon Gabriel has to be the enforcer in this West Indies team, Colin.
If you're a fast bowler, right, I don't care what type of pitch you give me. Here is a delivery from Holder, just seemed to be a little bit slower, and Ashwin was waiting on it. He got on the front foot, was right behind it, pushes it out to mid-off. If I'm a fast bowler, I'm going to bowl fast, and I'm going to be hostile. It's and that's how I have to be.
So, are you saying to me that the fast bowlers lack aggression in that first session, Colin?
Of course, totally. There was a total lack of aggression. There was a total lack of hostility from the fast bowlers. And here is Holder. And this is too wide of the off stump, and Ashwin allows it to go through.
And I'm going to challenge you, Colin.
You challenge me.
You being the coach of this present West Indies team, you win the toss on the first morning of a test match at the Queen's Park Oval. The pitch is devoid of any grass. What are going to be your instructions?
Bend your back. Bend your back. Bowl as fast as you can. Because you know what? After today, that pitch is going to flatten out, and you're not going to get any help from it. So now is the time. You've got to bend your back, be hostile, put the Indians batsmen under some pressure. Here is Holder. There's a short lifting, and Ashwin gets on top of it and just guides it down to Gully. It's the end of the over from Holder. He's completed 19 overs, 1 for 49, and it's what? It's now 388. 88? Yes, 388 for 6. And that's all I'm saying. All I wanted to see was some aggression from the bowlers, and there was no aggression. You're bowling with a deep backward square, and you're bowling with a fine leg.
But yet still no bumpers.
So were you bowling with a deep backward square leg four? Unless the game of cricket has changed. I know if you're bowling with a deep backward square, it means you're going to be bowling some short deliveries, hoping that the batsmen hook. And you look at the Ashes series, and I'm not going to compare Stark and company and Broad and company with Gabriel and these guys.
My disappointment in the first session, Colin, I'll be very straight up with you, is the fact that I felt that the bowlers didn't threaten the stumps consistently enough. At the beginning of any batter's innings, it's obvious that they're not going to be moving. Everything is not going to be synchronized at the early stages of their innings. And I just felt that they could have bowled a bit straighter and try and at least challenge the inner edge of the batters.
Listen, I don't know. Maybe I need to clean my glasses. I forgot to clean them since yesterday. I am just looking at the body language of this West Indies team. Yeah, right? And I am just not seeing any sort of exuberance. Here is Warrican into Kishan, and he's pushing it out to Mackenzie, who's at that short mid-on position now, in a catch-in position there. I am just not seeing that exuberance, that running around the field with enthusiasm. Here's a delivery that Kishan is pushing out this time towards Blackwood, to his right at mid-wicket, and again there's no run. I just get the impression, and I'm saying the impression, and it's probably not so. These guys are outside there. Here's a good delivery from Warrican, and he's pushing. They're giving 150%. I am just not seeing that. I am just seeing some guys run up and bowling, and I'm disappointed.
And what do you contribute that to?
That's a good question. Let me give you the answer after this delivery from Warrican. And beating him outside the line of the off stump. This one straightened at him. He seemed to be playing for that ball, maybe turning back into him, and it just left him. A nice drifter from Warrican. I don't know if it stems from the first test. A lacking confidence. Here is a delivery that Kishan is forward to. There's been so much criticism of the West Indies team and the players. Maybe all of that contributes to them just going out there and thinking, well, we're beaten anyway, that type of thing. And I'm just thinking this. It may not be so, Anil. These guys may be giving, here's a delivery that give him a little bit of air from Warrican, and Kishan coming down the track was too much over it. Turned it into a Yorker and played it out towards cover, and there's no run. The end of the over. It's now 388 for 6. Ashwin is 17. Kishan is on 21. Yeah, and I am just, looking at the entire team. They seem at times to be going through the motions. When you were 121 for none, all of a sudden it's 182 for 4, and Kohli and Jadeja comes in and makes batting look so easy. Makes things look so comfortable. Kohli, wake him up. Give him 3-4 bounces. And you know what? If he hooks all for 6, then so be it. But you can't just run a bowl back of a leg, and then bowl a half volley, strokes it. And this is not taking away anything from his batting. Both himself and Jadeja batted very, very well. There's no doubt about it. But I saw no plan from the West Indies bowlers, how to dismiss them. They were hoping that they got a run out from Kohli, and that's what happened. I'm sorry, but that's how I see it. I just did not see any type of plan. Here's Holder, and that comes back at Ashwin, but pitching too far outside the line of the off stump, and he allows it to go through to Da Silva.
But it brings us to the juncture where, Colin, we have to ask the question: where is the psychologist? Having been really trashed in Dominica, one would have thought that. And I'm not privy to the information, but one would have thought that a psychologist has to be traveling around with this team, because from time to time the guys will get into a state where they need that support, that psychological support. And if it's not there, it's going to even make things worse for these players.
Into Ashwin, a delivery angled into him, and he's guiding it down to fine leg. They've gone for one. That's all they'll be, as Chandapol comes in to do the fielding. So he moves on now to Ashwin on to 18, the total on to 3 for 6. Did you hear what Brathwaite said at the press conference, pre-game press conference? He said, let's forget what's happened in the first test. Okay, that's done. It's dusted. We've got to look forward. We've got to be mentally ready. Now, you have to mean what you say. If you're saying that, hey, we're forgetting the first test, let's forget what's happened, you have to come out in this test match with some sort of bubble. You've got to look the part. And for me, they've never looked the part. Holder into Kishan, he drives, but straight to cover, there's no run. Score remains on 389 for 6. And really and truly, I'm disappointed in that. Because, I come back to the first day when they won the toss. I fully endorse them fielding, but I fully don't endorse how they bowled. You can't tell me you win the toss on the first day of a game, and the opposition is 121 for none. And when I say, yeah, I'm not taking anything away from the opening batsman, but I'm just looking at the whole plan of what went on. Here's Holder. This is short, and over the head of the man at mid-wicket, there in Mackenzie, it was short, it was lifted, he went for the hook, and that's what I'm talking about. You saw where he had to take that from? He took that over just head high. That's where that's if you're going to bowl, and it should have been a little quicker. Holder, unfortunately, doesn't have the pace of Alzari Joseph or Shannon Gabriel, but that's what I'm talking about. You're bowling a short ball, you've got a deep backward square, and he had to take that from just about, let's look where he's taking that, just above the shoulder. That's where you want it, not from waist high or chest high, as Sharma was doing yesterday. Sharma and until let's say Jaishwal, they were taking balls from just above waist height and depositing it over mid-wicket. What nonsense is that?
Well, maybe it's a case, Colin, where the pitch did not have that kind of carry in it, Colin.
Anil. What you mean the pitch didn't have the carry? Here is Holder. He's caught him outside the line of the off stump. Holder picks up another wicket. Outside the line of the off stump, moving away. Kishan followed it and got the outside edge. And he makes his way back to the pavilion. It's now 393 for 7. Holder, we've talked about Holder bowling that good line to the left-handers. He's been outside the line of the off stump. We saw it yesterday with Jaishwal. We see it today with Kishan, where he's bowling outside the line of the off stump, moving it away, and Kishan played at it. I thought he was a little bit naughty following. He could have left it alone, but he played at it, picked up the outside edge. He goes, caught the silver ball Holder for 25. It's now 393 for 7.
So wicket number 7 goes down for India. Ishan Kishan going a court wicket keeper Joshua De Silva for 25.
Yeah, my point is, I'm coming back to that. Holder just produced a ball that was head high. This is second day. That ball where he hooked before, then he took that just above the shoulder. So if you can do that in the second session on the second day,
which is the fifth session of the test match.
That's right. You can't do it in the first session? No, I'm sorry.
But he wasn't given the opportunity to, Colin.
Who?
Holder.
No, I'm not talking about Holder in general. I'm speaking about all the 4 fast bowlers. There was no music. There's a DJ here, and that was the only music we were hearing. There was absolutely no balls that were short, rearing at the batsmen. And I'm not even talking of pace. I'm just talking of head-high deliveries that tempt Sharma into a hook from just above. These guys tend to like to hook here, just above our shoulder. Let them do it. Give them that. So you give your man a deep backward square, and you find like the opportunity if they miss hook. And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you need to get that ball above that chest height to make that make it uncomfortable for them to be in total control of the hook shot.
Anyway, so Mark is waiting on me, but you just hold on, Anil, don't run. He's replacing me. He will say if anybody's replacing you, but let's see, who's the new batsman? Undakat. Okay, well. Unadkat. You see, thanks for Dr. Mehta. Let me get it again. Unadkat. Right. Unadkat. He's going to face his first delivery from Holder. And this is short, lifting. He hooks, actually. And he's going to pick up some runs because it was a short delivery just about above the shoulder. And he was right on top of it. And he picks up 2 runs. So it's the end of the over from Holder. Picked up the wicket of Kishan for 25. It's 395 for 7. And after some more comments from you, Anil, it's going to be Ruskin Mark.
So at 395 for 7, India continues to dominate the second test match here at the Queen's Park over both Ishan Kishan and Ravichandran Ashwin, putting together a wonderful, and I would like to welcome Dr. Nilesh Mehta.
Well, thank you, Anil. As I also welcome Mark to the commentary position here. India 395 for 7 with Ashwin batting on 18 and Jaidev Unadkat, the man from Saurashtra, on 2. Warrikan coming from the commentator's end to bowl to Ravichandran Ashwin. Left arm around, and Ashwin just pushes it towards extra cover. Straight to the fielder, no run. Ashwin, of course, is an all-rounder in his own right. There's a peel for leg before and he's been given out. Warrikan strikes. Ashwin is shocked and he's going to go. Has taken a review as he didn't really waste much time here for the review, but there was a delivery that kind of angled into the right-hander and Ashwin was beaten. The question is whether there was a faint edge on the bat or not.
Also, whether it was going to go past the stumps, but I don't think it's just straightened slightly, and I don't think it would have been sliding down leg. It might, if anything, it might clip the leg stump on the way through. And again, with the umpire's call, if the umpire had given him out and it's just touching the stumps, he may have to go. But I don't think he got any bat onto it. And that's probably what the danger is here. We'll see now if he does get a little tickle on the way through. I don't think so. So it's really just about whether or not the ball was actually going to hit the stump, you know.
Yes, the ultra edge clearly shows there was no edge on the bat, so that will not save Ravichandran Ashwin. We'll wait for the ball tracking technology to help us out here.
Yeah, but again, it's good bowling from work, and he lined it up stump to stump. And he hasn't really spinned the ball. If there's one area that I would really like to see him improve on, is his ability to really spin the ball and to take advantage of conditions.
Warrikan does have, when he comes up, he bowls straight, and just before the actual delivery, he kind of drifts wide of the crease before he bowls in. So the ball kind of comes to the batsman at an angle. So that might be the only thing that might be in Ashwin's favor if it is drifting away. Let's see.
Pitches in line and continues on line. That's going to hit, just missing.
Just missing.
Yep.
Which is what exactly I was telling earlier, that he angles the ball almost from long off or long on, and that's missing the stump. So Ashwin gets a reprieve here. India remain at 395 for 7. Ravichandran Ashwin on 18 surviving that appeal, and Jaidev Unadkat batting on 2.
That's and again, but it's a good ball on the part of Warrikan. He just needs to keep going.
Yes, Joey. Go on, Joey.
Certainly, it's nice conditions here now. The West Indies picking up a couple of quick wickets, so they probably need to keep going now if they try to bowl out India as quickly as possible.
Yes, Joey. Long forward now, Joey.
Good defense by the 36-year-old man from Chennai, India. Ravichandran Ashwin, who of course showed his expertise as a spinner in the first test in Dominica, completely dominating the West Indies, and here showing his prowess as a batter.
Got 12 wickets in that game as well. Down the wicket he comes this time. It's going to get some runs because it's going way down to fine leg. And to get it close to the boundary, they could actually go back for a third run. And in fact, they do that quite comfortably in the end.
Of course, Ashwin has hundreds to his name in Test cricket, and has recently completed 700 international wickets as well. So a major milestone for Ravichandran Ashwin during the previous Test match in Dominica.
He got 12 wickets in the match.
Right.
Go in, Lord, killer.
So the West Indies just needs to try to finish the job here now. They've been guilty of letting teams off the hook.
Oh, yes.
That's the question now. Can they figure out how to get these 3 remaining wickets and try to get themselves batting as quickly as possible? India 398 for 7 now.
Yeah, Jaydev Unadkat, of course, the man from Saurashtra. Interesting story about him. If you look about the gaps between a test match and your subsequent test match, he was rushed into test cricket back in 2010 at the Centurion. He had a poor game that time, and then he played his second test match 12 years later. Jaydev Unadkat. So there was a 12-year gap, and of course he has been called into this series primarily because Mohammad Shami has been rested and Jasprit Bumrah is recovering from his back injury. So Unadkat gets a chance in this test match in this series against the West Indies.
I'm sure you're going to take advantage of that as Holder continues. And again, another well-judged push into the offside by Ravichandran Ashwin for a comfortable single. All the twos. He's 22. Unadkat is 2. And Holder has 2.
And India just 1 away from the 400 number. And I think
2 plus 2.
I'm just wondering if that. Do you think that the 400 plus total, 450 plus total, in the first innings of a Test match lays a solid foundation for your team to be in the driver's seat?
Well, it goes without saying because it represents a solid batting performance. India probably didn't go gung-ho to get those runs, but that's a good score. And Holder again is on target. But yeah, if you're going to get 400 runs in the first innings, and somebody used to tell you that at the toss and say, well, you're going to get 400, 450, I don't see any captain in world cricket who's not taking that.
Absolutely, without a question. And the work is going to be cut out for the West Indies batters as they come on to face the Indian bowling, as we see Jason Holder lining up his next delivery.
She rushes in and bowls down the leg side this time, and no pressure on the batsman here. And this is the kind of the Achilles heel of the West Indies at the moment. The batting just hasn't been able to consistently put the opponents under pressure. The bowlers might do a good job, and then by the time they sit down and relax in, thinking they could put their feet up and watch the batsmen, amass a big total, next thing you know, they're padding up and trying to face the music themselves. Another delivery wide outside the off stump. And I think that has happened far too regularly. And, so it's just something that the batsmen have to kind of own up to and see how best they can change that narrative for themselves and then as a unit. Because you can't be averaging 18 and 20 and expect to be, to have a long career in international cricket. Holder again. And this time he had him reaching for that one outside the off stump there. Unadkat a little bit uncertain as he was probing at that delivery outside the off stump. Luckily for him, he still got enough bat on it, even though he wasn't in absolute control of his forward movement there. Just seemed to be separation. The hand was kind of leading the body. Holder put in a good spell here. Picked up another wicket. 2 for 57 already. Looking for a third one, but he won't get it there. Pulled nicely by Unat Cat, but he pulls it down and bounces towards the man at mid-wicket. He won't get a run. It's 399 for 7 with both batsmen, one on 22 and the other on 2. And Ashwin, the man leading the way with 22.
Yeah, Holder certainly has bowled well, except one can argue that sometimes, in speaking in general terms, that the fire in the West Indies fast bowling seems to be kind of the missing link. I have said this on air previously, and I'll repeat myself that the use of the bouncers has been so rare, and trying to trouble a batter is the key for a fast bowler. Shake them up and make them think.
But remember, you could do that in 2 ways. Well, the short ball, of course, is one, and the other one is fast Yorkers. This is a new over start by Warrican, because one of the things that, for example, think of somebody like a Big Bird Garner. Wild Garner could produce some steep climbers. You can also produce some searing Yorkers and make batsmen very uncomfortable. It's a similar thing. It's a similar thing with Waqar Yunus, where he would, especially when he gets reverse swing on the back foot this time, just a little bit awkward there was Ravichandran Ashwin. He's trying to drive a ball that wasn't there for the drive, and he was sort of holding back and driving through the line, and almost put himself in some problems there. But he played it well enough in the end. And there are a couple other international fast bowlers who use that Yorker to good effect. Here this time he's cutting away nicely. He's going to get a couple, might even get a boundary, although it's slowing up. Chanderpaul's after it. He's going to haul it in, and the batsmen help themselves to 2 more. So he goes to 24 now, and Unat Cat still on 2. 400 is on the board. It's 4-1 for 7.
This brings up the 400 for Team India. Ashwin really waited for that delivery to come and took his time at the last moment, placed it just fine of the fielder at point, and that allowed him to come back for 2 runs. For 401 for 7, and this is the second day of the second test match here at the Queen's Park Oval.
So the 100 between these two teams. Again, he's driving Ashwin. A big tumbling effort there by Reefer, but he missed the ball. He misses the ball. And luckily for him, he was being backed up in the offside. And the ball didn't have that much pace on it. There he goes again. That one, he's searching for that, a little bit of turn there. This time for Warrican. And we don't see that kind of turn too often. It's the end of the over. And at the end of it, it is still the Indians very well placed at 401 now for 7.
Yeah, in the first test match in Dominica, India declared at 421 for 5. And that was a test match where Rohit Sharma, as well as the test debutant Yashasvi Jaiswal, got 100. Whether we will see a declaration today or not is not very clear. I think they will want to pile on more runs and let Ashwin do the batting.
Why are you so advantageous? They declared at 422. I find that they should declare at 422 again here today.
I think it's a different
conditions.
Different conditions, different wicket. The pitch in Dominica, you saw Ashwin create havoc.
But as I'm saying, it offered the batsmen, the bowlers, so much more than this wicket is offering here. And so you want to believe that India may think that they may need time to bowl out the opposition. Here is the first delivery of a new spell there by Joseph. Alzari Joseph is back into the attack, taking over from Holder, who went off the field. As you could see, Reefer is on the field at mid-wicket there, so just to the left of the umpire. And we've seen that a lot from Jason Holder. He's kind of goes off, he bowls a little bit, he goes off, and he comes back on, bowls a little bit, then he goes off again. So I don't know if he's carrying some kind of a niggle, and they're just probably treating him in between spells. Joseph, short ball, pulled away, true forward. This time Reefer does well as he gets down quickly to his left, puts in the dive, and stops the ball. He looks like Colin Murray there.
Colin Murray was I was a lucky man to have lunch with the big man Colin Murray, whose name reverberates all across the Queen's Park Oval.
Did you get a lift in the Audi?
Yes. And when I was with Colin Murray in the during the luncheon break, everybody who came to meet Colin, I got introduced to them also. And the term moonlighting came up
there you go.
so many times. Colin Murray said, everybody was asking, Colin, what are you doing here wearing this 360 shirt? And of course, this is a Cricket 360 production. And Colin said, I am moonlighting here. And there was a term I thought only doctors use when they used to work extra to make a few extra dollars, right?
And imagine that he's moonlighting and the sun hot outside, you know.
Colin Murray is full of stories, and we had a great time during the lunch hour. As India 401 for 7, Ashwin on 24, Jaydev Unatkar on 2. It's a difficult pronunciation of his surname, isn't it? Unatkar.
Unatkar, yep. Here is Joseph bowling. This one is guided down. It goes past the man at that widest third slip or gully, and quickly they come back for a second run. So he doubles up. He goes to 4 now, and again you could just see Warrican, because he's left-handed, he really couldn't get down to his right very well, and that ball just bounced away from him, went down to third man.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, he's one of those rare cricketers who, after making his Test debut in 2010, had to wait 12 years.
12 years to get back in.
And played against Bangladesh.
Did Derek Randall from England endure something like that too? A long stretch between his careers, between his Test matches. This time,
brilliant fielder, Derek Randall.
Yep. He played early, showed a lot of promise, then fell away and was dropped and seemed to have lost, was lost to English cricket for a long time, and then out of the blue. But it wasn't that he wasn't making runs, because he kept on making runs in county cricket for a number of years, and until eventually when he was back in favour again, and he came back into the side. It has happened before, and I'm sure it will happen again with these big gaps in between matches. This is a delivery that how that didn't go down to hit the stumps. You don't know, because he was pulling at it, a short ball. It hit the under edge, went down, but luckily for him, it missed the stumps on the way through to the wicketkeeper, who was tumbling to his left to make the take. It's 403 now for 7 at the end of the over.
You know what I'm just looking at right now through the commentary box here? A bunch of school children who are coming in wearing those nice red shirts and being chaperoned by their teacher, and the stand to the right, at least the lower part of the stand, is full of school children, and that's a very encouraging sign for them to be seeing international cricket of this standard. They'll take back memories, particularly this being the 100th Test match, as Warrican gets ready.
He's on his way once more. He has a slip on a forward short leg, and this time, again, Ashwin is on the back foot. Remember, Ashwin survived that confident LBW appeal, which on review was overturned. He was given out. He was 18 at the time. He's up to 24 now. This time he's coming forward again, working a little bit quicker. He's really into his work now, because I think he feels that he could get Ashwin again. But he's on his way once more. Right on target right now, and just ringing that arm over quickly, trying to get through these overs as quickly as possible. Now the forward short leg is going to silly mid-off. So a little change, quicker delivery pushed up on the onside. No run again.
If when you see Ashwin, to me, he looks like a stance like a mini right-handed Chandrapal. He's got a wide stance, and he has
Not as exaggerated.
not as exaggerated.
Down the wicket he goes, gets it on the full, and says thank you very much, and deposits it over mid-wicket for 4 runs. So
Yeah.
a quick movement, a little shimmy down the wicket, and he got it on the full, and made full use of it.
Yes, indeed. That was a thank you, Warwican, for the gift, and I will deposit it to the mid-wicket fence as he helps himself as Ashwin now moves on to 28, and India's score is now 407 for 7.
This time he's watchful as Warwican again teasing him with a little bit of change of pace there, but that ends the over. Still a 407 for 7. Ashwin 28. Unadkat is on 4. And here comes Jason Holder again. So he's back on.
Yeah, you know, it might be just one of those things that he needed a little bit of treatment and is back on the field. But getting back to Ashwin and his stance, Ashwin is one of those highly cerebral cricketers who does kind of tend to experiment with the different deliveries that he bowls when he's a bowler. And even as a batsman, he's a very thinking kind of a batsman that puts a lot of effort into his cricket. And even when you listen to him in his interviews, he comes across as a very sharp young man. And of course, we know what he did in the first test in Dominica, bringing India that victory. And here he is helping India pile up even a bigger score as Ashwin bats on 28, Jaydev Unadkat on 4, India 407 for 7. Alzari Joseph is on his run-up.
As he approaches the wicket now, and another short ball, trying to pull it, and a little bit late on that one, struck somewhere in the shoulder as he was trying to get through the shot with that cat, and took it somewhere in the body.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to the group of friends who are listening on the Cricket 360 broadcast, my US sports fanatics, Subbu, Kishore, and Chakri, and all of those folks who are die-hard, not only cricket fans, but they are into sports as well. They were going crazy over the Wimbledon finals, and it's a core group of sport fanatics. So thank you for listening to the Cricket 360 production here at the Queen's Park Oval.
A man a deep square leg put out there, and there's a pull shot. He's going to have to hurry now, but the return is a little bit, he's off balance as well, and not able to really go it there. Mackenzie coming across quickly to do the fielding, but unable to effect the run out. But he was almost on all fours when he was trying to make that return. You could see him slipping, sliding there, but still releases the ball. Good effort on his part, but Ashwin was comfortably home. So 5 runs now to that cat, and Ashwin, who's on 28, is on strike. West Indies now 119 overs. This is the 120th over in progress. 408 for 7. That's a good delivery. I think Ashwin was caught there. He just never moved. He just seemed to play from the crease. And again, playing with his arms and not really getting behind the line of the ball. And luckily for him, he got enough bat in it, and he played it back along the wicket.
Yeah, 2 fast bowlers to come after this wicket, Mohammad Siraj, and of course the test debutant Mukesh Kumar will be coming up next.
Joseph on his way once more, bowls another short ball, and cramps Ashwin there because he was trying to maybe pull that somewhere behind square, and ended up cuffing it down to mid-on, hit high up on the bat, and seemed to rush onto him, and cramped his style, his swing not really getting full extension of the arms.
And I'm glad to see Joseph bang it short and bring it up to chest high on Ashwin. And that's what they need to keep doing more of.
Based on what we saw yesterday, I think the crowd yesterday was a little bit more than it is today. Here he's just pulling out, and one of the camera men just walked right across the side screen just as the bowler was about to deliver, and the batsman had to pull out of it. And no bowler likes to go through that, especially a fast bowler. It's already hard work, and then when you run up and you're in your delivery stride, to have to pull out of it and start all over again.
And the cameraman has gone in hiding now.
Yep. Because everybody is looking at him. Here is Joseph trying to get the man, the Warrican, who's at that deep square leg, to come a little bit backward square. He pushing the mid wicket a little square. He's pushing the mid on around a little bit. So maybe trying to put something in the batsman's mind. Let's see what he does here. Bowes, and he's nibbling at one outside the off stump. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And Alzari Joseph is confident he heard something. And I think he's asking the captain there. And I think he has reviewed it. Well, because there was a sound. Whether it was the sound off the bat, we'd have to wait and see. But you could see Alzari Joseph was very confident that he touched the bat on the way through, and the umpire was unmoved. So we'll see what happens. Mr. Marissa Erasmus didn't really.
Yeah, he was playing far away from his body and fishing at it, Ashwin. And then here we're looking at the ultra edge. And the ball has gone past the bat, and Ashwin is safe. So India remain at 408 for 7. Ashwin on 28, Jayadev Unadkat on 5. Alzari Joseph would have liked to get that wicket because among the bowlers, he is one of the bowlers who has been wicketless in this test match. Kemar Roach has 2 wickets.
But he has an assist.
He has an assist, that's for sure. He has an assist. In basketball, there would be a true statistic that they follow. But in cricket, unfortunately, he gets an assist. There's a little parentheses where they say run out. Thank you,
brackets. Let's see if he can get his wicket here now as he's on his way once more. Bowes, and that's another short ball pulled away nicely down behind square. And the batsmen are going to get just the 1 run because Warrican is out there. It's the end of the over. They're going to take a little bit of a break. It's 409 for 7 as the refreshment cart is on. Ashwin moves on to 29. Unadkat is on 5. These two starting to put together a mini partnership so far. But while you contemplate that, Sunil, and I think it's Mr. Murray, is getting ready to rejoin us here.
Yes, 409 for 7, India. Drinks break currently in the progress. Yashasvi Jaiswal caught Mackenzie bowled out of 57. Rohit Sharma played a brilliant innings. He was bowled by Warrican for 80. Shubman Gill, unfortunate, scoring only 10. Caught De Silva bowled by Roach. Virat Kohli played a great innings, 121 with 11 boundaries, and was run out by Alzari Joseph. Ajinkya Rahane was bowled by Shannon Gabriel with his off-stump bent backwards. Ravindra Jadeja caught De Silva bowled Roach 61. Ishan Kishan caught De Silva bowled holder over 25. And Ravichandran Ashwin not out on 29. And Jayadev Unadkat batting on 5 as I welcome the long lost man, Sunil Ramdeen.
Dr. Meza, I seem to be missing you. But I did have lunch with you, so I'm very grateful for that. And of course, the introduction to the man I was named after, the great Sunil Gavaskar.
Yes, you had a good time meeting him?
Oh, absolutely. Learned so much in just 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, well, a few minutes we spent chatting.
You were almost a bit nervous getting into the room, and
I was fortunate enough to meet him briefly in St. Lucia, and let me shout out to everyone in the lovely island of St. Lucia who's listening to our commentary today. It's always an experience meeting these legendary players. There's so much knowledge that you can get up from just a short conversation with any of them. I remember I was lucky enough to have dinner with Viv Richards once as well, and we spent, well, over 3 hours just listening to story after story, and it is amazing. It truly is amazing that of all the things we know about these gentlemen, there's just so much more that we don't. Fascinating.
We look at the game from far. They use a microscope almost when they look at the game. The details and the nuances of the game come so naturally to him. And I'm talking about Sunil Gavaskar or Vivian Richards, because they have done this so many times. I was just with him in the lunch break, and we were talking about the run out when Ravindra Jadeja and Virat Kohli were batting. And, as to whose fault it was, whose call it was, and just looking at it, they can dissect it out. Or if ball going outside the off stump, Sunil Gavaskar was one of those players who always used to say, I need to know where my off stump is at all times. No matter what guard I take, once I know where my off stump is, I can leave those deliveries just outside the off stump all day long, so that I do not jeopardize my wicket. So that commitment that they had to the batting, the knowledge they had about their batting was just mind-boggling.
It was. And of course, as you said, Dr. Colin Murray, and I'm calling him Doctor, who's gonna would have been with us as well. And Nilesh, you mentioned the word moonlighting, and I thought when I referred to him as Dr. Colin Murray, you said doctors are the ones who moonlight, and I was spot on apparently.
Yes, you were. Yeah, but do you know that Colin Murray also has another talent? I mean, using the word moon, moonwalking, made famous by Michael Jackson. And
there he is.
He's just demonstrating that in the back of the commentary box. So
if you could see him now, wherever you are.
We are on the radio, so we cannot actually show you the images. But these, as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
So is it one doctor for the other now? So okay.
Well, as the batsmen regroup after the drinks break, India 409 for 7. Ravichandran Ashwin batting on 29. Jaydev Unadkat batting on 5. The current run rate is at 3.41, which is not too shabby for a test match, Sunil.
It's not too shabby, but in thinking about the overall test, and we'll get to that in a moment, as Warrican left arm around the wicket, runs away from the Jerry Gomez media centre end, and Ashwin comes forward, pushes that one down the wicket, collected by Mackenzie. There's no run, it's 409 for 7. Do you think India may have been a bit too relaxed? I'll get to that in a moment as Warrican once more in, and this time Ashwin is back, punches it to Mackenzie once more in mid-off, no run.
Well, I wouldn't use the word relaxed, perhaps cautious, because they want to pile on as many days they can.
Mackenzie, and this one cramping up Ashwin just a bit, trying to be innovative, trying to work it backward of that point area, but could only pick out Chandapal, and there's no run.
I think after the loss of Ishan Kishan's wicket, they've have slowed down a bit.
That's a good shot. Once more, Ashwin onto the back foot, punches it through the offside, just past the fielder in that cover position, but it won't make it to the boundary. They're hustling through now. They ran good running. They ran 3 runs. It's Roach, I think, retrieving it just a couple of yards in from the boundary. Good throw in, and the score moves on to 412 for 7.
Yeah, there was a nice punch on the offside, and the ball kind of stopped just before the ropes, and allowing them to get 3 runs. Ashwin moves on to 32, and Jaydev Unadkat on 5, 412 for 7.
I would say, Nilesh, that maybe India about 70, 80 runs behind where they could have been, I think. And what would that mean for the overall result ultimately? Warrican runs in once more, this time to Unadkat punch down the wicket. fields. No run.
Ashwin is a very capable batsman, and he's scored test hundreds as well. So as long as he's there, he will continue to take the bulk of the strike as he just pushes it back to the bowler, Sunil. So I think that if he's there, I think 450 plus would not be an unreasonable score.
Not unreasonable, but now I'm thinking about time. This wicket has gotten much better. We heard Colin refer to it as a really good batting wicket now. And look, ultimately, we've not seen the best of the West Indies, but if Bradford does come to the party, we know he can bat long. We know Chanderpaul can bat long. We've seen the possibilities with Athanaze, and I'm excited to see Mackenzie bat. And if the West Indies do put in a good innings, India could be pressed for time in terms of forcing a result in this game.
I think that the time is on India's side. I think in a 5-day test match, I don't see any major forecast looming around us which could curtail the time that would be made available for the test match. So if the weather gods continue to shine here, and it is a beautiful sunshine at the moment, I don't see the time factor is going to be a big deal here.
It's Joseph in now to bowl to Ashwin. He punches it just out to that fielder on the point boundary. They pick up an easy single. I agree. It's still early days, and I think India are probably looking to bat once. Nilesh, what do you think?
I think so. They want to pile on as many runs as they can, and perhaps hoping that they don't need to bat and get the 20 necessary wickets to win the test match and be deja vu like what happened in Dominica.
Yes, Joseph in once more. This time to a nut cut, and it's short. He pulls, doesn't make good contact. There's a fielder in that square leg position. There'll be no run. So if they do look to, they are looking at batting once. They effectively 213 runs because the following is 200. So you have to assume that they can get the West Indies out. Having said that, they're continuing to bat. They can pile on maybe another 60, 70 runs. And they would feel comfortable, I think, giving the West Indies a follow-on target of about 280. Joseph in once more to Nadkat. This one is a full toss. Nadkat doesn't negotiate it very well, just fends it out into the offside. No run. Score remains on 413 for 7.
What a historic test match we are part of. Sunil, 100th test match between these two great nations, India and the West Indies. Of course, Virat Kohli's milestone here, his milestone match here, and of course, getting 100 in the 100th test match between these two nations. So, a lot of history being made here. I think West Indies would like to have a different say in the matter, perhaps really bat well and make a good match out of this rather than surrender with poor batting. That is what the West Indies fans want.
Yep.
And the more contribution from the batsmen that they will see moving forward, I think the fans will start to flock back.
Joseph in once more. Unatkat behind that. Cautiously pushes it out into the offside. No run. And I agree. I think the West Indies, they've had their moments in this test match. I mean, you can look at the score, 413 for 7. You can say India's continued to dominate. West Indies have had their moments. I know there's been a lot of questions about some of the strategies, some of the tactics employed. Maybe they could have done things a bit better. But they will certainly hope to wrap up the Indian innings by tea. Some may say that's wishful thinking, but I think that's certainly what they will have to try to accomplish. As Joseph once more into Unadkat. Sort of a slow bouncer, that one. And Unadkat takes it from just outside the off stump, pulls it, but with no power, and makes its way to the field at square leg. No run once more, and the score still 413 for 7.
You know, I was earlier listening to Anil and about, the value of sports psychologist being with the team, helping the coaches, being part of the management, becoming managers of these cricketers. We'll continue that in a second.
Joseph in once more. Unadkat is forward, a ball pitched up, just punches it down. to that mid-off position. Picked up by skipper Braffett. That's the end of the over. India 413 for 7.
So no, I was saying earlier was that when you are so down, I mean, when you talk about the West Indies team having been on the losing side for so many years, post 2002, they have been 0-15 in Test cricket versus India, and they have not won a Test match in 21 years. And when the players know these kinds of statistics, it does bring in a situation where they think that what do we do for now? But the way to look at it is, you know what, we cannot go any lower than this, and all we look forward is now moving forward and upwards.
So it's Warwick Khan now to continue from the Jerry Gomez media center end into Ashwin. Ashwin punches that down the ground. Nice looking shot, but there is cover on that long off boundary. Just be 1 run. Score moves on to 4-14. Takes Ashwin on to 34. Respectable innings so far, Nilesh. He's come in and he's really held things together from his end.
Yeah, Ashwin, few centuries on his name in Test cricket, so he's a proper batsman, a proper all-rounder in Test cricket.
Warkan in now to the right-handed nut cut, and he punches it forward. Good-looking shot for no run as Mackenzie picks up.
He's playing a very controlled innings, Sunil, at the moment.
Warkan once more. This one is strays down the leg side. Nut cut sweeps, gets that away. There are no fielders deep on the leg side. It's a chase on for Mackenzie, I think it is, and they complete an easy 2 as the ball's returned to the keeper now. Takes the score on to 416 for 7. Unadkat, he moves on to 7.
Yeah, a good-looking sweep shot from Jaydev Unadkat. He's a left-arm bowler, bats right-handed. Ashwin, of course, the right-arm off-spinner and bats right-handed as well. There is a forward short leg, a silly point, and a slip.
Warkan tossed up, the ball driven down the wicket. Spectators catch as it comes off the turf before collected by Warwick. And it's good to see Mackenzie out. Chanderpaul as well. There were some casualties out on the field yesterday, some minor injuries as Warwick once more into Unadkat. What can I say? He's all the way down the wicket, misses it with a heave. Joshua De Silva collects it, and it's an easy stumping. India lose their 8th wicket. He was looking to hit that one somewhere into the Port of Spain docks, I believe.
Well, that was a massive heave, and he was beaten all ends up. An easy grab for De Silva, and he whisked the bails off, and that was the end of Jaydev Unadkat. And the ball spun sharply there too, and maybe Ashwin, standing at the non-striker's end, would not mind seeing that spinning delivery from Warwick. He'll be pleased to see that, hey, I'm going to be able to bowl on this trip pretty quickly. And you'll be probably seeing Ashwin probably as quickly as we saw him in Dominica.
Well, interestingly, I think they're checking to see whether there was a glove on edge on that. Would have been out in any event. But some good work by De Silva. He could not have asked an easier opportunity to effect a stumping. Good work by De Silva so far in this innings. He's taken 2 sharp catches and now a good stumping. India, they're now on 416 for 8. And we were talking about the run rate, which was pretty healthy. In the first session, they were just under 4.5. It's now 3.39, which for a test match, Nilesh, is still pretty decent. But is this the kind of score that India would have wanted first innings, looking for an opportunity to maybe bat just once?
No, I think what you were saying earlier is did they get a bit slow somewhere in the middle, making this total. I think that they probably would have liked to be around 450, like you were saying earlier, and that would have probably would have been the plan. But I think the important thing is that they've lost wickets on fairly regular intervals, unlike Dominica, where they did not lose too many wickets. Here, the bowlers have been successful, and the last delivery that we saw that got rid of Jaydev Unadkat, that could be an ominous sign with two two of the top most
True.
spinners from India.
Well, it's Siraj in now to face his first ball from Warrican. Pitched up, Siraj looking good. But India now into the bowlers, and you know, you have to wait a long time to say you're into the Indian bowling. They bat so deep, Nilesh. Such good batting. But Mohammad Siraj, he's in now, joining Ashwin with the score now 416 for 8.
Yeah, Siraj has hit a few lusty blows in the IPL when he comes into bat as a tail-ender. And Ashwin and Siraj having a mid-pitch conference right now to just have their strategy laid out to get some quick runs. I'm sure India definitely wants to have a go at the West Indies at the end of this innings. West Indies obviously would like to finish off the last two batters with the test debutant Mukesh Kumar to come in next. Mukesh, of course, has played a lot of cricket in Bengal on the eastern side of India.
There's a bowling change as well. Kemar Roach in from the pavilion end. Bowling now to Ashwin, and this one pitch up. Ashwin drives and drives nicely. However, straight into the stumps at the non-strikers end. Would have, I think it saved what could have been a boundary, because that was a really good-looking shot, Nilesh.
Yeah, it was a nice straight drive, as straight as you can really get. Luckily for Siraj, the bowler did not get his hands or tips on the ball. Otherwise, there's a chance of a run out as Kemar Roach comes in.
Ashwin showing a bit more intent. This one down the leg side, flicked away nicely. There's a fielder just behind square on the leg side. Collects now, and they can only run through for a single. Some good work there by Warrican. I think the score moves on to 417 for 8. And so some intent being shown, and I think, as you said, Nilesh, maybe they'll try to get as many as they can before the tea period. And who knows, a couple overs at the West Indies before tea could be pretty tricky.
Yeah, I think so, Sunil. Right now, they will want to get runs quickly, unless Rohit Sharma and the think tank are eyeing a declaration in the next few overs. But I think we have some time left before tea.
Roach once more. This one outside the off stump, left by Siraj. There's no run collected by Joshua De Silva. And it's a beautiful day for cricket at the Queen's Park Oval. We could not have asked for a more picturesque setting, Nilesh.
Absolutely, and our vantage point, the commentary box position is absolutely superb on this beautiful sunlit day here. 100th Test match between India and the West Indies here, and India 417 for 8. Ashwin 35. Siraj yet to score.
Roach steaming into Siraj outside the off stump. Siraj steps across, plays it nicely out into the onside, picked up by, looks like, Athenaeus and point. No run, 2 slips in now for the new batsman. As Roach ambles back slowly. It's pretty hot out there. I mean, spare a thought for those guys out in the field. You think you'd probably see the reintroduction of Shannon Gabriel, maybe?
Yeah, and then you talk about a spare a thought. I talk about it in a second.
Roach once more into Siraj. Outside the off stump once more. Siraj, as you said, as Gavaskar said, seems to know where his off stump is and just leaves that one to go through to the keeper.
Yeah. Talking about spare a thought, of course we talk about the players, but the umpires, the two umpires who are standing here, Marias Erasmus and Richard Kettleborough, certainly are getting some vitamin D from the sun. And of course, the real heroes, the cameramen, the photographers.
Roach once more. Into Siraj, beats him this time. Just hanging that bat outside the off stump. Goes past the edge, and some gasps from the fielders out there, but no joy. And that brings us to the end of Roach's over. The end of his over. The 124th. It's 417 for 8.
Yeah, the cameraman sitting and baking in the sunshine and doing all the great work for television.
I did that once, Nilesh, and it's not easy. I remember I was working at CCN TV6 out in Trinidad, producing a Calypso the Calypso Monarch competition, the one out in Skinner Park. It was all day long. We had a cameraman short, and I had to stand in. And man, spare a thought. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Warwick now into Ashwin. Left arm around the wicket. Pitch just on Midland leg. Ashwin forward. Pushes it down the wicket. No run.
And Warwican is really enticing Ashwin to go because the man had long gone and deep mid wicket on the fence.
So it's good to see Warwican a bit more flight this time. And that's good to see. Second delivery, once more, no run. But trying to get something out of this wicket. Again, one flighted. But Ashwin smartly forward, sweeps it. There's nobody in that leg side. Blackwood like lightning across the surface. He runs from first slip, collects it now, keeps it down to just 2 runs. Score moves on to 419 for 8.
The only question is, would Ashwin want to accelerate the pace of scoring because he knows his current non-striker partner, Mohammad Siraj, and with the test debutant Mukesh Kumar to come, they are lesser known as batters. So Ashwin may want to maintain the strike and get the runs going.
Warwican once more, nicely flighted delivery outside the off stump. Ashwin drives, flourishing drive, but just straight to Mackenzie in that mid-off position. There was no run. So the West Indies certainly seem to be working with a plan here. I like Warwican's approach now. I like the fact that he's giving some air to those deliveries. Slight change in the field. Mackenzie just standing on the second pitch, just one pitch away from the bowler now. And they've just moved that mid-off position a bit wider. And they've brought in Roach off the cover boundary. The only protection on the boundary is the man at long off. Warwican once more flighting it, and he drives Ashwin, but can only pick out Chanderpaul in that point position. So it seems that Ashwin is in fact trying to pick up the rate of it, Nilesh.
Yeah, and that's the natural thing to do at the moment because he's the one who's going to score runs. And this time he just glides the ball towards fine leg and takes a single. And that is a smart move because that is the end of the over. He maintains the strike. India 420 for 8 at this time. And Ashwin batting along with Mohammad Siraj. And India started off the day at 288 for 4. And at that time, Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja were at the crease. And of course, Virat Kohli went on to make his 100. He was ultimately run out for 121 by Alzari Joseph. And I think that was probably the only way that Virat Kohli would have gotten out.
Yes.
Because he was extremely comfortable during his entire batting and really played quite a brilliant knock.
And it was very much a turning point in the game. You'd think if Virat had continued, it may have been a very different situation out there at the moment. As we see Roach now into Ashwin. And this one shot, Ashwin gets under it, punches it into the air. There's no third man. It races into the boundary now. An innovative shot. Ravichan Ashwin showing that he's made of many different colors. And that one runs away for a boundary. Good looking shot, Nilesh. And Ashwin, as you said, seems intent on getting a few runs on the board.
Yeah, I think he's made his intent clear that let's get runs quickly. And that was a T20 shot, if there was a T20 shot. And so many innovations in T20 when you see. I was talking about this with Sunil Gavaskar during the lunch hour. And
well, Roach may have been encouraged. He comes in once more to bowl to Ashwin. Another one. Ashwin drives and drives nicely. Full-blooded shot, but there is cover on that point boundary this time. He can only run through for a single. Takes the score to 425 for 8. And seems the fans here in for a little bit of action now.
Yeah, they'll see a T20-ish touch in a test match as India would want to increase this first inning score to make it more difficult for the West Indies when they come on to bat.
Opportunity knocks Kemar Roach. Runs in bowls to Mohammad Siraj. This one just short of a length coming into Siraj. Behind that comfortably, pushes it out into the offside. Chanderpaul picks up No run. The score remains on 425 for 8. And you said Siraj can strike a few lusty blows. I think certainly be looking forward to some excitement.
Yeah, I mean the whole mid-off, mid-on, long off, long on areas all vacant in the deep area. There's a short mid-off and a short mid-on, a mid-wicket and a cover point.
Roach, this one pitched up outside the off stump. Siraj on his front foot plays it to the fielder. That's Athanaze and point. There's no run. And Roach and Braffett clearly, they seem happy with saying to the Indian batsman, go ahead and hit me. Now, that's one thing. You have to get the deliveries in the right place as well, because if you don't get the deliveries in the right place, they may very well put you away for runs that you can ill afford at this point.
Yeah, Roach, who is among the wickets, has taken 2 wickets. Alzari Joseph is the only one gone wicketless so far. Shannon Gabriel has 1. Warwickon has 2, and Jason Holder has 2 wickets as well. So we saw a little bit of action from Alec Athanaze and the skipper himself, but Alzari Joseph clearly deserved a wicket as well.
Roach in once more to Siraj. Siraj comfortably behind that, pushes it out into the offside. No run. It's been hard work for the West Indies bowlers. Kemar Roach into his 21st over, 2 for 92, I believe. It's been hard work out there for the West Indies. India really made them work hard. Apart from that second session yesterday, when we could comfortably say that was definitely the West Indies' best moment of this match. Roach once more into Siraj, pitches it up, but wide of the off stump. Siraj just digs it out, trickles into the offside, and it's no run.
Yes, he negotiated that over quite well. Mohammad Siraj faced those last 3 deliveries carefully. Ashwin will have the strike at the next over. India 425 for 8. Jaiswal made 57, Rohit Sharma 80, Gill 10, Virat Kohli 121, Rahane 8, Ravindra Jadeja 61, Ishan Kishan 25, Jaydev Unadkat on 7.
And if we're looking for a bit of good news in that, there's just 13 extras.
For the next then De Silva 3 catches and 1 stumping.
3 catches, that's right.
3 catches and 1 stumping, and we know that I met him in the hotel lobby yesterday. He's a lovely young chap. Had a nice little conversation with him, and he's full of spirit, this young man.
Working into his 39th over, 2 for 88. He bowls to Ashwin. This one on middle and leg. Ashwin forward, pushes it into the offside. No run. The score remains on 425 for 8. Working once more, trying to get something out of this pitch. Gives it some flight. But Ashwin comfortably forward, and Ashwin, a tall chap. He can get that left leg forward, Nilesh. Get to the pitch of those deliveries.
Yes, indeed. He's a tall man, Ashwin, with a long reach, and you can see how he bangs his bat on the ground.
Ashwin on 43, and he is just a punch out into the offside. There's cover on that boundary. Kemar Roach is a single, 426 for 8.
Holds his bat way up in the air, not even at the midway point. Players back in the Gavaskar days and Viv Richards days used to ground their bat. Nowadays, batters hold it in the middle by the hip. Ashwin holds it even much higher. So everybody has their own technique, their own comfort zone, if you will. As Warwickon gets ready to bowl, the next one comes left arm around the wicket to Mohammad Siraj. And Siraj defends well. The ball gently travels to the fielder at mid-off. No run results. Ashwin on 44, Siraj on yet to open the account. Warwickon comes in, bowls. And this time he's trying to sweep. There's an appeal for leg before. It's a pretty strong appeal. And they are discussing whether it was missing the stumps. The discussion is still going on. They have not quite made, but Siraj completely missed that one coming in, and they have asked for a review. So this will be reviewed as India place at 426 for 8. And that delivery from Warwican, Sunil, probably is hitting the stumps.
Yeah, so we're seeing it now on review. And it looks pretty straight. Pretty straight. He's hit on the back foot, sweeping, missed the ball. At least it appears that he missed the ball entirely. We'll have ultra edge coming up ultimately and then ball tracking. But definitely looks like India have just lost their 9th wicket, Nilesh.
Yes,
just wait for confirmation.
Looks like it. That looks like the case. We'll see for the review. And here is the ultra edge. And there is no
edge.
No edge. There is no. The ball is not touching the bat at all. So now it's up to the next review. Here it is. And that's
pretty plumb.
And that is the end of Mohammad Siraj as he's out leg before wicket to Warwican.
Warwican picking up his 3rd wicket, Nilesh. Good going by the left arm, very orthodox spinner. 3 for 89, is it? So he's done a lot of work, isn't his 39th over, and he really credit to him for the work he's put in.
And Siraj, at this stage did the right thing. He went for an aggressive shot. He went for the sweep, and he missed it completely, and he was out like before.
So India will certainly be happy. India will certainly be happy. The top 2 all-rounders in the world, Jadeja and Ashwin, playing for India. I'll leave you with some more comments, Nilesh, as Mukesh comes in, the debutant, and make way for the Honourable Sir Ruskin Mark.
Yes, Mukesh Kumar, the Test debutant, 29-year-old young man from Bengal. He has played in the IPL for the Delhi Capitals, born in the state of Bihar in India, and now playing his first Test match here at the Queen's Park Oval. And what an occasion! What a Test match Mukesh Kumar will be part of. History, 100th Test match between these two proud cricketing nations, India and the West Indies. As I welcome Anil back in the commentary box.
Well, it's a big occasion for the young man. The West Indies cricketers are all standing there. I'm not quite sure why. And the players, well, they're looking at the review on the screen over to our right. And everybody is looking up there. And that is the situation as it stands. So we'll see what happens. But the decision was made, and so I think the confirmation would come from upstairs. It took a little while, and but I think it's all in place now. So we see the man on debut, Mukesh Kumar, who's coming to us. Welcome back, Anil, here this afternoon, and the game is moving along rather quickly now, all of a sudden.
Yeah, the second session has brought some wickets for the West Indies. Team India losing their 9th wicket, Mohammad Siraj, going via the LBW route. Warwican, 3 for 85.
Looking for wicket number 4 here. And again, quickly pushing this one through to end the over. Safely negotiated by Mukesh as it reached 426 for 9 at the end of that over. So it's really now a scenario here. Can the West Indies just finish this off? 426 is a pretty impressive total all the same. But when you look at it, there are really just 2 major partnerships. The one at the top that produced 139 runs. And then you had the one for the 5th wicket that produced, another 160 odd. So those 2 big partnerships really put the West Indies behind the 8 ball. And you couple that with, a stubborn 44 now from Ashwin. And India really fashioned a decent total built on the back of some sensible batting.
So Ashton is going to take stride from Kema Roach, but while all that was happening, 5 fielders has disappeared onto the boundary ropes. Ruskin.
And this time he's just standing up and playing it down to long on. They're not going to attempt a single, not just yet anyway.
So Ashwin just seems to want to shepherd the strike from Mukesh.
He has to look for areas where he could score. Now the ground is a big ground, so he could get a 2 here or a 3 here, but he has to place it well, and he has to trust Mukesh with the running between the wickets. If he's to do that, the man at mid-wicket has gone deep now, so he's 3/4 of the way out. And short ball flicked over his head, over the keeper's head. It's going bouncing down here just in front of us, and it goes for 4 runs. So good innovation here again. To the second time in this innings, we've seen Ashwin pull out that little uppercut over the wicketkeeper's head and picked up 4 more deliberately.
So Ravi Chandran, Ashwin there just waiting on that delivery there and ramping that ball over the keeper and getting a boundary. That boundary takes him up to 48. It takes the score, the Team India, to 430 for 9. Roach continues.
But he has 400, stays me. Here is this time he's cracking this one, and he's going to get 4 more. That one goes down behind point, and that's his 50. Bringing it up in very impressive fashion. He goes to 52, and again the runs flowing now as he goes to 52. What is he, the 4th batsman in the innings, actually the 5th batsman in the innings to get a half century.
Short and wide from Kema Roach, and really, gotten the treatment there, Ruskin Mark, from Ravi Ashwin.
Well, I deserve it, a half century. Let's see if he could carry on now. I think it's a freebie. This one is in the air. He could be out. No, it says, and it's actually spinning past Shannon Gabriel, and he now has to chase it. But they're going to be content with just the 2 runs.
So it's all happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. Ravi Ashwin here decides at this stage now he's going to take matters into his own hands and playing a couple shots here.
Well, he doesn't have a choice, and I think he recognizes that it's up to him now to do the bulk of the scoring. He's going to do the heavy lifting, and hopefully he will be successful with it and could do it for some period. Roach would like to end it here. That's another short one. That one is pulled away, and that's 4 more. Shannon Gabriel never moved. He was positioned there. That ball went very fine indeed, and it went for 4 runs down to fine leg.
So the West Indies continue to hemorrhage runs here at the Queen's Park Oval. Ravi Chandran Ashwin here taking on Kema Roach here, taking on that hook shot, and it flew down to fine leg there. Nothing Shannon Gabriel could have done, just being a spectator.
Well, we see 5 deliveries going in the over. So does he take the single? Now the field is still very well set. I mean, it's spread. And he's bowled him, trying to give himself some room there, and backing away, trying to play through the offside maybe, but he goes for 56. It's 438 all out.
So a formidable total indeed posted here by Team India. Losing the toss, the West Indies winning the toss here at the Queen's Park Oval and inserting Team India into bat. They finish on 438 all out. The last man, Ravi Chandran Ashwin, trying to back away to leg stump and being bowled all over the shop by Kema Roach. Kema Roach, 22 overs, 3 for 104. It has been a very, very tough day for the West Indies team, Ruskin.
Well, it has been. It has been a mixed bag from them. They have had periods when they looked like they were in the mood and they could do some damage, and then the batsmen just kind of took it away from them with good, sensible batting, good running between the wickets. We saw that especially with Jadeja and with Virat Kohli. And that just kept the pressure on the Windies. And so look at that scorecard there. Jaiswal 57, 80 to Rohit, 121 to Kohli, 61 to Jadeja, and 25 to Kishan Ashwin, last man out for 56. So 5 batsmen getting half centuries, 1 going on to get 100. So it just tells you how the work was spread and was shared throughout the innings. So 438, 128 overs bowled, and that's a lot of overs.
And we could safely say that the heavy lifting was shared more or less evenly amongst the main batters of Team India.
Yes, it was. And again, look at the partnership. 159 Jadeja and Kohli, 139 at the top. And 3 for 104 for Roach, 3 for 89 Warwickon, and 2 for 57 for Jason Holder.
So the West Indies team, they've been just about, a bit short of being 5 sessions in the field here, Ruskin. How is that going to affect the West Indies coming out to bat at this stage?
It's going to be tiring, and it could actually work against them in that regard, especially a team that might be short of confidence as far as batting is concerned, because they didn't bat very well. They had 150 in the first innings in Dominica and 130 in the second inning. So they haven't really even crossed 300 runs. They didn't cross 300 runs in that game. So now they have to figure out how do they get those totals. And as we saw there from the Indians, 5 batsmen going past 50. Although only 1 got to triple figures, but 4 others, as you say, together with Virat Kohli, went past 50. So that is that's the example that the West Indies need to look at, the West Indian batsmen, and figure out how they too can bat in tandem, bat in partnerships, and try to get as many runs as possible. Like I say, 2 big partnerships really punctuated this innings, 139 at the top and 156 or so for that 5th wicket that really put the West Indies back significantly. And even though they got rid of Kohli, Ashwin came and he now decided that he too would play a stubborn hand, and that helped the cause for India. 438 is a pretty impressive score. This wicket, while it doesn't have too many terrors, we will really find out a little bit more about the character of the West Indian batsmen, how they shape on this wicket, because while I anticipate the Indian bowlers will present a slightly different proposition for them, Siraj is slippery, and of course they would rely on the spin twins in Ashwin and Jadeja. And so it's going to be interesting to see how the West Indian batsmen negotiate this.
Well, it's going to be a very tricky period indeed, Ruskin. Just about 10 minutes to tea. So the West Indian openers, they will have to try and negotiate maybe 2 or 3 overs going into that tea interval. And it could be very tricky indeed going into that interval. One will hope that they would not lose any wickets going into the interval, and I'm sure Craig Bradford, the skipper, he will be echoing that sentiment as well. He being one of the openers and having the responsibility to take his team without damage into the tea interval.
Well, certainly he had called for a fast wicket when in the build-up to the game. He was hoping that he would get a fast wicket. What he got was this is not a fast wicket. It's better than the one in Dominica in terms of just the way the wicket is played, but it's not a fast wicket. And I keep making this point. All or most of the wickets in the Caribbean, they've basically gone to sleep in a sense. We used to have the fortress was in Barbados. You go to Barbados,
Kensington
yeah, the West Indies will win, with almost with the eyes closed.
So
You can't say that now.
So are you saying, Ruskin, Kensington Oval, Sabina Park?
Sabine Park was another quick wicket. It had, it gave the fast bowlers that little bit of encouragement. You came to the oval here, you'll get seam movement. You may not have gotten pace and bonks, but you get movement off the wicket. And spinners would come into their own by the third day, the fourth day. Well, if the game goes into the fifth day, well, then if you can't play spin, you're in serious trouble. But you can't say that now. This game could go into the fifth day and the wicket probably will play the same way. It doesn't change. It doesn't change in character at all. And that is a bit of a travesty in the sense for West Indies cricket, because for many years you could have relied on the state. Guyana was always the featherbed wicket in the Caribbean. You can make runs there with your eyes closed, literally. But now all the wickets have a similarity to it. There's a kind of sameness to the pitches in the region. And at some point in time, I think the West Indies Cricket Board will probably have to look at that and see how they can, what they can do from their level in order to get better pitches prepared so that, fast bowlers could have something, batsmen could play through the line of the ball, a little bit better, and not encounter what we encountered in Dominica too often. It might have been a bit of a one-off in the sense of the amount of rain that they had prior to the actual game. When so much water is around a ground staff, you're never quite sure if you need to add water to it or how do you extract water from the undersoil. So it's all of that would factor into the preparation of a wicket, and we need to figure out. The West Indies board has to figure out a way how they can do it.
And I guess you also have to take into consideration as well, Ruskin, the inclement weather as well, in terms of how much water, when you open the wicket, when do you, do your preparation, because sometimes you can be stumped in terms of if the weather continues to be consistent, a consistent amount of rain.
Well, that's the thing, and like I said, Dominica just proved a little bit of a challenge because the rain fell so close to the actual game. It didn't give the ground staff enough time to really work and maybe prepare to the best of their abilities. Instead, what we found happen is that from the first day the wicket started to turn, and then by the second and third day it was turning square. And no surprise, Ashwin, and Jadeja basically shared the majority of the wickets. So, that's just the scenario that we have it here now. It's a pity the West Indies couldn't take wickets on a little more of a consistent basis. You pick up two. Look at what is happening with England right now. They have Australia on the rope. So England have turned their fortunes around. They came up short in the first two Test matches. Now they're on the verge of leveling the series with what could very well be winning by an innings as well. So now it sets up a grandstand finish in the fifth Test match. But you look at that cricket, and then you look at the cricket here, and it's almost like chalk and cheese, So it's just the standard of the both teams. It raises the overall performance levels, and that is what you want to see from the West Indian players now, how they can stare down difficult situations and work their way through it as a collective. And, bowler with captain, with fielders, doing their bit and making sure that they help each other to get through difficult times. And this is going to be a difficult period for them. First, starting with the short reply before the tea interval, and then when they resume after tea, it's how well they're able to cope with what the Indian bowlers will throw at them, because there's great variety in this Indian attack as well. You have a left-arm seamer, you have the right-arm seamer, you have a left-arm orthodox spinner, you have a right-arm off-break orthodox bowler. So there is amazing variety in the Indian attack, and it could prove to be a very, very big challenge for the West Indies, for the West Indian batsmen in particular. And we'll see how they shape up.
So it's going to be a very tricky period between now and that tea interval. One would hope that they will survive this initial boost from the Indian seamers into that tea session, and then come back out, reassess. And Ruskin, the job of the openers is definitely to see off the seamers, the new ball. And if we could do that, if we could negotiate that opening boost from the Indian seamers, then that could really, give us an opportunity to build on a platform that could take us, deep into this play.
Well, they'll have to do something. They haven't had a prolific start, and there we see a little presentation taking place there. Sunil Gavaskar, and really commemorating his many years of the joy and the pleasure that he brought to cricket fans, not just the Indian fans, but West Indian fans as well, who would have seen him play. And sometimes there's a lot that goes into making somebody a superstar. He became the first real superstar of Indian cricket in terms of off the field. Now we have players who get huge endorsement deals, and Sunil Gavaskar was the first one to do that. He was the one who kind of opened the floodgates. Sponsors realized that they could, latch on to him and his name, and he wouldn't disappoint them. You didn't hear any off-the-field stuff, with Sunil Gavaskar. So the name carries a lot of respect. It carries a lot of cachet, not just with the spectators or the fans, but with corporations as well. And that is important, because nobody wants to associate their brand and the name with, either with negativity or with bad behavior or anything untoward, as the case may be. So to be able to have somebody like a Sunil Gavaskar, who would be a role model, who would also be somebody that everybody would be looking up to, I think it speaks volumes for him and for Indian cricket. And then, of course, the runs that he made here, with over 700 runs on that tour here in the Caribbean, and Trinidad and Tobago was a happy hunting ground for him as well. So, and I think he, probably more than any other Indian cricketer, would have really fond memories of the Queen's Park Oval. Probably would think he should carry the Queen's Park Oval wherever he plays, take it all around the world with him. And, he probably would have scored another 2,000 additional runs, 3,000 additional runs, if he was able to take the oval pitch with him wherever he goes. And at 5-5, a lot of people question whether you could play the hook shot, play the pull shot, play the cut shot. But he did very well against some. Well, the initial West Indies squad wasn't wasn't packed with tear-away fast bowlers like the subsequent teams were. When he came here, one of our main fast bowlers was Van Ben Holder, who was really just medium pace, wasn't really tear-away fast bowling, at that point. When they chased down the 400 subsequently, Michael Holden and were part of that. That's when the battery of fast bowlers was operating. So that was a different, scenario for West Indies. So it's just this 100 Test match carries so much significance and so much goodwill between these two, proud nations, that it's now a question of, can the West Indies hold their end of the bargain now with the bat? They've seen what India can do. Now let's see, it's over to you now, the West Indies. What I think is happening now, because I realize the umpires are not even promised. I'm wondering if they're going to take the tee, if they've taken tee, and then they'll come back out and start the the reply after that. Although I'm seeing the third umpire, the third umpire is out there, but he's probably just out there to make sure nobody goes on and does anything untoward to the pitch, or interfere with anything out there. So he's just out there. So what we do, we take a quick break, and then we come back just as we get ready for play after the tea interval here. Remember, the Indians have just been bowled out for 438 with Virat Kohli getting 121 before he was run out, and other useful scores coming from Captain Rohit Sharma, who made 87. Yashasvi Jaiswal, he had 57. Also getting a half century was Ravindra Jadeja. He made 61. 56 to Ravichandra Ashwin. So 104 others getting half centuries. India finally bowled out for 438. We'll be back just as we're getting ready for the start of play after tea. All stations, we're coming to you in 10 seconds from now. 10 seconds from now, stations. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And a very good afternoon once again. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we've just seen the Indian innings coming to a close. Remember, they were put into bat by the West Indies and bowled out just before the tea interval here at the Queen's Park Oval with 121 to Virat Kohli. Rohit Sharma made 80, 57 to Jaiswal, 61 to Jadeja, and his partner in crime with the ball, Ravichandran Ashwin, also getting 56 before he was the last man out there. Now it's up to the West Indies to see if they could chase down that 438 or see how close they could get to it. Tejaran Chanderpaul is opening the batting, of course, with his captain, Craig Brathwaite. And he is hoping to really put together a good partnership to give the team some kind of a lift here now. This is not going to be easy for them.
It's not going to be easy at all, Ruskin. But one will hope that both skipper Craig Brathwaite and the likes of Chanderpaul, they put up some resistance here in the final session of play. So it's going to be skipper Craig Brathwaite. And opening the bowling from the pavilion end is going to be Mohammad Siraj, 21 matches, 54 wickets, going at an average of 31.48. Siraj bowling with two slipper gully, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, a leg gully, and square leg.
So again, the target is 438 that's scored by India.
So an interesting field indeed, Ruskin. I'm just looking out and I'm seeing that there is a leg gully in position.
Certainly it is, and we'll see how he does. Siraj races in and touching down just outside the off stump. A little bit of away movement as well, and going through to the keeper.
So immediate on the money is Mohamed Siraj just touching down outside the line of the off stump. That ball just shaped away and goes into wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan gloves. So West Indies needing 439 to
Overhaul that total. Siraj bowls again. He's nibbling at it outside the off stump there. And nice movement, a little bit of away movement, and even when it passed the bat, it curled the other way and went through to be. It wasn't taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Kishan, but again, good movement.
skipper Craig Brathwaite was guilty of playing away from his body there, Ruskin Mark. But bringing him forward there and going past the outside edge is Mohamed Siraj. Excellent delivery.
Wheels around, blazing sunshine here at the Oval, and reaching for it there is Brathwaite. Plays it. It goes bouncing out into the cover region.
So Mohamed Siraj just going wide of the crease, angling that ball into Craig Brathwaite. Gets into line nicely, taps it out to that short cover position. There's no run.
So what a task they have on their hands here now, the Windies. Siraj right up and again forcing the batsman to play. All positive signs for India at the moment.
Brathwaite just getting onto the front foot, lean onto that delivery, plays it out to skipper Rohit Sharma. There's no run. So Mohamed Siraj on the money, keeping that ball just on about that off stump, the corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, he's again bowled just driven nicely, but he can't get it through. It's nicely intercepted, and the batsman can't get a run. Rohit Sharma is there.
So half volley there, presented to skipper Craig Brathwaite. Trying to pierce that offside field. Skipper Rohit Sharma moving about 3 meters to his left, making a very good stop. So there's no score. West Indies replying to Team India total of 438.
Once again, touching down on a pretty good line, pushed out into the offside, the end of the over, and West Indies yet to get going. It's naught for naught.
So very impressive over from Mohamed Siraj.
A maiden over to start things off. So again, the West Indies here now having to pull something out of the bag. Remember, they were bowled out for 150 in the first innings in Dominica, but that was a totally different type of wicket. So I'm hoping that the batsmen now recognize that they have a chance here to really dig in and maybe produce something. Unadkat is into the attack.
So Unadkat is going to pick up the bowling from the Jerry Gomez media end. Left arm seamer. He's going to be bowling to Tejnarayan Chandapol. 2 slipper a gully, 3 slipper gully, a backward point, short mid off, mid on, and a man just at that short mid wicket position.
So he's ready, left arm over the wicket. As he goes racing and away from us, bows outside the legs, Tandapur a long way across, and just allows the ball to go through, going on its merry way. In fact, it's almost like you saw 2 opposites there, the ball going one way and Chandapur going the other.
So very important for the West Indies openers to try and negate anything that's on offer here from the Indian seamers.
So let's see what Cat can do again. He goes racing in, and this time it's punched away, and not very powerfully, trying to mistimed it. And although he got it into the gap, he didn't really hit it as well as he would like. It was almost like a gift for him, and but maybe the height, he just had to sort of climb up on it a little bit more than he anticipated. But he got a single, so we're off the mark. The Windies.
So Chanapol getting stylishly into line, just high elbows. Taps that out into the extra cover region. Immediate on contact. Takes off for a single, so the West Indies off and running, one without loss. It brings a skipper, Craig Brathwaite, on strike.
Bernard Cat is with him, and delivery coming back in. They're going to go for a quick single. They'll get it too, and I don't think they'll get the second run as the ball bounces past the man at mid-off, and they get that comfortable single. Mohamed Siraj chases it down.
So skipper Brathwaite just getting a ball on about the off stump, just lengthen it. It goes past mid-off. Mohamed Siraj doing the scoring, and skipper Craig Brathwaite is off and running. So the West Indies replying to Team India, a total of 438. They are 2 without loss.
Bernard Cat once more from over the wicket post. Chanderpaul, for a moment it looked like he was going to leave that, and then he just made a late decision to play it, although it was, I thought, fairly close to the stumps. And again, this centenary, or this 100th test match, Sunil Gavaskar, whose name will really adorn the history books when you write West Indian cricket history. Sunil Gavaskar's name will play a prominent part of that, even though he's not West Indian. In the meantime, he looks up now and sees that cat ball. Chanderpaul stands up nicely, pushes it back along the wicket. Ball hit in the middle of the bat.
So Unakat going hard lengths. Chanderpaul equal to the task. Gets stylishly into line. Playing the ball late. Taps it back to the bowler. There's no run. So we are not seeing a lot of pace from this track here at the Queen's Park Oval, Ruskin.
No, and that wasn't to be expected. I don't know why the captain insisted that he wanted pace in the wicket. What he might have gotten was a little bit of bounce. And look at the movement there. That's seaming away after pitching. So a good delivery to end, although it started wide and it stayed wide. So it's 2 without loss at the end of 2 overs.
So both opening bowlers creating some chance, getting some swing. Siraj getting that ball to sweep away from the right-hander. Unakat getting that ball to leave Ruskin, the left-hander, at the last moment, at last delivery, was just tailing away from the outside edge, but it was pitched too far outside the line of the off stump, to create any problems for the batter.
And I suppose as a first over, he was probably just trying to see if he could get his line working. There's Siraj pulls, and again, almost turning around there was Craig Brathwaite. Just seemed to be walking into the shot, was almost walking across his stump, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, it just seems like he was overbalancing at the last moment there, Ruskin.
I think that's the thing. The West Indian batsmen have to just simplify what they're trying to do. If you're going to play the ball, then make sure and play it properly. If you're not going to play it, then let it go its merry way. Like on that occasion, pitching up but outside the off stump, no need to play out there. And he just shoulders arm, brings the bat high in the air and lets it go through.
So skipper Brathwaite just trying to get the attention of someone there. Just seems to be standing up.
So I'm not quite sure who he wants to sit down. Is it somebody in the pavilion behind?
So the umpire, Richard Kettleborough.
Yeah, so they're asking somebody to sit down, or is it somebody in the ladies' member stand, Jeffrey Stonemeyer stand? And just asking them to sit and be still. So it's taken a while. So I think eventually they got their wish. See, Raj Bowes, this one is pushed down past the man at mid-off, but the man at mid-on does well, comes over and feeds the ball. So the batsmen are limited to just the one run. Mukesh Kumar tumbling over there to do the fielding.
So very impressive feeling from Mukesh Kumar, moving from mid-off and diving away at mid-on, short mid-on, and ensuring that it's only a single. So pitched up delivery there from Siraj, skipper Craig Brathwaite, just leant on that ball, played it between skipper Rohit Sharma and the stumps, and was able to get a single.
Good sensible batting and not trying to overhit the ball. And here is Chanderpaul shaping as if he wanted to play and then pull the bat inside. And we've seen so many batsmen now do similar thing. They pick up the line and then without trying to play, just try to pull the bat inside. But sometimes they do it so late that you almost felt as if they played at the ball or tried to withdraw it, but it was too late. The ball probably would have hit the edge anyway or on its own. And you could see the slip cordon there. They all look very excited, just waiting. Shubman Gill is in the slip there now, as opposed to the leg gully as previously. This time Chanderpaul is going to tack on another one quickly. So both batsmen now up to 2 apiece as another change over, this time for the left hand, right hand.
So just as Team India had at the top of the order, Ruskin Mark, both West Indies team as well, skipper Brathwaite, he's right-handed, Tainer and Chanderpaul being left-handed. So it will present a challenge for the bowlers in terms of realigning their length and line whenever there's rotation of the strike, having to readjust.
Here they come again, a delivery right up, but he's going to get a single. And
so they definitely, the Indian bowlers, they are attacking the front pad of skipper Craig Brathwaite's pad. There's possibly something they've seen there, Ruskin, that they want to work on where the West Indies skipper is concerned.
Well, they obviously feel if they could, because they're trying to get at his pads, and I think that's the pads in play. So they're trying to line it up on the stumps and see if they can be, because he does tend to, play around the ball sometimes, around his pad, that front pad.
So he does tend to play around that front pad.
Yep.
Whenever that ball is pitched up.
So I think that's what Siraj is hoping for. Either he gets some movement and hits the edge as he's trying to go across the line slightly, or he rushes into the pads.
So it's the 100th test match between Team India and West Indies.
Unadkat will continue his second over, too far outside the off stump to entice Brathwaite.
We're seeing that Unadkat, he's getting that ball to leave the right-hander, just going across the the right-hander. So he does have the ability to shape the ball both ways.
And that is a skill that not too many bowlers have. Here's another one, and he's playing at it outside the off stump on that occasion. No need to play out there. If you're not attacking the ball, then you might as well just pull the bat out of harm's way. But he was there fishing, as we say, and luckily for him, beat the outside edge, went through to the keeper.
So Unakat going past the outside edge of skipper Craig Brathwaite's bat. Just pitching on that off-stump line and going away from him. It's a very steady start indeed from both openers.
Again, when you're that close to him, that's when he's most comfortable because he doesn't have to go very far to make a shot. So he can just stay from that position and then just block. And we saw that, I think, with the Australians bowling to Crawley. They were bowling so close to him. When he shuffles in his stance, in his trigger movement, he just kind of creeps across to the off-stump, so he's already there waiting for you. And if you bowl on the off-stump, then he's turning you through the onside. So you have to work with him. Now they're going to sprint off another quick single. Siraj has a shy, and it misses, but the batsman would have been safely through.
So excellent running from this opening pair. The Indian opening batters as well, Joshua and skipper Rohit Sharma. This is going to be Tejnarayan Chandapol.
So there we have the horn. Remember when we had blue food as part of the action here at the Oval, they had that horn all the time. So Unatkat is going to continue. Left arm over the wicket. Chandapol again pushes it into the cover region. And Ravichandran Ashwin trots around to pick it up. So just the one run. The total pushes on to 7 now without loss.
So Chandapol getting nicely into line. Just waited on that delivery. Tapped it out to that vacant extra cover region. There's rotation of the strike. That single takes the score on to 7 without loss. Remember, Team India being inserted here to bat, scoring a mammoth total of 438. All out. The last man.
There's again another delivery outside that off stump. And this time, Craig Brathwaite not interested, allowing it to go through. And taken by the keeper. That ends the over. It remains 7 without loss. So far, so good for the Windies. Few alarms, just once or twice they might have played and missed, especially Brathwaite. But other than that, they seem to be digging in here, trying to set some kind of a foundation.
And looking at the surface, Ruskin, it just seems to be at the best at this stage for batting.
Which should be ideal for the Windies. They could put their heads down and try to produce big totals. Like I said, you don't have to look very far. Just look at the way the Indians approach the game. How many balls did Virat Kohli use up before he really got going? So it's you have the examples right there. You were in the field, seeing how the Indian batsmen accumulated their runs. So in the back of your mind, you must be thinking, this is what I can do.
And at this stage, both openers' responsibility is really to see off the new ball bowlers. But having said that as well, it's important for rotation of the strike in that taking the piece.
Siraj Bose is driven into the cover region, but he can't get it through. Shubman Gill is quickly out there.
It's a nice flowing drive there from Tejnarayan Chandapol.
So Mohammad Siraj has decided he's going to go around the wicket now to just to change up the angle, just that little bit.
So possibly just looking to get that ball to leave the left-hander. Angle it in and try and get it to leave.
And again, Chandapol with those quick hands of his gets in the line and then just just makes a late adjustment, squeezes it out into the offside, but he can't get a run.
So Chanapol battling for his team here at the Queen's Park Oval. Would really want to get a big score here at the Queen's Park Oval, Ruskin.
Yeah, it's a ground that a lot of cricketers love to play on, and love to score runs here. I know I used to look forward to playing at the Oval. After a while, you kind of get used to it, you know. So it comes like another ground, although you know the significance it holds in our cricket history. But it's a kind of surface, it's a kind of environment that you want to be in to play cricket. Could never get old. Here again is Chanderpaul in behind it, a little bit quicker from Siraj. Remember, he's bowling from around the wicket at their left hand now.
Siraj going wide off the crease, trying to angle that ball into Chanderpaul. Chanderpaul moving back and across, getting stylishly into line, showing the maker's name. That ball goes out to extra cover, there's no run. Siraj bowling with two slipper gully, a backward point. Cover, mid off, mid on, and a square leg, a short square leg.
Here he comes on his way once more. Bowl. Chanderpaul is easily in behind it, plays it back along the wicket. Really looks a picture when he is in good touch.
Well, the pitch definitely has slowed down a bit from what we've seen from yesterday's play, Ruskin. Both players not having much trouble in negotiating these early overs from the Indian opening bowlers.
So they want to keep it going. In the distance, you can hear the drums ringing out at the Oval. A nice atmosphere here at the Queen's Park Oval. Siraj bowls outside the off stump, but again Chanderpaul walks across and covers his stumps and allows the ball to seam away, taken low down by the keeper.
And it is a working day in Trinidad and Tobago as well, Ruskin, so you would expect possibly tomorrow that the spectators would possibly come out in their numbers, and I guess it all depends on how well the West Indies batters negotiate the rest of today's play as well.
It's certainly a lot of possibilities for them. They need to figure out what is the best option. They need to be clear. He's nibbling at one outside the off stump, makes no contact, goes through to be taken by the keeper. A peach of a delivery from Siraj to end that over, and at the end of it, 7 without loss. The Windies replying to India's 438.
Tej Chanderpaul flirting with danger just outside the line of the off stump. That ball was not there to drive Ruskin. He was playing away from his body. Fortunately for him, that ball just whizzes past the outside edge and goes into the glove of wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan. So at the end of over number 5, the West Indies replying to Team India total of 438. They are 7 without loss. Craig Brathwaite is on 4 and Chanderpaul, he's on 3. It's going to be Unakat to continue from the Jerry Gomez media end.
Certainly, he has had an impressive spell so far. Probably want to cap it off with a wicket. He, again, challenging the pads there. But this time, Brathwaite able to get the bat down in time. And there was a hint of a possible single, but Chanderpaul was sent back quite quickly.
Yeah, so that ball was tailing back into skipper Brathwaite, but he played it late. He got it just into that square leg position. For a moment, they felt that there was a single on offer, but Chanderpaul.
You wait now, Chanderpaul at the non-striker's end. It's Brathwaite who's on strike, waits on the left-handed. And they're going to get another comfortable single. So Unatkat just not able to really get the ball as consistently in the slots where he want to. He's just being picked off by both batsmen.
Yeah, getting a bit too straight is Unatkat and Craig Brathwaite just tucking that ball into that square leg. region and immediately taking off for a single.
Cat will try once more. He's at the top of his mark. And shirt nicely out of his pants. He's on his way once more. Very straight around. This time he's crashed away square, but Ravi Chandran Ashwin is in the way. Can't get it through.
Just trying to pull every ball, with every ball looking more and more assured. Getting into line, punching that ball out to that backward point position. Ravi Ashwin does the feeling. And there's no run. The score is kept on 7-8. My apology.
A single taken, yep. So now it's the left-handed Chandapol again. Like his old man, who had faced many scenarios like these and lived to tell about it. In fact, he didn't just live to tell about it, he excelled in it.
Yeah, his father, Shivnarayan Chandapol, would have made a name for himself globally.
It's one of those scenarios there where the father-son combination. Now, how many bowlers you think would have bowled both the father and the son in Test cricket?
Well, I don't have any information in regards to that, Ruskin.
Yeah, there are a few of them who would have bowled against the father and now get to bowl against the son. This is another peach of a delivery there. Cat pitching up and curling away from the left-hander. As he played, you could see the ball straighten on him and just went its merry way to be taken by the keeper.
So, Tej guilty of playing away from his body there, Ruskin. That ball was pitching and tailing away at the last moment. But luckily for Tej Narayan, didn't get the edge. But excellent bowling from Udakav.
Try again, yep. You have to try once more. It's nice, brilliant sunshine here at the Oval in Port of Spain. In there, 438, the West Indies. Well, they have the 8 out of the way. They need 400 now.
Trying to call a tight in defense, getting into line, presenting the maker's face. It's played back to the bowler at the end of over number 6. The West Indies replying to Team India, total of 438. They have 8 without loss. Skipper Craig Brathwaite, he's on 5, and Tej Chandapol, he's on 3.
So that is the scenario here. The West Indies still trail by a further 430 runs.
But it's going to be very hard work indeed, Ruskin, for both these batters.
Certainly it's an opportunity though for them at the same time for them to really put their heads down here and try to get something going. Siraj though will have other ideas. West Indies still trailing by 430 runs, so there's a long way to go as we look at Siraj. He's trying to make sure, Rohit is trying to make sure he gets the field placing just right. And the good doctor is back with us. I'm not quite sure if he had a stroll to the other side of the ground where Gavaskar picked up his plaque and Colin Murray changed his attire. Here's a delivery on the pass, nibbled down to fine leg, and that's 4 runs. The man at fine leg barely moved. He never really had a chance there with that cat, as that ball was tickled fine between the leg gully and the wicketkeeper. And it flew down to fine leg, and Rahane, who is at that leg gully position, never had a chance.
Yeah, Rahane among the better fielders on the Indian team, but on that moment, you're right, that was a tough one. But both the West Indies openers moving along, and 438 is India's total as Siraj comes in.
this time he's bang on target, and Craig Braffett though meeting it with the full face of the bat. And then Siraj in his follow through picked it up nicely with his left hand, had a shot at the stumps, hit the stumps, but Braffett hadn't gone anywhere. So what nice, bright, sunny conditions we have here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's really bathed in sunshine, and a nice crowd on hand. They've been starved of Test cricket, and they no doubt taking the opportunity to come out here. School is on vacation, so a lot of youngsters in the pavilion, in the Oval rather, which is a pretty good sign as well.
Yeah, the section to our right with school children have certainly filled in pretty much almost 75 to 80% of the stands, and even the middle tier is getting filled up as well. It's a very good sight to see these young children come in and be at this historic venue on a very historic occasion as well, the 100th Test match between India and the West Indies here at the beautiful Queen's Park Oval. A bright sunshine, 12 for no loss, the score.
And again, a little bit of concern there for Craig Braffett as he's coming forward and then finding the deliveries moving in at him, and he has to make a quick adjustment. Shubman Gill is positioned at that short mid wicket there, and just trying to see if he can force, this is Siraj trying to force Braffett into an error there, maybe just flicking one into the waiting arms there of the man. Now remember, there's a fine leg, there's a leg gully, there's a man square of the wicket just behind the umpire to the left of the umpires. You can't cross the line, else there will be three behind. And then there is that short mid wicket who is fairly square as well, and a mid on. So that's a pretty heavy onside field. And again, he's flicking at it. It goes in the air. It goes past Rahane as well, but it's still not close enough to him. And it goes down to fine leg where they picked up a single. Unatkat is able to cut this one off. The last one, he never had a chance. And it's just a single. So it's just a single to Craig Braffett. So he goes down to the non-strikers, and now he's on 10. He's into double figures. Chandapal, who's on 3, is on strike now. And for him, they've gone away with that leg side trap, and but they have just the 3 slips and a nice ring on the outside and on the offside. And Chandapal again, he looked like he was in two minds, as if he wanted to play that on the onside, and then at the last minute had to make a little adjustment, pushes it back past the bowler to end the over. It's 13 without loss.
Yes, Chandapal right behind that one. Chandapal, of course, batting style very similar to the famous West Indian and Guyanese left-handed batsman Shiv Narayan Chandrapal, who have had the opportunity of meeting and interacting several times. A very gentle human being, a very quiet man, but today the son has to do the talking with all the bat, since they are chasing a mammoth Indian first innings total of 438, and Jaydev Unatkat will continue from the commentator's end. A name that is a little difficult to pronounce, but we have gotten all my West Indian friends here to say Jaydev Unatkat, and I'm going to have them do an exercise. Say that 10 times fast.
Unatkat, Unatkat, Unatkat. And he's on his way. Now, the ball, and Braffett is right in behind it for a good delivery, pitching up to him, forcing him to just come forward. And what I realize Braffett is doing, and which good openers tend to do, they don't reach for the ball. They allow the ball to come to them and try to play it as close to the pads or to the body as possible. And, it's when you go fishing is when you run into problems. You play at deliveries you shouldn't be playing at.
Yeah, Jaydev Unatkat, born in Porbandar, talking about fishing. We'll talk about that in a second.
The fishing village. Here he is on his way. And that's a beauty of a delivery. That one came back at Braffett. And for a moment there, he was living dangerously because he was anticipating, I would imagine, that that ball was going to go across him and maybe go outside the off stump, but it pitched and it came back at him, actually climbed over the stumps.
Yeah, Jaydev Uratkar threw his hands up in sheer disgust because that was so perilously close as he goes back on his run-up. Yeah, he was born in Porbandar, which is a coastal town in the western state of Gujarat. And
The fishing is
quite popular.
part of the whole economy there. Well, let's see if he could prize out a fish. And this time, this one goes further outside the off, although it came back after pitching, but it started too far outside the off stump. So a good test here for the West Indian openers.
Unatkar, when he played in the IPL, got some coaching lessons from the Pakistani legend Wasim Akram when he played.
Who was left-handed as well.
Yeah, when he played for the Kolkata Knight Riders, and he even impressed Wasim Akram at that time.
Well, this is a far cry from the IPL. The colors are different. There are no lights. It's always brilliant sunshine. He's on his way, bowls, and that one is driven nicely back past the bowler. That should run into the boundary here. It's slowing up, though. Actually, it is slowing up. It's tied, literally. We saw that earlier today, down at with the square boundary. And this time, on the straight boundary, Rohit Sharma was able to run it down, and Braffett helped himself to 3 runs. He goes to 13 now. It's 16 without loss, the West Indies.
Yeah, slow and steady is the start for the West Indies. They need to put partnerships together, just like the Indian opening pair of Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma put on a 100-run partnership, and they batted quite well, put on this partnership. That is what both of these West Indian openers need to do and focus on. Build their innings, no unnecessary rash strokes, don't take any unnecessary risks at this juncture, because the target is 438.
Long way to go. Here is Unatkar bowled Chanderpaul again, as he normally does, pretty much like Steve Smith. Comes across the stumps and then try to play from there. And on that occasion, you could see him doing a little dance in the wicket as he tries to feel for the ball. And in the end, he played it well, but it looked a little bit awkward. He was hurried on that occasion. In West Indian parlance, Doc, you say he was he was whining in the wicket.
Yes, and when you see him bat, and of course, you just cannot. You just almost have to mention that similarity in the stance. He is taken after his legendary father. As Unatkar comes in left arm over the wicket.
Chanderpaul punches this one square, but he can't get a run. Jadeja is quickly across to deny him the opportunity of scoring. That ends the over. It's 16 without loss.
Yeah, so the story on Jaydev Unatkar, he started playing Test cricket in 2010 at the Centurion in South Africa, and but as a teenager he was nervous and actually had a poor game, and after that he was kind of lost and forgotten in Test cricket. And as I mentioned earlier in my previous commentary stints, 12 years later,
back for more.
And now he is touring here. Of course, Mohammad Shami and Jasprit Bumrah. Shami is of course rested, and Jasprit Bumrah is going through his rehab after his back problems. He is at the National Cricket Academy in Bangalore, along with KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer, Rishabh Pant, who are all getting through their injuries. And of course, the good news that we heard from the BCCI today was that Rishabh Pant is also now started batting in the nets. So his recovery is coming along as Siraj gets ready to bowl the next ball.
He's on his way and he bowls, and this one is played through mid-wicket. That's a good shot. He's going to get one. They might think of a second, but no. And Ashwin is able to corral it. Not the quickest of mover, Ashwin, but he moved quickly enough there to deter them from going for a second run. 14 now to Bradford. 17 without loss.
Ishan Kishan, the wicketkeeper. Yashasvi Jaiswal at first slip. Virat Kohli in the second slip. Ajinkya Rahane in the gully area. Three good fielders. Cheteshwar Pujara used to be in this area, but of course he is not in the test squad.
Chanderpaul again squaring up, but playing from a solid base, and I think that's the thing. And this is something when I try to explain his father's awkward stance. I always said he had the ugliest stance in batting in cricket, but to his credit, because of all the movement, and he used to touch everything in between balls, everything got touched, the glove, the elbow, the hat, everything. But then once he got into his stance, that trigger movement, of course, he used to walk across the ground. But he was playing from a solid base. And look at his son, same thing. And he's pulling this one down to fine leg. He's only going to get a single and not much else after that, because that cat is down there to do the fielding. But that's the key. And it was the same thing that people couldn't understand with Viv Richards when Viv Richards batted, because his stance was not as open as some of the others, but the bat came from a fairly awkward angle at times, but he was so solid in terms of when he was about to play the ball, he was very still, and that is what I was saying. It is the same thing with Chanderpaul. He gets into position and is from a firm stance is what is where he's playing. This time Craig Bradford is opening the face, but he can't get it past Jadeja at point. So and I suppose any coach could tell you that no matter where you start, it's where you finish. And when I say finish, in terms of your movement, and then you could play from there.
Yeah. No, I think you talked about the ugly stance. The other person who comes to mind is Stephen Smith of Australia, who has been among the runs in a major way. But then when it is the time for the impact of the bat on the ball, his head is so still as Siraj comes in.
And again, Craig Bradford. So you can see he's a work in progress right now. He's still trying to get rhythm into his batting at the moment. I think he needs a big score, and that will probably settle him, a little bit. The problem for people like Craig Bradford, because they don't play much limited overs cricket, test matches only coming along once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, in the next test match India will be playing is not until for about 4 months from now. So the calendar is filled with the...
And that's one of the drawbacks for these players. Here he is, pushes this one into the covers. That's a good shot. It's in the gap. They've gone for one. They're going to come back for the second run, and they're going to get that quite comfortably too. Rohit Sharma trudges along to overhaul it, and the batsmen are content with just the 2 runs. So that completes another Siraj over. At the end of it, 16 to Bradford, 4 to Chanderpaul. It's 20 without loss.
Yes, quite comfortable start. There have been some good stroke plays. The last one we saw a nice cover drive in the gap. Siraj has bowled 5 overs for his 12 runs with 2 maidens, and Unadkat 4 overs for his 8 runs, both of them wicketless. 9 overs have gone by, and what we saw in Dominica was that Ravichandran Ashwin was brought in quite early. Whether we are going to see this or not, because I do see some patches on both ends, and that is something Ashwin probably was keeping a very close eye when he was batting to see which end would be more preferable and favorable for his bowling, because he uses...
What about Mukesh Kumar?
Mukesh Kumar is on his test debut. Whether the first change will be Mukesh Kumar or Ravichandran Ashwin, remains to be seen.
Push him in at the deep end, as they say. Chandapol gets one coming back at him, and you could see him finishing it with one hand on the bat and playing it one-handed. But he played it well in the end. Played it to mid-wicket for no run. You can see there's spectators, some of these school children that you were talking about, hovering around the players to get autographs.
There is some West Indian player which I cannot identify.
But that's what I'm saying. They're just crowding him and making sure that they get their signatures out of the way. All part of the game. Driven nicely through mid-wicket. Not very powerfully, but placed it well. And it's going to get a couple of runs quite comfortably as well.
Yeah, Mukesh Kumar is one bowler that viewers and listeners will want to find out about, because making his test debut here on this historic occasion of this being the 100th test match between India and the West Indies here at the Queen's Park Oval. And on the television we are seeing the school children having a good time watching this match.
Here is Udadkar again. And Chandapol just brings the bat inside in that familiar gape of his. He just starts as if he's going to play and then withdraws the bat by bringing it across his body and out of harm's way. It's not something that I fancy very much, but a lot of cricketers are comfortable doing it. It's like they're shaped to play, and then when they decide they're not going to play, pull the bat out of harm's way.
Yeah.
But then you also have the exaggerated one from Labuschagne when he does that funny overhand flip of the bat. Chandapol again getting close to the ball and finding himself cramped, cannot get it away.
Yeah. I see that Ashwin is warming up on his mid-off position. So whether
things are going to happen.
Looks like things are going to happen. Whether it is the next over or a few overs from now, he is stretching his hamstrings and quadriceps. He is fielding at the mid-off.
Maybe he got a call. He got a signal from the skipper.
Well, Mukesh Kumar will say, "Why not me?"
Yeah, I'm closer to you, Skip.
Mukesh Kumar coming from played for Bengal in the domestic circuit of Indian cricket. 2 slips and a gully.
Chandapol again standing up there and then playing from the crease. He's not really going forward. He tends to play from right where he's standing there. And actually he's begging the bowler to come to him. Unadkat on that occasion was pitching in front of him. A little bit of movement as well, but Chandapol again making a quick adjustment with the arms.
Unadkat has a very straight run-up, and you being a fast bowler yourself, I wanted to know your views that some bowlers tend to have an angular run-up. Malcolm Marshall, for example, used to have an angular run-up. Mikey Holding, boom, straight. And if you look at Unadkat's run-up, it's straight using the crease a little bit here.
And that's a good ball. Again, Chandapol just at the last moment, bringing the bat inside and allowing the ball to go its merry way. So, some of the West Indian player you were trying to identify might actually have been Brian Lara. And that's why you saw the large crowd sort of gravitating around him. The end of another over, it's 22 without loss.
And as we saw on the field with Ravichandran Ashwin warming up, it is Ravichandran Ashwin who is brought in the 11th over of this test match.
It is Lara.
It is Brian Lara. Brian Lara mingling with the children, and what a lovely sight. I think the sights like these that children will remember for a long time, and may even stimulate them to emulate somebody like Brian Lara on the cricket field. And coming here and watching this historic test match, I think this is a memory that will be etched permanently. It's Ravichandran Ashwin from the Joey Carew members balcony, and he will be bowling to He has a slip, a forward short leg, short mid-on, kind of a wide-ish mid-on as well as he comes into bowl. He's got a fielder on point, a cover point and a mid-off.
Mukesh Kumar standing at point. But here he comes with his first delivery, and it's punched on the onside, and the bowler does the fielding himself.
Rohit Sharma fielding at the extra cover position. Rahane in the slip.
And this is driven brilliantly past it, goes past Rohit Sharma, but they're going to get one. And that's good work from Siraj there, running around quickly and limited them to just the one.
Yeah, there was a good drive, and I think to counter Ashwin, we don't want to get bogged down because he will use his bowling intellect to try and pick on some of your weaknesses. But here we saw a nice confident stroke as now Ashwin is going to come right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Chandrapal.
How many centuries did Tendulkar make against the West Indies?
I'll have to look it up. One at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yep.
And Ashwin is coming around the wicket. Forward shot like in a slip-in position.
A little bit of hurry there on the part of Chandrapal as Ashwin again now getting into his work, probably a little bit quicker, not really just trying to make sure he gets his line right first up, and then you can see him starting to maybe use his guile and do his variations. But right now from around the wicket he comes. Chandrapal again quickly jumping across the crease, maybe trying to put off the bowler a little bit, moving across to the offside rather quickly. So this is a good opportunity here for the West Indies to really dig deep here and try to post, give them a good foundation. This time he's turning it away.
You know, talking about fidgety, we talk about Stephen Smith, talking about Chandrapal, but when you look at Ravichandran Ashwin's bowling, watch his hand. It's like
his only hands and legs coming at you.
He's having like a mini seizure, and then he comes and delivers the ball.
His only hands and legs coming at you there, which. And if you don't know, you would think he was going to bowl left-handed because just before he delivers the ball, his whole body kind of swings towards the umpire, and then he brings it across. So another fine over from him. That comes to an end. It's 23 without loss, 17 to Braffett and 6 to Chandrapal.
So a pretty sedate start, I would say, for the West Indies. The key is not to lose any wickets. The key is to build partnerships, and that is what Brathwaite and Chandrapal have done. Brathwaite on 17, Chandrapal on 6. Ravichandran Ashwin brought in early, as we almost had predicted, and Mukesh Kumar would probably be the next change to give Jaidev Unatkar a break. So we may see either a double change or perhaps a switch of ends for Mohammad Siraj after
And
this drinks break.
but what about maybe even bringing in
Jadeja? Jadeja would come, but I think Mukesh Kumar will be going to Rohit Sharma. Please, I'm making my test debut. I'm making my test debut.
Bowler.
If you give the ball to Ravindra Jadeja and if he and Ashwin start grabbing all the wickets, what will happen to my debut? So,
but it's just the state of the game. If that's what the captain feels, then we go with that. Because it's the same thing used to happen with the West Indian fast bowlers, when you had the 4 quicks, you wonder, when am I going to get a wicket? If you're the 4th one coming in, because imagine you go with Holden and Roberts, then what do you do? Croft and Garner, or if you leave out one of those and Marshall plays, how are you going to share up all these wickets? And then Holden was a consistent bowler, so too was Andy Roberts. Marshall was probably the most prolific of the lot. But the wickets were shared among them, not evenly, I might add, but you look at the figures. Some are up here, some are, some might have just over 200, others gone up to the 400 range, as the case may be. But they were all such fine bowlers, and but every game, that's why I think people love those West Indies teams in that era, was because in every game, you would see Viv Richards do something special, or maybe Alvin Kalicharan, Lawrence Rowe to a lesser extent. But even if they didn't give you the big scores, and the West Indies had maybe 250 to defend, the place would be packed when they knew the West Indies was bowling, because you knew that something was going to happen at some point in time once they were in the field. So whether it was Holden taking wickets, Roberts taking wickets, Marshall, and then of course we had Garner and Croft, and then after subsequent we had the big fellow right next to us here, Ambrose and Walsh, whatever the case may be. So,
but I was just listening to you talk about the 4 quicks, and if there was Lance Gibbs, he would be saying, "When is my turn coming?"
Just relax there, old man.
If the 2 quicks get tired, the 3rd one is in the wings.
Yep.
And then the 4th one is in the wings, and Lance Gibbs, the champion off spinner.
And remember when we were talking about Sunil Gavaskar, spare thought for Jack Norega, the 9 for 95.
Right.
And his work just kind of gets lost in all of that.
That is true.
But
I think it's Jaidev Unatkar who is going to continue from the commentary box end. Brathwaite batting on 17, Chandrapal on 6. The score is 23 for no loss after 11 overs.
He's gone around the wicket to the right-hander. And starts outside the off-stump, a little bit of a away movement as well. Now you're talking about run-up and straight run-ups as opposed to angular run-up. Bernard Julian, who's from Trinidad here. If Bernard was bowling here, Bernard would start way over there. And he would come in at an angle and then deliver. So when Bernard was bowling, or if he's bowling from that end, Bernard would be starting, where you have second slip, he would be starting
by gully
over there. It'd come at an angle at you.
Even Crofty had an angular run-up as well.
But Crofty was straight compared to Bernard. This time he's bang on target and forcing the batsman to have to defend.
Yeah.
And there are a couple others, but you should have seen a bowler from a club right across there, Harvard, Andrew Clark. I think he played a couple of games for Trinidad and Tobago as well. When Andrew Clark was running up to bowl, he would start here. He would run here. He'd go back. So the run-up alone was...
if I was going to see him, I would say, why are you burning your calories in the wrong way?
But when he delivered the ball would do the same thing. It would dance all over the place. It was the most amazing thing to watch. That's another good delivery. Bang on target. Natcat forcing Brathwaite to defend.
I think both the batsmen, both Chandrapal as well as Brathwaite, have negotiated Unatkar as well as Siraj quite well. They have not taken any undue risks. I think they have played some strokes where the ball deserves to be hit, but otherwise they have been very cautious in their approach. There's a slight field change here. Shortish mid-off coming in.
Rahane has come into that short.
Coming into that position, yeah.
I think they've been bowling probably very close to the off-stump a lot. I'll be interested to see if they bowl slightly, just a little bit further, and see if they get them to come out there and play. But when you're that close to them, they're not moving very far, and it's easy to negotiate there. This one turned away on the onside. They're going for one. You might consider a second. Yes, they're going to go for the second. That's good running. And Brathwaite touched down quickly, turned, and never hesitated.
And this is the right approach for the West Indies. That one was angling in from the left-hander, and it came onto his pads, and he nicely tucked it away to square leg, which is the empty area. There is a fielder on the deep fine leg, which is a squarish deep fine leg, and a square leg, and there was a nicely placed stroke to fetch them 2 runs. As Unatkar gets ready, for his next delivery. 25 for no loss, the West Indies.
The two slips go down, pitching up again. That's pushed back nicely by Braffett. Seemed to be getting a little more confident now. He's kind of feeling the ball on the bat a little bit better now. And the sound of the ball on the bat is obviously a lot louder as he middles the ball a little bit more. He's on 19.
You were using the sentence, Brathwaite is a work in progress. Has he made progress?
Well, he's now made some progress because you could see him, you could see him now. He's finding the middle of the bat a little bit more. And the commentators curse as I say that one might fly off the inside edge or something. But as Unadkat has gone around the wicket to him this time, or over the wicket rather, to him this time. And again, he's coming forward, finding the middle of the bat a little bit more to keep him out. So that's the end of the over. 25 without loss. Braffett is 19. Chanderpaul is on 6th.
Yes, I think that probably may be the last over that Unadkat has bowled from the commentator's end. And Ashwin continues from the members' end. Of course, West Indies are chasing 438, which is what India scored in the first innings, thanks primarily to runs coming from Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, and of course Ravindra Jadeja. It's interesting that both the Indian and the West Indies team have openers with a right-hand, left-hand combination. And the Indian openers have done well. Let's see how they do. As Ashwin comes in, right arm around.
Chanderpaul again is covering up, plays it back along the wicket. Just has the one slip, but we haven't seen anything spin much so far. Still a relatively new ball, nice hard ball. Chanderpaul is pushing this one. And Virat Kohli is right there, that short extra cover position, no run.
And when Warrican was bowling from the commentary box, and he was able to turn the ball.
Again, Chanderpaul coming across the stumps. And just as playing it on the onside, there is a forward short leg as well under the helmet. So India looking for a wicket here. They're trying to get a breakthrough. Chanderpaul again turning this one just behind the square, but they can't get it through there. Mukesh Kumar is standing in the way. A lot of encouragement going on out there for Ashwin.
Yeah, Ishan Kishan is a talkative guy.
Chanderpaul again.
And you should listen to Rishabh Pant. If Ishan Kishan is talkative, Rishabh Pant is quite a voice.
It's very vocal, very vocal. Yep.
Quite a voice behind the stumps. Encouraging bowlers all the time.
Chanderpaul again, that's good fielding there, right under the bat there, trying to pick it up quickly, Joshua, but he cannot get under this one, although he stopped it nicely, and at the end of it, it's 25 without loss.
Yeah, the West Indies pair moving along. Ashwin is trying to, I think a leg before decision against Chanderpaul would be in the works, because I think he's bowling stump to stump, and with the stance that Chanderpaul has, he's so quick in becoming so straight at the time of the delivery that Ravichandran Ashwin would feel that I have a great chance of getting this man leg before. But like you said earlier, at the time, he is right on target. And here we are, the test debutant, Mukesh Kumar, finally. He must be saying, thank you, Rohit Sharma. And he is getting ready. This young man can bowl fast, so watch out. He's going to bring something. Here is the first ball of Mukesh Kumar in Test cricket. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls, and he's bang on target as it pushed on towards point. Mukesh Kumar born in the state of Bihar in India, and was in the same state, played in the same state as Saurav Ganguly in the state of Bengal, and played for a local club there. He was seen as a young emerging talent and has gone through the ropes and made it to Test cricket. Here he comes in, right arm over, and this time it is driven to cover and for no runs. Score remains at 25 for no loss. Brathwaite on 19, Chanderpaul on 6. Of course, the West Indies eyeing 438 plus to get a lead in the first innings. This is the second day of the test match here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad. 100th test match between India and the West Indies. There seems to be something with the ball, and Ashwin went to the umpire, Richard Kettlebrough, to show the ball, and then all seems to be okay as Mukesh Kumar is back on his run-up. Right arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and he pushes it back. Ashwin comes in just to his left on the mid-on area, stops the ball, and no run results. What are your immediate thoughts on Mukesh Kumar's action?
Well, well, first of all, he's not up to full throttle just yet, so he's probably just feeling his way, getting his body, getting his rhythm, looking for rhythm here. But from what you could see from his action, again, he has a pretty straight run-up, and he looks very relaxed into his delivery stride. And that one peels off the edge. A little bit of bunks there as well from him.
Yeah, we haven't not seen any significant number of edges go by. This is probably the first one, but I think it was almost deliberate as he put his bat down and allowed the ball to come on to the edge, allowing it to perhaps roll between the gap between the third slip and the gully, because there is no fielder on third man patrolling the ropes. So if the ball goes past the slip cordon, it would be 4 runs. Mukesh Kumar comes in again, right arm over the wicket. And this time it's driven straight to Ravichandran Ashwin, who moves a few steps to his left in the long on area.
If you notice, his line is pretty good. He's just there off stump, just outside the off stump, and asking the batsman to play. And that's where the edge came in, because he was just outside the off stump and forcing Brathwaite to have to come and meet the ball.
Yes, that corridor of uncertainty, as they say, and the first end of the first over from Mukesh Kumar in Test cricket ends up as a maiden, and he'll probably remember that a few years down the road.
It's a pretty good start, and he hit the edge too. He almost prized out a wicket in his first over. It wasn't to beat, but it remains 25 without loss, as the West Indies still need a further 413 runs.
And what was good to see is that Rohit Sharma, the skipper of the Indian cricket team, just goes on to have a small talk with Mukesh Kumar to just say, well done, your first over was quite good.
Probably telling him, are you breathing okay? You know, I remember when I got my first wicket, that Derek Murray came up to me and he said, well, boy, all you need now is another 999 more now.
Ravichandran Ashwin continues from the pavilion end, and
Chanderpaul is waiting on him now. And this is really the battle here, because, like you said, he is thinking an LBW decision. But Chanderpaul, because of the way he plays, is always a prime candidate for an LBW, regardless of the bowler. But I think Ashwin, more particularly, might be thinking that he's in with a great chance here of maybe beating that prod of Chanderpaul's when he comes on to the front foot.
And if you recall, if the listeners recall, Chandrapal was foxed by Ashwin in the Dominica test, and he clipped this off bail when it was a defensive prod in the first innings, and in the second innings he was trapped leg before by Jadeja. So the leg before decision very much in the minds of the Indian spinners, and now they are going to reinforce the attack here. We have a slip, a forward short leg and a backward short leg, and a leg slip almost.
Yeah, because I think that's where Virat Kohli has slipped into that leg slip position.
One wrong shot here, one wrong shot here.
So again, you can really see India now really hunting a wicket right now. They're making changes from over the wicket now. That's one swept nicely down to fine leg. It might get to the boundary, and Kumar does well to come across there, put a big boot on it, and the batsmen are able to come back for a third run.
Yeah, that was some football technique used by Mukesh Kumar, the test debutant, the fast bowler. But the batsmen, both the batters run across for 3 runs. And it's now Brathwaite on strike facing Ravichandran Ashwin. And the score moves on to 28 for no loss. Brathwaite is 19, Chandrapal 9.
And here's one that goes past the outside edge, and again a little bit of drift and maybe on pitching just held its own, and went through to be taken by the keeper to end the over. It's 28 without loss. 19 to Brathwaite, 9 to Chandrapal, and they're checking the ball again.
Mukesh Kumar will be bowling his second over. Mukesh Kumar donning number 49 on his shirt for the test match.
I wonder if there's any significance for him with that.
Well, I wonder 9 plus 4 equals 13. Perhaps 13 is his lucky number. But Rohit Sharma certainly encouraging him. Rohit Sharma is fielding at mid-on for Chandrapal. So in close proximity, captains tend to usually stand at mid-off or mid-on so they can have a mini conversation with the bowlers, cheer them on or give them some tips or listen to them for some suggestions. And that is the case here as well as Mukesh Kumar gets ready.
He runs away from us and bowls a good delivery going across the left-hander, but again Chandrapal in this now familiar approach of his just drags the bat inside and allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So far so good for the West Indies, 28 without loss, and they just need to keep going and try to frustrate the Indian bowlers as much as possible.
One of my family members just messaged me. I'll talk about in a second here.
Here goes Kumar again, and again Chandrapal picks up the line and then just brings the bat inside, and it could give you the tendency that he's playing at the deliveries, but a lot of times he's not really playing. He's just picking up the line and then just bringing the bat, trying to bring it out of harm's way. I suppose it's just a way that he feels comfortable playing.
Yeah, one of my family members listening, Rajul Bhai Desai, messaged me that I gave you the difficult task of saying Unatka 10 times and you were quick to the task.
He is again allowing that ball to go across. This is a good angle from the bowler Kumar, because he's really keeping Chandrapal, he's keeping him quiet and he's not giving him anything to play with. Not much room to maneuver. If he wants to score, he's going to have to come out there to score. And we have the 3 slips or 2 slips on a gully just waiting there for any miscue at all. So still the oval in brilliant sunshine. Yeah, and you would notice that Colin Murray looks very resplendent behind us. There's another beauty of a delivery going right across the left-hander to be taken by the wicketkeeper. That one, I thought he played at, and that one beat the outside edge. And the wicketkeeper might have just caught it awkwardly and is in some discomfort. Look at this one here. Just pitches, leaves him. And again, Chandapal holding his line. So he's playing to cover that off stump. And if the ball moves, well then it's going to beat the outside edge. But for a moment there, it looks as if Kishan is in some discomfort.
I was lucky to be in the same frame as Mr. Murray here. Somebody sent me a picture, and
Chandapal
this
drives this one straight though as it goes to Ashwin. No run at mid-off.
this one I will cherish, Mr. Murray. This was during the presentation. When the was it during a
What's the
felicitation of Sunil Gavaskar?
What's the caption you have on that? Is that one of those that goes good, the bad, and the ugly, or something? I'm not ascribing placement to anybody. I just won't. But I said I'm not describing.
Again, the ball is being inspected. Ravichandran Ashwin went up to the umpire, Richard Kettlebrough, and now
may have a change.
umpire is going to have a look at some more balls because there may be a loss of shape as the players are getting a break. Mukesh Kumar, right underneath our commentary box, is getting a beverage, getting some electrolytes. Replenishment, I take it, from the familiar face of the Indian support staff, and some of the players just lying down, taking a little break, as the umpires will go through their bag of balls, and it would be a good opportunity for us to welcome the next commentary team here. Anil,
The well-dressed Colin Murray.
the well-dressed Colin Murray, the sharp-looking Colin Murray, and he's a celebrity here at the Queen's Park Oval. I mean, you know, when the World Cup is going to be held here next year, the first call I'm going to make sure that my wife has good tickets is going to be Mr. Murray.
Is he gonna scalp those tickets for you?
He will help me out, I know. So with that, we welcome Colin and Anil.
So nice and bright, sunny Queen's Park Oval here. It's been really a magnificent day. Well, a magnificent 2 days in terms of the weather. As Mukesh Kumar is into Chandapal, and again, he has this habit, and I heard Ruskin and Doc mentioning it, and Ruskin in particular, where he gives you an impression that he's playing at the ball, but he plays inside the line. So the ball he picks it up early, it's coming across him, and he has this uncanny way of just playing he plays towards, let's say, a middle stump, but the ball is outside the off stump, you know, and it's a little bit, I've seen him, since I've seen young Chandapal play, he plays that way, but I don't like it. Because I just feel one day he's going to misjudge a line and probably edge the ball. But Kumar now has decided to come around the wicket to the left-handed Chandapal, and he bowls them, and this time he gets in line to a delivery. Seemed to have just come back at him and it had a little bit of bounce. He withdrew the bottom hand and played it out on the onside. So it's the end of the over from Mukesh Kumar, just his second over, none for one, and not a bad start for the West Indies. I think a lot of people thought, oh, by this time they would have had 2 wickets down, and the usual, how should I put it, chastising of the team. But as I said, we said it to Anil, this is a good batting pitch. There's no doubt about it. And if you cannot bat on this, then you have problems. And it's been a good start. And I'm not saying, I don't want to put my commentators' curse on them, but both of them have settled in nicely. As we look at Ashwin, before you make your comment, into Brathwaite, and he's playing a little uppishly towards that short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, it has been an excellent start from the West Indies openers, and skipper Craig Brathwaite, he's leading by example, Colin.
Well, here he faces up to Ashwin, and this time he's looking to turn a delivery, but then at the last minute just withdrew the bat, and in so doing allowed the ball just to come off the pad. 29 for none. Brathwaite is on 19. Chandapol is on 9.
But interesting enough, Colin, we're seeing that some scuffed areas just outside the line of the right-handers or stump that I'm sure that Ravichandran and Ashwin will want to take advantage of.
Well, they're going to pick up a single here because that ball just eludes. Is that Siraj at a backward square leg? And they were able to pick up a single. So one more to the total. Goes to 30 without loss. The Brathwaite goes into the 20s now. He's on 20 exact. As Ashwin comes round the wicket to bowl to Chandapol, and Chandapol is in defence, pushes it out on the offside. There's no run. Brathwaite out of character in the first test. His mode of dismissals, very strange. Was looking to hit over the top and shots like that, and so it's not his type of game, so we were really surprised. And this one seemed to have come off the pad and just trickled past the off stump. Anil, Chandapol and Brathwaite, they've got to be careful. They cannot get themselves too bogged down here, because if they do, they're going to run themselves into problems. As we look at Ashwin around the wicket to bowl to the left-hander, and he's pushing that on the front foot. Goes out to backward point. There's no run. It's the end of the over from Ashwin. At the end of it, it's 30 for none. Yeah, that's also something they've got to be very wary of. If they keep defensive, get too ultra defensive, it could bring pressure on them.
Yeah, both batters still have to remain confident enough in the sense that, Colin, they've got to continue to show some intent and some scoring intent in that. Sometimes you just don't want to be prodding, pushing and prodding, because that may just bring a downfall.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be Kumar. It's going to continue. Mukesh Kumar.
So Mukesh Kumar is getting that ball, calling from the last over to pitch on the street, and just sweeping away from the left-hander. So Tejan Chandapol has to be very careful indeed with his judgment outside the line of the off-stump.
Well, Brathwaite is facing him as he bowls the first delivery, pitching, as you rightly said, just about the off-stump, and that one hit the seam and he didn't behave badly, but it was had a little bit more bounce, and Brathwaite was playing it well because he had to get on top of it.
Well, you could, as we have seen from the onset, Colin, the Indian team, Team India, they are bent on attacking the front part of skipper Craig Brathwaite's pads. So they're looking for that LBW or bowler.
Well, 2 slips on a gully, or 3 slips you can see. 6 men on the offside as Kumar is into Brathwaite, and he's guiding this one through the third man position. That's going to run away just about now. That's 4 runs. Good shot from Brathwaite. It was short. It was outside the line of the off stump. He had the width, and all he did was to just open the face beautifully and guide it away from point. And it went to his left. He gave chase, but it beat him just to the boundary board, and 4 runs to Brathwaite. He goes to 24 now, and the total on to 34 for none.
So a very confident shot from skipper Brathwaite, just waiting on the last moment there and bisecting that backward point to his left, and away she goes to the boundary. So that takes the score on to 34 without loss. Remember, Team India batting first at the Queen's Park Oval, scoring a mammoth 438 all out.
Here is Kumar into Brathwaite. This time he's on the pad and more, I would say more middle and leg, just angling it into the right-hander, and he's pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Seems to, is that Gill at mid-wicket? Shubman Gill?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Shubman Gill there at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So the total on out, well, with that boundary, as I said, 34 for none. So the West Indies trail India at the moment by 404. Still a lot of time left in this game because we are into just the second day. We're in the final session of the second day as Kumar is into Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is playing this one through the offside again. He's getting it to the left of cover, and he gives chase, and looks like Jadesha they're giving chase, and they're able to pick up 2 runs. So Brathwaite seemingly a little bit more confident against the pace, and he picks up 2 more runs, so he goes to 26. The total on now to 36 without loss. So it's been a good solid start from these two. We are into over number 18, so you have to say by it's no stretch of the imagination, Anil, it's a fast start. It's a watchful start.
It's a very watchful start indeed, and it is what is required.
Kumar into Brathwaite, and he's hitting this one, but straight to cover. Jadesha is there, and there is no run. But he went after that. That was a more of a, I wouldn't like to call it a half volley, because there was Brathwaite having to reach for it. But he went for the drive, and unfortunately he hit it straight to the man at cover. So Kumar, again, they're having a look at the ball, and something has got to be wrong. Who did they purchase these balls from? Because certainly wasn't from me. It could have been from Russell Mark. I don't know if he's gone into that business. But we've had real problems with the balls. You know, in the Indian, when the Indians were batting, they changed the ball about three occasions. And now they've already had this is going to be a second look at the ball. So,
Yeah, so the ball just seems to be losing shape very quickly here at the Queen's Park Oval, and it has been bringing to the attention of it has been brought to the attention of the umpires, and again the third umpire is walking out with a box of balls, replacement balls. They will have to get a ball in the vicinity of the range of 18 overs. 18 overs all. So the umpires, they're viewing the box of ball that has been brought out by the third umpire. And while all that is happening, skipper Rohit Sharma and members of Team India, they're having a look at the surface. And the batters, they have decided to have a refreshment as well. So you're not missing no action at this time. So there is a replacement ball. It's in the possession of Mukesh Kumar. Mukesh Kumar making his test debut here at the Queen's Park Oval. Remember, it's the 100th test match between Team India and the West Indies team. So what a momentous occasion indeed it has been, Colin Murray.
it has been. It's I don't know how to put this. It's a pity that the two teams weren't more evenly matched to have a real great competitive game. But it's so obvious that at this point in time, India's cricket is far better than West Indies cricket. So you look at this test match and you say, well, it's a foregone conclusion. So, and I've said before, once the West Indies can put up a competitive display, here is Kumar into Brathwaite, and he's on the front foot pushing it out to cover. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 36 for none at the end of over number 18. And I think that's what a lot of Nobody really expects the West Indies team to overwhelm the Indians and win the test match. But I think what people, the fans would like is to see a competitive game of cricket. And, for example, somebody said to me, oh, India made 438. If the West Indies can get to 400, that'll be great. Wait, of course it will be great. But it's whether they have the mental capacity and the attitude to stick it out and bat and bat and bat, because that's what test cricket is about. Kohli showed it. I mean, Kohli took 20 balls to get off the mark. So, the intention was already there. He said to himself, he's just going to bat. And that's what these guys have got to do. They've got to decide, hey, like these two, and you could, here's Ashwin, however, and I'll come back to that. He's bowling to Chanderpaul, and he's in the front foot, pushing it up back on the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. They should now look at sessions. So these two should come out and say, hey, I'm batting until the end of play. That should be your goal. That should be your aim. I'm going to bat until the end of the day's play. And if they come back, if they're still there tomorrow, they come back out. Here is Ashwin into Chanderpaul. And at the start of play, they say, okay, I'm going to bat until lunchtime. And set themselves little targets. Because they're really and truly, Anil, I'm not sure if you're seeing it, but I'm not seeing any devils in the pitch. It's a situation where they've got to not get themselves bogged down and play the game and play each ball in its merit. And if a ball is there to be hit it. Here's a delivery that Chanderpaul turns to the man at short fine leg, and there is no run. So, it's the 100th test match, great, but, I think a lot of people would have wanted to see, at least for the 100th test match, a competitive game. Here's Ashwin from that Branlar Pavilion, and he's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Chanderpaul. And this is a full toss, and he puts it away, and that's what I mean. When you get the bad ball, you've got to put it away, and kudos there to Chanderpaul. It was a bad delivery, it was full, it was outside the leg stump, and he just paddle swept it down to the fine leg position. There's no one down there. There's a backward square leg, and that beat him easily into the fence, and it goes for 4. So 4 runs for Chanderpaul. The total goes on now to 42 without loss. With 40 without loss, and he is on 13. Let's look at Ashwin again into Chanderpaul, and he's turning this delivery, but straight to mid-wicket.
But a rare bad delivery there from Ravi Chandra and Ashwin there. But give Taylor and Chanderpaul all the credit. He had the confidence to put it away, and this is what is required. Whenever the ball is there to put away, you've got to put away the bad deliveries.
And I agree with you completely. Here is Ashwin into, and this is another bad delivery, and he's sweeping it again. That's 4 more runs, and that's it. That's what you've got to do. When you do get the bad delivery, because sometimes, and you would know, Anil, when you're so into defense and you're so studying to keep your wicket intact, you sometimes get the bad ball and you're not able to put it away. And give Chanderpaul credit. He got 2 bad deliveries and he put away both of them. So that's 2 boundaries back to back for Chanderpaul. He now quickly goes to 17, and it's now 44 without loss. Brathwaite is on 26 and Chanderpaul is on 17.
So excellent opening stand from skipper Craig Brathwaite and his opening partner Tejnarayan Chanderpaul. And at this stage, Ruskin, all they need to do...
Colin.
Colin.
And much better looking than Ruskin.
Both openers just need to consolidate this position and keep batting for as long as possible. It has shown that this pitch has no terrors in it. So the seamers, yes, they're getting a bit of a seam movement, but there isn't situations where the ball is going away alarmingly either way of the seam. So to me, excellent batting conditions. One would just hope that both these players continue to do well for West Indies and possibly take the team to the end of play this evening.
Well, we see the ground staff doing some work on where they land in the footmarks, so maybe it's just being dug up a little bit. So they're trying to do a little repairs. They'll have to work on that tomorrow at the end of the day's play, or from today actually. But I think it's where the bowler's footmarks land, Anil. And,
Yeah, it is just on that crease area there where that front foot landing.
Tell me what they're doing. Are they
just
tell your listeners what they're doing.
Well, they're basically just compacting the area they're calling. It has been scuffed up by the spikes from the bowling boots of the bowlers, and it is creating a bit of concern for the bowler running in there and hitting that area consistently. So some running repairs has been done by the grog staff. So
Yes, and he's making his way off. So you're not missing any cricket because that area where the bowlers land, where the front foot lands, was just being compacted, and that has been done. And Kumar is going to make his way back to the top of his mark.
And just looking at the foot marks outside the line of the awesome Colin Murray, when do you think those foot marks are going to come into play?
50.
On the 50. So you're basically saying that the pitch is going to stay the way it is for the next 3 days?
Third and fourth day, yes. I think, I've always said it, that second, third, and fourth day, I think this is going to be a belter in terms of batting-wise. Yes, the odd ball may do something. I'm not going to say no, the odd ball, but I think in general, if you apply yourself and you take your time and you play each ball in its merit, there's absolutely no reason why any of those West Indian batsmen can't get 100.
Well, I think skipper Craig Brathwaite and his partner Tejnarayan Chandapol, I'm sure they will want to carry on for as long as possible. And as the day progresses, the pitch just seems to be getting better and better. It's now batting paradise, Colin.
Yeah, that's why again, I'm not going to harp on it, but that's why I said, if you win the toss, bowl on it, get as much help you can get, assistance out of the pitch on the first day, because I knew from day 2 this pitch is going to play really, really good, and it has. Here is Kumar into Brathwaite, and Brathwaite turns this delivery backward of square, runs in it for him. They've gone for one. They're going to come back for the second as the man out, and who's that at that deep backward square leg position? Is that Unnat Kat? I'm not sure. It seems to be Unnat Kat. And they pick up 2 runs. So Brathwaite goes to 28, 46 for none, West Indies. So the lead now is under 400. It's 392, but a long way to go.
And it's going to take a lot of application. It's going to take batting in partnerships, Colin. So every person that goes out there, they must have a plan in terms of their stick ability, their technical ability, and their awareness in terms of how they're going to navigate to take their team into some position of comfort.
I like that word, stickability. Very nice. Here is Kumar into Brathwaite, and this is just outside the line. That's a good delivery because it was just outside the line of the off stump, and you could see Brathwaite thinking for one moment he was going to play at it, and then all of a sudden he left it. It was a good leave, but you look at the slip corner and the wicket keeper, their hands went up because they knew that was pretty close to the off stump. But give Brathwaite credit.
Yeah, excellent batting from Craig Brathwaite there, just judging his off stump really well there. But there were a lot of oohs and ahs from behind the stumps.
Here is Kumar on his way again to bowl to the right-handed West Indian skipper. And this is too wide of the off stump, and he's not going to play at that. He's going to allow it to go through to be taken by the wicket keeper.
But excellent from Mukesh Kumar, Colin. He has made that adjustment from bowling straight to the stumps. He's just gone a bit 6 inches just outside the line of the corridor of uncertainty. So he's now working that line outside, outside the line of the off stump of Craig Brathwaite there.
Well, Kumar making his way back to the top of his mark as 2 slips and a gully go down. Nice, brilliant sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval as Kumar is into Brathwaite, and he's looking to drive, and probably was into the shot a little too early. The ball came off the inner part of the bat, goes back up along the track to Kumar, not in the air, so there was no danger for Brathwaite, but you could see him looking for that drive, and I thought he was into the shot a little too early.
Well, what's interesting enough, Colin, from a batting perspective, skipper Kirk Brathwaite, in the last 15 minutes, you've seen that he's just trying to change gears, not being reckless by any stretch of the imagination, but looking to seize on every opportunity that he can score.
So here is Kumar on his way again to bowl to Brathwaite, and this time a delivery angled into him. Is that Kohli at second slip? What is he appealing about? The ball seemed to have come off the middle of the bat. And I'm not sure if he thought maybe it hit pad first.
Well, it was shaping back sharply into Kirk Brathwaite, and for a moment the bowler felt that he had defeated that forward defensive prod. But it came off the middle, it trickled out to Shubman Gill out at mid-wicket. There's no run, so the score remains on 46. So the West Indies just approaching that landmark figure of 50. And what a tremendous bruise it would be to get to that 50 mark without loss, Colin.
Yeah, it certainly would be. And, if I can recall the last test match when the West Indies got to 50, they had already lost 3 or 4 wickets. Here is Kumar into Brathwaite, and every ball that is bowled, the Indian cricketers, you're hearing the oohs and the ahs and the eh, you know, like they're expecting something from every ball. Again, the batsmen, they've got to ignore that. They've got to concentrate and forget the oohs and the ahs and the a's. You know, just bat.
And it just reminds me, Colin, of what the conversation we had yesterday in terms of the West Indies team. During that first session, they were totally flat. But you could see from this Indian team, they're very sprightly. They're just optimistic that something is going to happen at any point in time.
Well, here's Kumar running away from us. Goes past the umpire and bowls to Brathwaite. And another good delivery. It angled into the right-hander. And it's just back of a length. So he can't really get onto the back foot and punch it. And he can't get on the front foot. So he's just very watchful as that ball comes back into him. And then just trying to work it towards the mid-on position, and there is no run. So the end of the over from Kumar, pretty good over, as the West Indies continue here to battle against the Indians. The Indian team certainly very buoyant after that first victory in Dominica, but they have to work much harder here to get the wickets.
Well, both openers have definitely closed the door when it comes to wickets at this stage of the innings, Colin. And Tejnarayan Chanderpaul and skipper Kirk Brathwaite, they continue to fight for West Indies, and it is very, you know, it's very heartening indeed, you know, to see these guys and them really, you know, blood and sweat, you know, out in the middle.
Here is Ashwin into Chanderpaul, and he's in defense, pushing it out towards cover. And there is no run.
And as you rightly said, Colin, you want to see these guys fight. And when you see this kind of application, it does give you, you know, some hope that, you know, something is good.
And this ball, Chanderpaul is playing it out towards mid-on. They go through for a quick single. That's good running because it was pushed just to the left of the man there. Let's see. Undakat. He is at mid-on, and it was pushed just to his left. He is left-handed, and he attacked the ball, but that was a really good single. Chanderpaul judged it well as Ashwin comes in to bowl this time to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets on the back foot, pushes it back up along the track. There is no run. Chanderpaul an 18, 48 for none now.
So Jaswal and Rohit Sharma, that was one of the hallmark of their opening partnership yesterday, the running between the wickets.
And Brathwaite is going to take a single as this ball is played down towards mid-on, but he's about three-quarter way back on the boundary, and they pick up a comfortable single. So one more, 49 for none. Brathwaite now on to 29.
Yeah, so West Indies just one run away from that half-century opening partnership. Very refreshing indeed.
Here is Ashwin into Chanderpaul, and he's in defense, pushing it out onto the offside, and there is no run.
So Ravi Chandran and Ashwin not enjoying the conditions that he had in Dominica.
Here is Ashwin round the wicket to Chanderpaul, and he's forward in defense, pushing it out on the offside, and there is no run. I think Kohli is the man doing the fielding at that short extra cover. So the end of the over from Ashwin. He's now bowled, 6 overs, none for 15. 21 overs have been bowled Brathwaite is 29, Chanda Paul is on 18, and it's West Indies in response to 438, 49 for none.
Yes, extremely good opening partnership thus far, but the job is far from over, Colin. It's going to take a Herculean effort from the West Indies team. But while all that is happening, the man, Ravindra Jadeja, he's going to be taking up the attack from the Jerry Gomez media end.
So it's the first time we're going to be seeing him after 21 overs have been bowled. And he's going to be taking, as you rightly said, he's going to take up the attack from the Willie Rodriguez end or the Jerry Gomez media center where we are located. As that delivery, Brathwaite is cut in, and it goes out towards backward point.
So Jadeja bowling with a slip, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg.
As he's forward and goes out, it rolls, trickles out to Sharma, skipper Rohit Sharma, who is at mid-wicket. Again, there is no run. Yes, so a 5-4 field, 5 men on the off, 4 on the on. There's a slip and a forward short leg. So those are the two attacking fieldsmen. But there's also a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket as this delivery is angled into the right-hander but drifting down the leg side. He tried to turn it, was taken by wicket-keeper Kishan, and he looked to remove the bails, but Brathwaite's back leg was well anchored.
So excellent take there from wicket-keeper Ishan Kishan, moving smartly.
As Brathwaite is playing this one out towards mid-on where Kumar is doing the fielding, and again there's no run. So lots of talking out there. You can hear it in the sound effects microphone as they're trying to encourage each other, talking about well bowled, come on guys, and it's really refreshing to hear that, because you know what, it pumps up the rest of the team, and that's what I thought was a little lacking in the West Indies bowling. When they were bowling, I didn't get that sense of urgency. Here's a delivery that Brathwaite plays forward to, it goes down towards fine leg. They're going to amble through for the single. Let's wait and see if he got bat onto it. Yes, he did. Or is it? Yes, he got bat onto it, and it went down to short, fine leg, and they were able to pick up a single. So with that single, the 50 is now up for the West Indies. They are now 50 without loss, and we're now going to have a little bit of a break because the refreshment, no longer refreshment cart comes onto the field. Guys walk with their drinks, with little coolers, little bags, I'm not sure, with drinks in it. And of course now, Anil, in your day and my day, we probably just had water. Now you get all kind of energy drinks and things. I'm not sure if in your day you had something different, but I know you used to have boring water. You used to have boring water during these breaks, and you have all sort of drinks that energy-based drinks and drinks that could rehydrate you, so to speak,
and replenish.
Yes, and I'm sure the Indian cricketers will be doing that because they've bowled 22 overs thus far, and the West Indies, they have done really well, 50 without loss. And Brathwaite 30, Chanda Paul on 18. It's been a good partnership. It's been watchful. I think they haven't taken unnecessary chances. They've put the bad ball away, and that's all you can ask of your openers.
Yeah, and the openers has done a magnificent job indeed, Colin, by defying the opening bowlers from Team India. And now both Ashwin and Jadeja on. Very important indeed to keep the rotation of the strike, to keep that intent, that scoring intent. Yeah. You don't want to get bogged down at no stage. And what they've done really well, they've mixed good defense with solid, with some aggression as well. So in a nutshell, it has been very pleasing to watch.
Yeah, it has been from a West Indian perspective, because they could so easily have been overwhelmed by the Indian spinners. Jadeja has now come on to bowl, but you're facing up a man who got 12 wickets in the last Test match, and you're saying to yourself, well, I've got to be very watchful against him. But obviously here, he's not getting what he got in Dominica. The ball is not turning what he's trying to do. And somebody was talking to me about Warrican, and I was saying to him, you know, he's also a left-arm spinner. He played for Queen's Park, my club. And I was asking him, I said, what you think about Warwick? And he said he found that he lacked a little bit of guile. In other words, you know, he wasn't giving the ball a little bit more air. He wasn't pushing some through. He wasn't drifting it. He thought that he would have liked to have seen a little bit more guile from Warwick. He thought he was one-dimensional, you know, and very interesting comment. But you look at Ashwin, and I'm sure we're going to see it from Jadeja. They're mixing up their deliveries. You know, you can't just look at them and say, okay, you know, he's going to do this, or he's going to... You've got to be watchful all the time. The good thing about it is that they're not getting the kind of turn that they got, because if they were getting that kind of turn in Dominica, you just run up on your ball, and the pitch will do it the rest. But here, they've now got to use their guile and their variety to get these batsmen out.
Yeah, and interesting enough, Colin, that you brought that up. You see the likes of Ravi Ashwin. He will possibly bowl from some of the deliveries from behind the crease. He'll probably go a little bit wider. He'll change the pace at which he bowls. And very important on a surface like this, Colin, you've got to work out as a bowler, as a spinner, what pace you've got to bowl.
Yeah, he will. Well, he's going to continue. Ashwin. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed West Indian skipper, Brathwaite. As West Indies, good start from them, 50 without loss. Brathwaite is on 30, Chanderpaul is on 18. Ashwin is going to come in for his 7th over. None for 15 so far. As brilliant sunshine still here at the Queen's Park Oval, as Brathwaite leans back, and not a cut, more of a push, trying to beat Kumar, who is at a backward point. It was hit more squarer, but it came off the bat quickly, and it was too close to Kumar for them, even though they may have thought of a single. Good sense prevailed, and they decided not to go for it, as Ashwin, from that Brownlar Pavilion, and is into Brathwaite, and he's turning this ball, but straight into the body of the man at that forward short leg. So there's a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket about three-quarter way back to the boundary. There's a forward short leg and a man at backward square leg. Here's Ashwin into Brathwaite, and he's playing it out to the short mid-wicket position. And there is no run. Score remains on 50 without loss.
So both Ashwin and Jadeja, they will want to create some pressure for both these batters by stitching some dot deliveries together. And if they are able to do that over a consistent period of time, Colin, you just never know how things are going to go. But important for both these batters is to try and keep out these bowlers for as long as possible.
Ashwin is into Brathwaite, and he's tucking this one. I thought he took it, and you may want to correct me, and I just thought he may have taken it just from outside the line of the off stump and worked it towards I thought it was more just outside the line of the off stump, and he worked it down to the deep mid wicket, and the man who's about three-quarter way back, and he got a single.
Well, I thought that was excellent execution from Craig Brathwaite. The balls that are pitched outside the line of the off stump, if you could work it into the leg side, then that's good work.
Ashwin into Chanderpaul, he's driving.
A spectator's catch.
Yes, there's Kohli threatening to throw the stumps down, and Chanderpaul backed away quickly and got into the safety of his crease as he was driving, but a bump ball going towards Kohli. The end of the over, the end of over number 23, and the West Indies, they move on slowly but surely, 51 for none.
Yeah, they continue the vigil out in the middle, both skipper Craig Brathwaite and Taitner and Chanderpaul. But both operators in Ashwin and Jadeja, they will create a lot. They have a lot of guile, they've got a lot of skill as well, Colin. So they're going to be testing both these players to the hilt.
It's 51 for none. Brathwaite is going to take strike from Jadeja. He's just had that 1 over for 1 run. As this one, Brathwaite is forward, long forward. As Jadeja bowling round the wicket, left arm, not through and a wrong. He's a very straight approach, round the wicket to the right-handed Brathwaite as he's in again. And this one giving it a lay, and Brathwaite is whipping it through the mid-wicket region. That's going to run away. That's a good shot. Given a little bit of air, but pitched middle and leg, and Brathwaite went with it. He hit it nice, he hit it firmly, and he beat the man at mid-wicket down to the boundary for 4. And that's what I mean about, this is Jadeja's second over. Don't allow him to settle. He's going after him. This was given a little bit of air, and he went after it. He hit it nicely past mid-wicket for 4. It's 55 for none.
So a lovely execution of the on-dry there from skipper Brathwaite, taking full toll of that delivery pitched on leg stump, working it into that deep mid-wicket area, and it goes away for 4.
He's on 35 as this one from Jadeja, just more, I would say, middle and off. And you could see him giving it some air, but Brathwaite didn't use his feet. He just stood there and stuck that front foot long forward and pushed it back up along the track. Here's a delivery given a little bit of air this time, outside the line of the off stump. Brathwaite would have nothing to do with it. There's 5 men in the off, 4 on the on. There's a slip, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, a short mid-wicket, or just the orthodox mid-wicket. Forward short leg and a man at backward square. Here's Jadeja into Brathwaite, a quicker delivery, flatter, and Brathwaite is equal to it, getting on that front foot, pushing it back up along the track on the onside. It's the end of the over. It's 24 overs have been bowled. It's 55 for none. Brathwaite is on 35. Chanda Paul is on 18 as the Indians, they battle here against the West Indies, and these two openers are really taking the fight to the Indian team. It's 55 for none.
Yeah, so very good opening stance thus far from both openers, really showing a lot of fight. So it's going to be Teaching Ryan Chandapol.
Yes, and he's facing up to Ashwin, who's coming round the wicket from the Ranlar Pavilion end. And this time Chandapol is turning that. He's thinking of the single. Brathwaite is not interested because Kumar, who is at, I would say, at a short fine leg, had to run to his right. But when I say run, maybe a few quick steps. And he was onto that ball quickly. And Brathwaite said no, and Chandapol got back to the safety of his crease. This time he's going to get a run because it comes off the inside edge of the bat. It's running down towards fine leg. Kumar has to give chase about, I would say, 10 meters towards the fine leg boundary, and Chandapol helps himself to 2 runs. That came off quicker delivery from Ashwin. He pushed forward, came off the inside edge, and it beat Kumar, who is, I would say, he's more of a wideish, more of a wideish fine leg rather than fine, and so he had to give chase, and they picked up 2 more runs. Here's Ashwin into Chandapol, back into defense, covering everything on that ball, pushed it out to Kohli, who's at that short mid-wicket. Chandapol is into the 20s. He's on 20 exact. Chandapol at the Brathwaite, at the non-striker's end. He's on 35. There's a change in the field. The man at forward short leg has come over to a silly point. As this time, Chandapol again showing loads of concentration, getting bat and pad close and pushing it out on the offside. There's no run again. 57 for none. 2 deliveries left in over number 25. Ashwin in his 8th over. None for 18 so far. Bowls to Chandapol. He's forward. In defense again. Remember, the target they're chasing is 438 from the Indian team. And you look at that scorecard. Jaiswal 57, Sharma 80, Gill 10, Kohli 121 before he was run out. Rahane 8, Jadeja 61. Here's Ashwin with his final delivery. And Chandapol quicker, flatter. And Chandapol right across outside the line of the off stump in defense. It's the end of the over. 25 overs have now been bowled. It's 57 for none. And just running through that scorecard. Jadeja 61, Kishan 25. Ashwin, he was the last out for 56. Unadkat, he was out for 7. Suraj, he went without scoring. Kumar only faced 1 ball. He was not out. No score. There were 13 extras. And India, 438 all out. And the West Indies, they've already taken 57 out of that to get to that 438 as Jadeja starts a new over to Brathwaite, and he's long forward, pushing it out on the offside towards the man at that short extra cover. There is no run. So Jadeja round the wicket to the right-handed West Indies skipper. Good delivery, flatter, quicker. Had a little bit more bounce, and he was on the front foot. It seemed to hit high up on the bat. And the man at forward short leg was throwing himself to the left, but there was no chance of a catch as Jadeja. This is a delivery angled into the right-hander, flatter. And Brathwaite equal to it, pushes it back up along the track. As Jadeja into Brathwaite, and he's long forward. No run. As you can hear in the sound effects microphone, lovely bowling. As Jadeja giving it some air, and long forward again goes Brathwaite. The thing with Brathwaite, what has been good over the years, is his powers of concentration. You know, and again, we talked about how it was so out of character, his dismissals in Dominica, but he seems to be back to his best here in terms of mixing defense with aggression. The end of the over from Jadeja as the final delivery. Brathwaite is again long forward, pushing it back up along the track to the bowler. It's the end of the over. It's 57 for none. Brathwaite is on 35. Chandapal is on 20. 26 overs have been bowled. Jadeja, he's had 3 overs, none for 5. And it's going to be Ashwin. It's going to continue. I think we've got another, I'm going to check on it. I think there's another 19 overs or so remaining in the day's play. Anil, so you're going to be working overtime, my friend.
So the West Indies openers continue the vigil here at the Queen's Park Oval. Ravichandran and Ashwin.
Is Ashwin bowling to the left-handed Chandapal. He's forward, pushing it out on the onside towards the mid-wicket. There's sometimes, Anil, you don't respond to me, and you know, sometimes it hurts my heart. You don't respond.
Well, Colin Murray, I am accustomed to working overtime.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, I do apologize. I didn't realize that. Here is Ashwin into Chandapal, and he's pushing it back up along the track. I didn't realize that, and I do apologize. I just thought you were ignoring me and
never, Colin.
You're working overtime, and you're probably saying to yourself in your mind, "What's wrong with this guy?" You know, that's what I got the feeling. Here's Ashwin round the wicket to bowl to Chandapal. He's in defense. I tell you, you know, this is the type of cricket, Anil, that the purists love. You know,
I totally agree, Colin.
This is test cricket. You know, it can be boring. Here is Ashwin into Chandapal, and he's pushing it out to mid-wicket. But you know, this is the skill. This is why they call it test cricket. It's a test with the bowler and the batsman.
But it's also a test between the mental toughness as well as the technical awareness of the batters as well.
That's right. And the bowling team, the fielding team is looking to work out how they're going to get the batsman out. Here,
it's like a game of chess, Colin.
Yeah. And Chandapal forward again. You know, it's so different. I remember, you know.
Have you ever played chess, Colin Murray?
Chess?
Yeah.
No, that's a little beyond me. Chess. I'm sorry, Anil. Here is you have to think to play that. I understand. You know. Here is the final delivery. It's pushed back up along the track, and there is no run. It's always intrigued me, but I must say I'll take a game of drafts. But I suppose that's intellectually not so stimulating, is it?
But what has happened in the last 2 overs? The Team India has been able, Colin, to stitch together 12 dot balls.
Which is excellent, because that's what because again you talk about mental and thing that's going to play on the how does that play on the mind of these 2 batsmen? You've played out 12 deliveries. If you play out another 4 or 5. Does it mean that Brathwaite or Chandapal say, listen, too many dot balls, let me go, and you pick the wrong shot. You decide, say, I'm going to go after them with this next ball, and sometimes you pick the wrong delivery. Here is Jadeja into Brathwaite, and he's allowing it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
But the bowlers they are allowed to bowl good overs, good deliveries,
and you got to respect it.
But what we've seen a hint of spin here from Jadeja.
This angled into the next delivery, angled into Brathwaite, and he's on the front foot, pushing it back up along the track, and there is no run.
So Brathwaite coming forward in the approved fashion, just plays it out to skipper Rohit Sharma at that mid-wicket position. There's no run. The score is kept on 57. So it's been
on 57 for the last 14 balls, right?
14 balls.
Don't panic, though, Anil. No need to panic. Here is a delivery. Brathwaite is long forward, pushing it out to Kohli. And I suppose the beauty about this is the more Brathwaite decides to push and push, Jadeja has to try something different. And this one, he gives it a little bit more air, and that's what I was meaning, trying something different. He gave it a little bit more air and said to Brathwaite, well, hit me. He drove it, not powerfully enough to beat mid-on. Ashwin had to come quickly to his left. And that's it. That's the thing. Ashwin has now got, Jadeja has now got to try something different. Because every time he throws that ball, at a good line and a good length, Brathwaite is comfortable and coming forward. So he's got to now try to mix up his deliveries, as we spoke about Guile a little earlier. And this one, given air, and yet another maiden over, because Brathwaite pushes it back up along the track. So the last 18 deliveries, we've not had a run score. But 57 for none.
So it's going to continue to test the batters here. The Team India continuing to stitch some maiden overs together. But I'm sure both Chanderpaul and Brathwaite, they would have encountered this similar scenario sometime during their careers. And they're no stranger to when bowlers and the fielding team come up with a plan and have that tendency to try up the runs.
Well, these two would want to bat out. We see 18 overs left in the day's play, and if these two spinners continue, they're very well likely to get very close to the 18 overs, because we will go on until 5:30. Here is Ashwin round the wicket to Chanderpaul. Chanderpaul forward.
But we are very blessed indeed, Colin. It has been two gripping days of Test cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval.
It's been absolutely magnificent in terms of the weather, and of course we saw some scintillating batting from the Indians as Ashwin is into.
And we had Virat Kohli scoring 100, his 29th Test 100
in his 500th first class match.
And it's also the 100th Test match between the both nations.
That's right. It's been a lot of history here in this series as that ball is played forward. A loud appeal going up. Not too sure. I think Ashwin thought he was beating the defensive prod of Chanderpaul. It came off the inner part of the bat and just went to the right of the man at forward short leg. So a lot of pressure being exerted on Chanderpaul. There's a slip, a silly point, and that forward short leg. As this one, you could see this one drifting into Chanderpaul, pushed through by Ashwin, and he came on the front foot, pushes it out towards mid-on, and there is no run.
So very
this is a testing period for them, isn't it?
It is very testing indeed.
And Chanderpaul runs here for him as he's pushing this one. That's a nice looking shot because he got on the front foot and he pushed it past the man at cover. They were thinking of the third. I thought the running was a slightly lackadaisical because I thought they decided, well, they're not going to go more than two. And I thought they could have pushed a little bit more for that. But they decided in the end just to take 2 runs. 59 now. So the first set of runs after 23 deliveries. It's now 22 to Chanderpaul, 59 without loss as Ashwin. It's going to continue into giving some air, and Chanderpaul on the front foot, but can't beat the ball, just trickles out to the man at forward short leg, and there is no run. The end of the over, and it's the end of the over, 59 for none. 35 is Brathwaite, 22 is Chanderpaul.
And how well both these openers have played, Colin.
Oh, for sure.
They've shown a lot of resolve, they've shown very good defense, and when the season moment, the scoring opportunities, they've taken that as well. But what the Indians have done really well, they've put the skids in the last 5 overs, they've been able to put the skids, and very important at this stage here that both these players do not get bogged up.
The thing about it, the longer these two can continue as well, Anil, it will give confidence to the rest of the team. Young Mackenzie, who probably, I'm not sure if he's going to come in at 3. A good delivery from Jadeja as he starts a new over, and Brathwaite is forward, pushing it out in front of him on the offside. It's going to give the rest of the batsmen confidence that if these two can build a partnership like this, well, it augurs well for the rest of the batsmen as Brathwaite is on the front foot again, pushing this one back up the track.
But what is interesting, Colin, is that the fact is the ball is not spinning from the street. So that in itself will give the batters a lot of confidence batting against these two quality spinners.
This long forward goes Brathwaite as Jadeja gives it a little bit of air, but Brathwaite opting just to play from the crease. There's a slip, a silly point, and a forward short leg. So again, just like Chanda Paul, there's a lot of pressure being exerted here on Brathwaite with those close-in fieldsmen as the next delivery is pushed on the onside from Brathwaite, and Jadeja does the fielding as just 2 deliveries left in this the 30th over, and the Brathwaite getting on the front foot, whipping it towards, no power in the shot. He was just whipping it off the pads, but hit it straight to Ashwin, who is at that mid-on position, and there is no run. The final delivery, Jadeja, he is in his 5th over, none for 5 so far, so it tells you just how well he's bowled. And Brathwaite long forward. It's the end of the over, the end of over number 30. Jadeja, he's completed 5 overs, none for 5. West Indies, in reply to 438. Brathwaite is 35. Chanda Paul is 22. It's 59 for none. This is a Cricket 360 production.
It is indeed a Cricket 360 production, but very refreshing indeed from a changing room perspective, Colin, that both these guys have taken the opportunity not only to see off the new ball bowlers, but now both spinners are bowling in tandem, and they're doing a wonderful job in keeping them out. It's going to be hard work from the bowlers as well, because this track is tailor-made for batting. But having said that, the West Indies team, they will need to really apply themselves over an extended period of time.
Well, here's Ashwin starting a new over to Chanda Paul, giving it a little bit of air, but Chanda Paul not using his feet, just opting to play from the crease and pushes it down towards mid-on, where there is no run. He remains on 22. The total is 59 for none. Here's Ashwin into Chanda Paul, and he drives. It comes off the boot of the man at that silly point position. Is that Gill? Yeah, it is. Looks like Gill. So this is Ashwin giving it some air, and Chanda Paul drives but can't beat the man at that cover position. That low. Let's see, is that Kohli? Yes, it is. And he was swiftly moving across to his right. Give him some air, generous amount of air there from Ashwin, and Chanda Paul was into the drive, and immediately Gill. I'm not sure I agree with that, because he gave it air. What he says he wants Chanda Paul to do, just block it. He gave it air, and Chanda Paul went into the drive. But what it has caused is they've moved Gill from that silly point position out to a short extra cover. Here's Ashwin again, and this time Chanda Paul is taking that ball from just outside the line of the off stump, and a lot of bottom hand, and hitting it to the left of the mid-on, and immediately call for the single, and its score goes to 60, Chanda Paul 23. What I like about that as well, Anil, it changes up the bowler. He's now got to bowl to the right-hander in Brathwaite, which is good.
Yeah, so the rotation of the strike, the bowler does have
important
to make that adjustment.
Yeah. Well, here's Ashwin to the West Indian skipper. And this time he's on the front foot, pushing it out towards the man at that Gill, who's at that short mid-wicket position. 5 men on the onside for Brathwaite. There's a backward square leg. There's a silly point, mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Here is Ashwin into Brathwaite. He's long forward, and there is no run. So the end of the over. No doubt Jadeja is going to continue. And at the end of Jadeja's over, Anil, we will be taking our leave. You must be happy about that, because you've been talking so much.
Have I?
Well, I'm just trying to save your voice, that's all, because Ruskin Mark and Sunil Ramdeen, they're standing by. And, well, they're not standing by. Ruskin Mark he can't stand for too long. He's got bad knees, so he's going to wobble after a while. So he's seated, but Sunil is a much stronger man. So he's standing around, and they're going to take over after this over. Jadeja seemed to be pulled out of the attack. Interesting move. And is that Siraj?
Mohammed Siraj?
Siraj, yeah. Siraj has been very interesting because I'm wondering if it's going to be a switch of ends. Maybe Jadeja will come from the Brian Lara Pavilion end because Ashwin has really been bowling he's bowled from that end for a long while.
So possibly skipper Rohit Sharma at this stage of the day just possibly asking one last effort from his main striker in Mohammed Siraj.
Yeah. Well, he's going to operate from the Willie Rodriguez end, and is going to be bowling to the left-handed Chandapol, Tejnarain Chandapol.
So Mohammed Siraj starting from the pavilion end, the Joey Karu members balcony end.
Suraj is in to Chandapol, and he's playing a nice looking off drive. Just can't beat Ashwin, who's at mid-off. Just runs around quickly to his left, does the fielding, and there's no run. Do you see any comparison in young Tejnarain Chandapol and his famous daddy, Shiv Chandapol?
Well, I think both are unique in their own way, Colin.
Yeah. His stance is not as open as Shiv.
It's not as pronounced as his dad.
Yeah. But I like his powers of concentration. Of course, he's an opener, whereas Shiv was always in the middle order. Can't ever recall him opening the innings. Here's a delivery that Chandapol drives, but can't beat Ashwin again at mid-off. May have opened one or two innings, maybe at T20 level, maybe at ODI, but can't ever remember him opening in a test match.
But, Shiv Narayan Chandapol, he has, shown during his playing days, he had that capacity to change gears in whatever format he was playing.
Yeah, he did. You're very right. I think right here he won I'm thinking if it was not T20, I think it was a ODI game where
against
Sri Lanka when he needed 6 to win in the last ball and he hit the man for 6. Here's Chandapol, 4 in the dark. Is it going to run away? I think it will. 4 in the dark because he was getting onto the back foot to look to cut a delivery, took the inside edge, and it beat the off stump, beat the keeper, and went down. As they say, that's the Chinese cut. And 4 runs going to Chandapol, and it really is 4 in the dark because it was outside the line of the off stump. He was looking to cut it on square on that offside, took the inside edge. Luckily, he didn't play on. But he's got 4 runs, and that's all. You will just see 4 runs in the scorebook. You will not see, it was an inside edge.
But sometimes when you tend to be stuck, Colin, you just might have the tendency to be chasing deliveries that you normally would leave alone.
64 for none. This is short, and he's poking it down to the fine leg position. Is he stopping it? That's good bit of fielding. And who is that down there? It's Undakat. He is down there, but it was short, and Chandapol went for the hook, kept it down, which was good. And they picked up a single. 28 to Chandapol now, 65 for none. Brings the West Indian skipper, the right-handed Craig Brathwaite, into strike. So Suraj, and that's what I like about a fast bowler. He looked at the conditions and he decided to shorten one. Let Chandapol hook, but let him hook from somewhere in front of his face. That's what that's what you're bowling a short ball. It's either you're bowling a ball that you're talking chin music here, and if he's doing that, and that's my problem with the West Indies bowlers. There was not enough of that. You have a deep backward square, you have a fine leg. Get the ball up to their chin. You know what I mean?
I totally agree, Colin.
And I tell you what, he's going to do that, and you're going to see a lot of that, where he's going to bowl a lot of short balls and testing the batsman and saying to them, well, hook me if you want. But, yes, he may get hooked for 4 or 6, but the danger with that is when you go after him, you can also get a top edge, and the ball can go straight up in the air. Here's Siraj on his way to bowl to Brathwaite. This is a delivery angled into him, and he works it down to the deep backward square, and they pick up an easy single. And these two look so much more comfortable against the medium pace than the spin, don't they?
Yeah, so Siraj coming back into his 6th over here. Looking to pry out a wicket for his skipper. So 31.5 overs in the book, 66 without loss. Remember, the West Indies chasing a mammoth total of 348 scored by Team India on the back of a brilliant 121 from Virat Kohli.
Brathwaite is at the non-strikers end. He's now on 36. Chandapol back in strike. He's on 28. As Siraj runs away from us. Still sunshine here. Another short delivery, and Chandapol says, "Thank you very much." Now that was a delivery that asked to be put away because it was short. It was about chest height, and he was able to get on top of it, and he spanked it to backward square leg. If you're going to bowl short, you got to pound it into this pitch. You got to get it up to the helmet of the batsman. But that was short enough for Chandapol to get on the back foot, and he pulled it backward of square. He goes to 32 now. Brathwaite is on 36. 32 overs have been bowled. It's 70 for none. After some more comments from you, Anil, let's see who's coming. Sunil and the Doc. Okay, Sunil and the Doc will be coming. Doc, are you coming in first or Sunil? I see you chomping. You're chomping on something. I'm not sure what it is. Is it cashew nuts or something? Or I love cashew nuts. Let me tell you that. If you want to buy me any nuts, you can buy me cashew nuts.
How about peanuts instead?
Oh, peanuts. Oh, roasted and salted. Okay, no, I'm good. I'm good. If it was cashew nuts, I would not have refused. Anil, I'm going to just ease out. Let me see who's going to continue. Is this Jadeja? Or is it Ashwin? No, it's Jadeja. I was right. They switched ends. He's into Brathwaite. So I think you can make your way out while Sunil comes in, and I will just continue and this over. So here is Jadeja from that Brian Lara pavilion end into Brathwaite, and he's long forward again. There is no run. Sunil, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Colin.
Lovely start from the West Indies, isn't it? Here
What a
is
wonderful day of cricket.
Jadeja outside the line of the off stump, and Brathwaite is allowing it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Yeah, it's been a really good positive. This is good because you wanted a good positive start, and I was telling Anil this will assist the other batsmen because they've seen how these two are coping, and they will also come. Here's Brathwaite. I thought for one moment he was looking to go over the top. Now is not the time to do that because we've only got about 20 minutes left in the day's play. As Jadeja into Brathwaite, he's long forward, and again there is no run, so there are 5 deliveries so far. He's been very tidy. He's in his 6th over, none for 5. He's not given any loose deliveries at all to these 2 batsmen as he's in again, and this time Brathwaite is driving but can't beat the man there at short extra cover. It's the end of the over from Jadeja, a maiden over, so he's now completed 6 overs, none for 5. The West Indies, they are 70 for none. Brathwaite is there on 36. Chandapol is on 32, and after some more comments from you, Sunil, it will be the Doc joining you.
Thank you very much, Colin. And absolutely, the fans who've turned out to the Queen's Park Oval, and there are not too many of them, but those who have managed to come in, been treated to a bit of a treat by these 2 opening batsmen. We've seen Tejrani Chandapol and Craig Brathwaite started a little bit shaky, I think, but really they've grown in confidence. They've taken the score to 70 without loss, and we're seeing a very different side, Nilesh, from the side we would have seen in Dominica just a few days ago.
Yeah, actually I have not seen so much excitement in the commentary box, which is inhabited by all the West Indians except for one who's speaking to you right now. And over the last 1 hour,
we're not sure where our producer Jason Prasad is from either.
But the sense of excitement is in the air because the West Indies are batting well.
It's Siraj into Tejrani Chandapol. It's short. Chandapol pulls, and it's good-looking shot. But this time they've learned from that last over. There's cover out in that square leg boundary, and Chandapol is only able to run through for 1 run. Score moves on to 71 without loss. Siraj continuing to bowl. He's into his 7th over, conceded 23 runs already. Rohit Sharma just making some adjustments to the field with the right-handed Brathwaite now on strike. And this right-hand, left-hand combination, I think, has really worked well for the West Indies in terms of this opening partnership, Nilesh.
And I think the same thing can be said about the Indian opener. As Siraj comes in to bowl, and nice bouncer that the West Indies skipper had to duck, and nice high collection by the keeper there. So there was a good bouncer.
So we're seeing from the Indians what we didn't see from the West Indians. It's the same field. They have a man on the square leg boundary, a field on the fine leg boundary, but they're banging a few in short, which is what we did not see too much of yesterday. And I know we talked a lot about that during the West Indies innings. Siraj in once more to the right-handed Braffett. This one, a good length delivery. Braffett confidently behind it, pushes it out into the offside. It's picked up by his counterpart, Rohit Sharma. There's no run. The score remains on 71 without loss.
Yes, this is the start that the West Indies were clearly looking for, and now with time winding down for the second day's play here in the second Test match here at the Queen's Park Oval, which is the 100th Test match, mind you, between these two nations who have played cricket for so many decades. And I want to talk about the school children who have come here after this ball or after this over, because that's a great sight to see young children come here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Sirajin once more to Braffett. This one, good length delivery, but straight down the leg side. Braffett just plays inside the line, and Ishan Kishan has to dive to his left, roll a couple of times, spring up, and good take from him. There's no run added. It's 71 without loss. But yes, Nilish, I know school's out, but I think certainly some of the schools, maybe some sports clubs, some kids clubs may have mobilized, and they've done a really good job. They've just about filled out the Scotiabank stand.
Yes, that's true. And
Sirajin once more to Braffett. This one on the off stump. Braffett gets across, plays it out into that point position. It's not sure who that is out there. Diving to the right, make a save, and he saved some runs, I think, because there's no cover behind him. Score remains on 71 without loss.
yeah, I think the children have conglomerated in that stand to the right of us, and Brian Lara was there earlier.
Siraj, shortish delivery, didn't get up that much. Braffett very watchful, gets behind it, works it into the onside. There's no run. And it's the end of the over from Mohammad Siraj, the end of the 34th over. It's 71 without loss. We've had such a splendid day of cricket, and we're now easing into a very beautiful afternoon. What will make things even better is if the West Indies can see out these last few overs without losing a wicket.
And I think that is the key. That is, they're having a mid-pitch conference right now. Both the openers, Chandrapal and his skipper, Brathwaite. But getting back to the children, I see Brian Lara interacted with the young kids there for several minutes, had many photo sessions with the young boys and girls. And I think these are the kinds of things that children will remember for a long time, show it to their parents, and help the next generation of the West Indies get turned on to cricket and take on to this sport, because they have obviously several choices. Jadeja comes in from the far end, bowls in and defended back to the bowler by Chandrapal. Very compact in defense, Sunil.
He is, and I think he would have certainly gotten some instruction from his dad, Shiv Chandrapal, who we know was also a very compact defensive player, but there's nothing defensive about that. He drives, and finally, it really is a shot out of character from what we were talking about. The ball in the air and the easy catch taken. I think it's by Ashwin running around from that point position, and the West Indies, they lose their first wicket. Chandrapal, he's caught after bowling of Jadeja. The score 71 for 1.
Well, that was honestly unnecessary. He was trying to heave on the onside, but got a thick outside edge, ballooned up, and Ashwin did the rest. So disappointment for Chandrapal as he makes his way slowly back into the pavilion, trying to rehearse the shot that he would really have liked to play. But to his misfortune, Ashwin took an easy catch of the bowling of his spin partner, Jadeja. So Jadeja has now taken the first wicket of the West Indies. West Indies 71 for 1. Brathwaite batting on 36. And he's joined by Mackenzie.
Yeah, so they're being brave, Mackenzie. They're sending him out. There was some suggestion by Colin maybe he would not have come out this afternoon, but he is the number 3. So he comes in at the number 3 position. But it really befuddles the mind, Nilesh. We just talked about the West Indies playing out the rest of the afternoon. We just talked about the fact that Braffett and Chandapal were having a mid-pitch conference, and we were suggesting, well, look, maybe this conversation was about playing out the afternoon and then a rash shot. But Mackenzie, he's another of these young West Indian batsmen who we're very excited to see. We saw young Alec Athanaze make his debut in Dominica. He played quite well. There was a call for some fresh blood, Mackenzie, to come in, and he has a real opportunity now.
That's a tremendous opportunity, and what an occasion on the 100th Test match here.
Jadeja into the left-handed Mackenzie, pitch up. Mackenzie gets across, pushes it into the offside, and his first ball in Test cricket. There's no run.
Yeah, Mackenzie will have to give adequate support to his skipper, and this one he guides over to third man. The ball is racing away to the fence. It might not reach all the way as Ajinkya Rahane is chasing, and they come back for the third run. So good running in between the wickets, but there was guided gently down to third man, and Mackenzie has opened his account in Test cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, very good running by skipper Braffett. He hustled for that. I don't know if it was so much guided as took the edge, Mackenzie. But now it brings Braffett on to strike against the left-handed Jadeja on the wicket. And that one, oh my gosh, perilously close to the off stump. Braffett opted to leave it alone. It just held its line a bit, and it's got some oohs and ahs from the Indian bowlers as Jadeja once more into Braffett. This one much straighter. Braffett behind this ball, pushes it out into the offside. Kohli runs around, picks up and tosses it back to Ishan Kishan. And there's no run. Comes to the end of the over. At the end of the 35th, the West Indies are 74 for 1.
Yeah, Jadeja goes through his overs very quickly. Take this a moment to give a shout out to Cricket 360. This is a Cricket 360 production. A lot of listeners in the United States are tuning in to the 360 YouTube channel. Archan, who is contributing to the Cricket 360 production, has been in Florida covering the matches. Smita in the Midwest, also an ardent listener of the Cricket 360 production. And here it is R. Ashwin, who is going to be bowling from the commentator's end here. And one left-hander replaced by another left-hander.
Yeah, Mackenzie. Hasn't had that much first-class cricket before this, just about 9 first-class matches. He has 591 runs, an average of 39.40. So not too much first-class cricket under his belt, Nilesh, but certainly a lot of talent, young Mackenzie, as he faces the first delivery from Ashwin, and it's down the leg side. He just leaves that, not quite collected cleanly by Ishan Kishan, but this is going to be a real test for young Mackenzie.
I think this is a time where the West Indies will have to be very careful as Ashwin comes in right arm around. And this time drifting down the leg side, and Ashwin throwing his arms up in the air with some excitement, but there's no damage done. But what are your thoughts on Mackenzie? Tell us about Mackenzie.
A good young player. He can be aggressive. That one just a bit uppishly. There's a leg slip in Virat Kohli. Shubman Gill is short on the forward short leg as well. And Ashwin seems to be bowling into his legs. And I think Braffett, now walking down the wicket, have a word with Mackenzie. But Mackenzie, quite a talent. He's come through the first class setup, come through the regional games, scored some runs, and really one of those young players who there's a lot of promise, who the West Indies really will be looking at, and once more hoping, a lot of hope on the shoulders of this young man.
You know, it's players like Athanaze and Mackenzie that will need to be nurtured as time goes on, as Ashwin comes on from right arm around.
In this one, Mackenzie forward confidently, bat close to pad, plays it out into the offside. There's no run, but I think Mackenzie you want him to do well because the West Indies have a problem right now. They need a number 3. And they really have a problem with that number 3 position. So you're hoping Mackenzie does well. And again, he's forward to Ashwin confidently once more, pushes it down the wicket. There's no run. Comes to the end of the over, the end of Ashwin's over. It's the 36th over in the West Indies. 74 for 1, having lost Shivnarayan. There I go. Tejnarayan Chanderpaul. You can tell my age, right? Tejnarayan Chanderpaul to a rash shot in the last over.
If Shiv is listening, he will be calling you, Sunil.
Well, I'm sure Shiv is listening. I imagine Shiv might be on the phone right now with Tejnarayan, having a bit of a conversation with him. May even be a pointed one.
Yeah. No, I think this is a crucial period, like I was saying, because the West Indies are 74 for 1. It's pretty close to the end of the second day's play here at the Queen's Park Oval. And the last thing the West Indies would want is to lose another prime wicket, either the skipper or the debutant Mackenzie, as Jadeja comes in.
This one is wide. Braffett watchful, leaves it alone. Braffett, he's been there for 116 balls, as Braffett tends to do, just 36 runs, but it's important, the innings that he is playing. He's trying to certainly consolidate his team at the top of the order, as he's done traditionally. India trying to get through these overs quickly. 10 overs remaining.
Bit of a field change here. They're placing a fielder at deep point. Deep point, there is a slip, which is Ajinkya Rahane. There is a third man, a squarish third man. Jadeja bowls and he drives straight to the fielder at short extra cover. No run results. Virat Kohli is patrolling the fence, almost 3/4 down to the fence on deep point. There's a little change of strategy here, looks like.
Yeah, so they are probably hoping that they can get Braffett to play a rash shot and maybe pop one into the air as Chanderpaul did. But Braffett, I think, certainly been very watchful as Jadeja in once more around the wicket to the right-handed Braffett. Braffett gets behind this one, pushes it out into the offside, picked up by Sharma in that short extra cover position. Doesn't trouble the score, 74 for 1. The West Indies, they trail by 364 runs. Jadeja once more into Braffett. This one outside the off stump once more on Braffett. Again leaving it, and sometimes when Braffett leaves those balls outside the off stump, you get a little nervous. But this one comfortably wide, collected by Kishan.
And Jadeja bowls his overs very quickly, and he has that straighter one that he bowls faster one too, and that was the one that Brathwaite got as he bowls the next one forward in defense. And that's the end of Ravindra Jadeja's over. That ball was at 90 kilometers per hour, so Jadeja does mix up his speed quite a bit. West Indies 74 for 1. They trail by 364 runs, and Brathwaite batting on 35, Chanderpaul out for 33, and Mackenzie batting on 3. As Ashwin continues, it's a dual spin attack, which is what Rohit Sharma would be giving the importance to, because
and certainly I think it also has to do with the time of the day and the overs left. 9 overs left. It's just about 20 past 5. Light's very good, so if these two continue bowling, I think they can get all those overs in. Nilesh, 9 overs left. But apart from getting through those overs, as you said, they've been very attacking, particularly with their field placement, as Ashwin in once more to the young Mackenzie. This one tossed up on a leg stump, and Mackenzie just forward and plays it out into the onside, no run.
Yeah, classic attacking fielding position with a slip, a forward short leg, and a silly point to Mackenzie as Ashwin comes in.
This one again on the leg stump. Mackenzie very watchful behind it, pushes it out into the onside at forward short leg. Fielder Shuman Gill picks up. There's no run. Ashwin, of course, has a very unique arm action as he runs in. Away from the Jerry Gomez media center and into the left-handed Mackenzie. Oh my gosh. That was left outside the off stump, but I'll tell you what, 2 coats of paint and that off stump would have been at risk.
Well, it was pretty close, but Mackenzie was pretty confident. I think the the skipper is having a word with him. Just be careful leaving the deliveries from Ashwin because they may just suddenly turn in and rattle
I'll
your
tell
off
you,
stump.
I just looked at the replay. I'll optimistically call that an excellent leave. Ashwin in once more. So Mackenzie, and he drives well. Full-blooded shot. This one lands over the boundary. It's the first six I think I've seen for the day. So Mackenzie shows us what he can do. He's not been bogged down, not being concerned by that previous delivery. He's just going to play his game. Takes the score on to 80 for 1. What do you think about that shot, Nilesh?
That's a great shot. I mean, look at the timing of that one, and he got in perfect position to hoist it right underneath the commentary box at the long off position for 6 glorious runs. As the West Indies now move on to 80 for 1. They've had 7 fours and a 6 as Ashwin comes in right arm around the wicket. And this time he just pushes it towards the square leg and no run results. But I think both the spinners are going through their overs quickly and they want to get as many overs, Sunil, as they can to keep attacking the West Indian batsmen.
Yeah, I think they'll want to certainly complete this quota of overs. Ashwin in once more. This one a bit shortish. Worked just forward of square leg. They hustle through for a single. The option was there for a second run, but Skipper Braffett just telling the young Mackenzie to hold on. So they do get through for a single. Mackenzie, he moves on to 10 the score, on to 81 for 1.
Yes, I think the key right now for the West Indian batters is not to lose any more wickets. And I think there was a great 6 by Mackenzie, but I think he will need to exercise more caution to ensure that no further damage is done as far as losing wickets are concerned. Because Ashwin's ball can suddenly come in and can take your off stump or your or bail off. So he's a wily customer. So he'll have to pay more attention, I think, when leaving the ball, which is what I think Brathwaite went and told him too, that just be more careful handling Ashwin, as it is Ravindra Jadeja coming from the pavilion end. Past umpire Erasmus bowls left arm over the wicket and forward in defense. The ball trickles down to short mid-on and no run results. The score remains at 81 for 1. Bradford on 36, Mackenzie on 10. And Jadeja, of course, has gone left arm over, and this time again he pushes it towards mid-off, straight to the fielder, and no run comes off that shot. A slip, a forward short leg, and a silly point in place. Jadeja bowls and he drives straight to the fielder at point, and Ashwin collects and returns it back to Ravindra Jadeja, who is already bowling the 4th ball of this over, going so quickly.
Going quickly through it. And he's bowling from the pavilion end to the left-handed. Mackenzie drive nicely. Will this make its way to the boundary? Mohammad Siraj gives up now. He was in pursuit, and Siraj, he doesn't give up. That one crashes into the boundary just in front of the Caribbean stand, in front of some really elated supporters. That's 4 more runs for Mackenzie. This kid is looking the real deal, Nilesh.
Yeah, I think he is not going to stop attacking. He says, okay, you guys know I'm making my test debut, but I have played these shots before. This is nothing new. Yeah, so what if you have 2 ace spinners in Jadeja and Ashwin? I'm going to take them on. My strategy is going to be attack and not be get bogged down or be defensive. As Jadeja comes in left arm over, and this time he is again forward in defense, very careful. The ball trickles down to the fielder at short leg. Forward short leg.
Love the attitude. That boundary taking Mackenzie onto 14 and the score to 85 for 1. Jadeja in once more. Final ball of the over. This one wide of the off stump. Jadeja holds his head, thinking that one passed close to the off stump as Mackenzie shouldered arms, but it was some distance away. So good over for the West Indies.
You reckon 2 more overs before the close of play?
Light does seem to be a bit fading. I will tell you, the spotlights are on at the moment. So I'm not sure that India will get through the 7 or so overs they have left. Maybe another 2 or 3 overs. We're certainly not going to see any of the quickies back.
As you said, the lights have come on here at the Queen's Park Oval. they have been turned on, and it's Kirk McKenzie batting with his skipper.
This time it's Braffett on strike. So Ashwin is continuing, and Braffett just in that unique position of marking his batting position by pounding the bail into the turf, just refreshing that mark once more. Ashwin operating from around the wicket, from the media centre and into the right-handed Braffett. This one outside the off-stump. Braffett drags it from outside the off-stump into the onside, and he picks up a quick single. It takes Braffett on to 37, takes his score to 86 for 1. Brings the left-handed McKenzie on strike. Braffett showing some good confidence in this young man, allowing him to take strike. And India, between Ashwin and Jadeja, with the 1 and number 2 top all-rounders in the world. Jason Holder, he's in at number 6, was once number 1. As McKenzie pushes that into the offside, that delivery, no run. Score remains on 86 for 1.
Yeah, Jason Holder was among the wickets. He got 2 wickets during India's first innings.
Ashwin into McKenzie once more. That just drifts onto the leg stump. McKenzie behind it, pushes it into that mid-on position. Rohit runs around, does the fielding. There'll be no run. It's still 86 for 1. It's Ashwin in once more. Around the wicket to the left-handed McKenzie. Pushes it down the wicket to the fielder. To the bowler, sorry, who does his own fielding and keeps the score at 86. Ashi, as they say, 99 on his back, runs in around the wicket to McKenzie on the leg side, and this one just a sort of a complacent shot by McKenzie. This one just gripped the turf and took the edge of the bat. Fortunately for him, went all along the ground, didn't pop into the air.
Yeah, I think Shubman Gill is just waiting right there for the ball to pop up as he's fielding at silly point.
Ashwin in once more to McKenzie, and McKenzie this time comfortably forward, playing out into the offside. Brings us to the end of this over, the end of the 48th over. The West Indies have done well. It's 86 for 1. Braffett, he's on 37. McKenzie on 14. They trail by 352 runs, Nilesh. And I think the first target will be, of course, to save the follow-on.
Absolutely, and I think Brathwaite and McKenzie both have that very much on their mind. And, you know, I'm certainly pleased to see the aggressive style from the Jamaican, without a doubt. But I think with a few overs left in the day's play, the second day of this second test match here at the Queen's Park Oval, as Jadeja gets ready, some field changes happening. Looks like Virat Kohli is coming in close. Rohit Sharma is fielding at short mid-off. Virat Kohli is fielding is just to the left of Rohit Sharma at a short extra cover. There's a slip, a point, cover, extra cover, and the Jadeja bowls, and he leaves it alone.
Yeah, wide of the off stump, but being creative, Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, he's got 6 on the on and 6 on the off, I beg your pardon, and 3 on the onside. It's a 6-3 field as he's going through his overs in a hurry.
And he's another delivery wide of that off stump, trying to tempt Braffett into playing forward, popping one in the air. Braffett's not taking the bait. And again, this one just a little bit closer. Braffett was able to cover it. So he's forward and pushes it out into the offside. Rohit Sharma moves across, stops that one. No run, so 3 deliveries gone. It's Jadeja in once more. Left arm around the wicket from the pavilion end into the right-handed Braffett. This one full on the off stump, and again Braffett just pushes it into the offside, no run.
So a very interesting field. A slip forward short leg. 2 men in very catching position on the offside. Oh, that was close, Sunil.
Yeah, it's Braffett pulled out of that shot at the end, just wide of the off stump. I was thinking of going forward once more, but seemed confident of where his off stump was and decided to just play over that delivery. Went through to the keeper. Jadeja in once more. Oh, what a delivery. What happened? The stumps have been broken, but I think that was broken by the keeper, Ishan Kishan. And we're still trying to understand what happened there. Rohit Sharma, he has his hands on his hips. Virat Kohli's holding his head. Could it be that he may have gotten an edge?
Well, they're all gathering here and having a conversation, or is it?
Oh, wow. So it appears that it took an inside edge, went onto the pad, popped into the air. The keeper probably had a chance with a catch, didn't take it, went for the stumping, and Braffett was well outside his crease, but he did manage to get his bat down in time. Lots of drama, lots of excitement, and that stumps on day 2. What a delivery to end today's play with, Nilesh.
Yeah, there was quite an exciting moment there, but the West Indies survived that scare, and on stumps on day 2 here of the second test match between India and the West Indies here at the wonderful Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad. It's the West Indies 86 for 1 after India were bowled out for 438 earlier on, and Brathwaite and his partner Mackenzie are batting at the moment, and they will be the one coming out tomorrow morning to resume the first innings, which will be day 3 of the test match here. The scorecard so far: Brathwaite not out on 37 of 128 balls. Chandrapal caught Ashwin, bowled Jadeja 33 of 95 balls. Mackenzie not out for 14 of 25 balls. 2 extras. 41 overs have been bowled by the Indian bowlers, and the score is 86 for 1. Siraj 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. Jaydev Unadkat 6 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, no wickets. Ashwin 14 overs, 3, 19 and no wickets. And Jadeja is the one who took the wicket, 1 for 12.
An exciting day's play, Nilesh. It resumed this morning with Virat Kohli and Ajay and Jadeja continuing from where they left off. Kohli went on to score 121 before he was well run out by Alzari Joseph, and I think that really changed the way the game was going at that point. Brought the West Indies back into the game. Eventually, they had Ravindra Jadeja. He was caught behind the Silva off the bowling of Roach. Ishan Kishan, he was also caught behind, a sharp catch from the Silva off the bowling of Holder. Ashwin, he was bowled by Roach for 56. Jadeja, he scored 61. Kishan 25. Ashwin really well played 56. He really batted through the innings before he decided he was running out of partners, decided to go for it, and in the end he was bowled by Roach. Unadkat, he was stumped by the Silva, trying to run down the wicket. I'm not sure where he was going, maybe to catch a plane back home or something, and he was comfortably stumped off the bowling of Warrikan. Siraj, he was LBW to Warrikan, and it left the debutant Mukesh Kumar not out on 0. India eventually getting to 438. Kemar Roach, he picked up 3 wickets for 104 runs. Jomel Warrikan, who's bowled well throughout this innings, he also picked up 3 wickets for 89. Jason Holder 2 for 57. And Shannon Gabriel just a 1 for 74. Alzari Joseph, all the effort he put in, ended up without a wicket for 97 runs. So India given the West Indies 438. The West Indies, very strong reply, a good opening partnership between skipper Braffett and Tejnarayan Chandrapal of 71 before Chandrapal, a bit of a rash shot late in the game, and he was caught by Ashwin off the bowling of Jadeja. Kirk Mackenzie came in, played some really exciting shots. He's still there on 14. Braffett is there on 37 off 128 balls. That's typical Braffett. The West Indies closed the day on 86 for 1, and they're still trailing by 352 runs.
So I think the West Indies have responded quite well and quite responsibly, and tomorrow day 3 will be starting here, and we will be bringing you back on the commentary on the Cricket 360 production. And with that, this is Dr. Nilesh Mehta along with Sunil Ramdin signing off.